Whenever she walks up on stage, we should give her a round of applause.
And we should, in Equiverse, push him down.
I am the diversity candidate here. But but having said that, morning everyone. It's an absolute honor to welcome you all to the 9th annual TalentNomics conference. TalentNomics has been around for 10 years. This is their 10th year anniversary. Congratulations to the team at TalentNomics. This is their 9th conference because last year they didn't do an annual conference, which I'm very saddened by. This is my 7th conference as host for the conference. Says a lot about my age, unfortunately. So this time we're talking about restoring the Equiverse from vision to action. We come together here in this room as change makers, leaders, and advocates to shape a more inclusive and equitable future. I want to thank our longtime supporters, KAS, Paul, and Chris, who are here. Thank you very much for being longtime partners with TalentNomics on this. I want to thank Prava, HPCL, Vahura, and InfoEdge. When the Vahura folks are here, you will hear me make a few jokes because I worked at Vahura for a decade, so I'm allowed. But having said that, thanks to all our partners for doing this with us. I will hand over, there my colleagues from Vahura have just walked in. But yeah, I will hand over to Lavang, who's been working with TalentNomics for a long time. Lavang, like I promised, is very afraid to be on stage. But more importantly, Lavang, a long time ago when she was in college, was picked by a very, very famous RJ called Amin Sayani to be his replacement. And Lavang turned him down, thank God, because we got to hear Amin Sayani for a little while longer. But today we are stuck with Lavang, so I'll hand over to her.
Thank you, Anish, for that remarkable introduction. And I really wish I'd taken Amin's offer. And then you would have heard me forever on radio. More importantly, I just have to say I'm just so happy to see all of you here. And I can't even tell you, I can't forget the night that Ipshita and I interacted during the pandemic. It just changed my life altogether, which even made me want to think about quitting my regular job and consulting with the firm that I was with earlier and spending more time with TalentNomics. She's sitting right there, the woman of the day. But before that, I think it's important. Anish has just been talking and talking. There's some more things that you need to know about the diversity candidate as well. He's truly passionate about 3 things in life. In the order, food obviously comes first. And then there's motorcycles. I'm sure he must have 4 to 6 of them tucked away somewhere in a city called Bengaluru. But more importantly, he's focused more on the unseen middle in India. And I think that's the more important piece in his life, where through a platform called Epic World, he's actually helping people in middle India. I'm sure when you catch up with him during breaks, tea breaks, and lunch breaks, you will get to know the real Anish, who may not want to be on stage all the time, but be biking away and finding people in unseen part of India. So thank you all for being here so early in the morning. I know it's not easy in this city called Delhi NCR, as we call it. And I'm sure we'll see lots of other people flowing in. And I'd like to set the stage for today's conversation and invite Ipsita Kathuria, the CEO and founder of TalentNomics India. Like I told you, she's managed to change a whole lot of lives, but more importantly, I've seen her change literally from black to gray. And the transformation has been beautiful, if I may say so. Ipsita, welcome, and please come up here on stage. And I think what we need to do is a little hug. We have Chris in the audience. She's a hugger, by the way. And she doesn't understand Hindi, but we're giving a pyar ki jhabki to Ipsita before we start.
Thank you, Lavan. Thank you so much. Oops. Okay. So good morning, everyone. Very, very good morning, and a welcome to today's conference on equity. And I want to thank Anish and Lavang for starting us off on such an energetic note. And I will try and follow their suit and see if I can match up with them. But for discussing gender equity, because often in this world when we talk about gender, we talk about only one gender, women. So, but I'm glad to see so many men. Let's give a big hand to the men who are in the room. Okay. As Anish has already informed you, this is TalentNomics' 10th year in existence. And this journey would not have been possible without the help, support, and guidance of many of you who are sitting in the room. You know, I can name Anita, Binu, who've been partners in crime since the day I started TalentNomics. And it's certainly not been an easy journey, but it's been very, very fulfilling for us. We have added 300 plus women across 40 plus organizations to the leadership pipeline in our endeavor to build this Equiverse. Equiverse is a universe where gender equity is the norm, and that's what TalentNomics is trying to achieve. Each of these women are our ambassadors, creating ripples of change in their ecosystem and building the Equiverse and contributing to the Equiverse. We are grateful also to 100 plus other leaders who have been part of our core strength in this journey, and thousands of men and women who have given us innovative ideas and contributed through forums like this. As Anish says, this is our 9th year. We have met thousands of leaders, academicians, policymakers through these forums who have been actively supporting and contributing to this idea. To commemorate our 10th year, my team and I are honored to share with you our logo depicting this Equiverse. To formally share, you've already seen the logo, but Equiverse, an equitable world that is sustainable and filled with colors of all our dreams. And my dream is to see a world where no girl is told she cannot dream of what she wants to be, no boy is told not to cry, no woman is harassed on the street, and no man is heckled because he is a primary caregiver. No woman is financially dependent on anyone for her well-being, and no man goes hungry because he cannot cook. And why do I want to see this world? Why do many of us sitting in this room want to see a world like this? Because we know that shedding these kind of stereotypes and creating policies, infrastructure that lead to equal opportunities for all leads to a more prosperous, happier, harmonious, and sustainable world. And it's not me saying, it's been shown by research and studies by many, many top institutions and many, many top universities across the world. But this gender equity or this gender equitable world is still 134 years away, as per the latest report of WEF. Unless each of us sitting in this room commit to do something about it. So the gaps, whether it's in the workplace, in financial independence, in caregiving, in leadership, or in everyday interactions, still persist. So how do we overcome that? How do we build a world that is more equitable? And as we look ahead today, the landscape of gender parity presents a more complex terrain. While some countries, regions, organizations are advancing with bold initiatives, like Norway, others face resistance, rollbacks, and creating fragmented global landscape in this whole area of equity. And this divergence calls for very nuanced policies, strategies, and actions, ones that recognize the opportunities and the challenges in building this equitable world. My own journey resonates with the need to take action. In 2015, when I left the corporate world after 30 plus years, I left my very comfortable job in Washington with the IMF to follow my passion for setting up TalentNomics India with no experience of setting up an organization, no roadmap, no funding, and only my conviction that change begins when we dare to take action. It starts with conversations like this, and we build momentum through our commitment to do something about it. And that's what today is all about, action. Through the day, we'll explore 4 broad areas. Workplace transformation. What can we do to make employment practices truly equitable in current context? Economic empowerment. How do we bridge the gender wealth gap? How do we bridge the gap, pay gap, the access to investment in terms of gender disparity? Shifting social narratives. How do we engage more men, media, policymakers, academicians in this journey of equity? And lastly, policy interventions. What key policy interventions, legal framework do we need to foster change at a faster rate? We have gathered many thought leaders here, and hopefully over the day we will see more of them. I'm just thinking it's Delhi traffic, or maybe Delhi is a city which wakes up a little later, which has left so many seats empty here. But over the day, we hope to see many more of them. We'll share their insights, strategies, experiences that can transfer this vision of Equiverse into tangible action. It's a matter of great pride that Ambassador Sterner is with us today. And welcome, Ambassador. Ambassador to Norway, she's ambassador to Norway, ambassador of Norway to India and Sri Lanka. And she's here with us to share her insights. As we all know, Norway is in the forefront of gender parity, and there's lots we can learn from their journey. So we are hoping to hear that and see what we can imbibe here in India to move faster in this area. Over the day, we'll see other leaders like Neelam Dhawan, who is a trailblazer in the corporate world, Kanta Singh, Deputy Country Representative for UN Women, and many others who will come and share their perspective and show how best we can restore this Equiverse. I encourage all of you to engage wholeheartedly and enjoy the day, learn, participate in the discussion, add to the richness of ideas so that we can take forward in our journey, in our quest to build this Equiverse. And thank you all for being here. Now I want to thank CAS, SOPAS, Japan, who has been our committed partner, as Anish just mentioned. For the last 6 years, we've been in this journey together. Their belief in gender equity has matched ours. And together, we have influenced policies, mindset, through our joint conferences, through original research, and other initiatives. So thank you very much, Cass, Paul, Chris, who are here, and Rabia, who initiated us into this journey with Cass. Now it's my pleasure to invite Paul Lennartz, Head of CAS Country Office, Japan, and Economics Program, SOPAS, to share his opening remarks. Paul, let me introduce Paul to you. You can come here, Paul. Paul has studied history and political economy in the University of Cologne. He's had a very diverse career. He worked as a radio and television journalist in Germany and South Korea. He was just sharing with us, he's seen less of Germany and more of the world. He has held the position of managing director of 2 private media companies. He's been in Peru, Singapore, Japan, US, as I said, rest of the world he knows very well, as the head of the country projects and regional programs of CAS. He has also worked for the foundation in Berlin as a head of the department. Since July 2024, he is now responsible for the CAS Japan office and the SOPAS program, and he works out of Tokyo. He's just flown in last evening from Tokyo to be with us just for today. So thank you, Paul, very much for being here and being our partners. Thank you so much.
Yeah, dear Ipsita Katuria, CEO and founder of TalentNomics, Her Excellency Ambassador Stena, members of the board, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, friends, so much about my manuscript. Having had the pleasure of joining a welcome dinner already yesterday and some talks about today's issues, I allow myself to deviate from my manuscript. First thing is, which I really have to emphasize again, as Ipsita mentioned already, I've had the pleasure or the honor to be working in 2 companies, media companies during my career, young companies, which just started. And in business, you say, let's say during the first 3 years of the existence, you have no clue if your company is going to survive. This is the times when you work for 16 hours, day and night, weekends. There is no work-life balance, these kinds of things, and you have no clue if you are actually able to succeed for more than 3 years. Once your company survived 5 years, you usually know the business model is working. You know, you can spend a weekend or perhaps a few vacation days already. And once your company has survived 10 years, you know it's established. This is, of course, very different in the area of, let's say, NGOs, non-governmental organizations, non-profit organizations, sometimes even think tanks. Everything can happen all the time. So let's give Ipsita again a big round of applause for the 10th anniversary of TalentNomics. This is my first remark. Second remark is basically kind of related to this first aspect of what's happening. The world is changing. Today we learned that the US government is going to impose 25% tariffs on car imports. In Europe there is a war raging, and I'm so happy to have Ambassador Stena here from Norway, who is among our European NATO partners, of course, one of our closest allies, in order to cope with the situation in Europe. And there is artificial intelligence. I still remember a few years ago when I registered for ChatGPT and tried to have them write a report I would usually have done on my own. It was not really the level, I was a little bit vain, the level of how I would write it, but it was okay already. At least a middle-class school teacher could have used it. But look at the change within the last 2 years. So we have no clue how it's going to affect the work markets, how it's going to affect our societies in 2 years. And this is not only important for how will the world change, how will work change, it's also important for decision-making processes. And this is, as Ipsita mentioned already, this is one of the major reasons why we were so honored and pleased to be able to provide a humble contribution to what TalentNomics was doing during the last 6 years. It's not only the issue of gender parity and equity. This is close at our heart in Europe, Norway, Germany, all around Europe, and we had some success, but it's by no means perfect yet. No, it's also because what TalentNomics is doing is, and it was mentioned already, there was 50% men registering to this conference. I would add, it's young people, old people. And when I talk about old people, nobody is old, of course. I mean people like me who need their kids to help them install a banking app on their mobile phones, or who consider WhatsApp a pizza delivery service for some time. So young people, old people, men, women, but also, and this is most striking from my point of view, what TalentNomics is doing, it's linking academia, think tanks, civil society, politics, government, and, of course, business. This might be kind of normal in India, but I can tell you, and I guess Ambassador Stena would subscribe to that, this is not by no means normal in all countries around the world. Usually, decision-making happens step by step. There's some creative professors who have an idea, and then it kind of gets into civil society, and you get some response. then politics is dealing with these kinds of things, and then at the very end, it's business dealing with these things. And the most striking feature, in my opinion, for what TalentNomics is doing, for what we experience also today, is that IPSITA is able to merge these incredibly important stakeholders in one location on the same day. And this is, in my opinion, how decision-making has to happen nowadays. We can't have that step-by-step approach anymore. We have to link these stakeholders right at the beginning. This is why I'm very much looking forward to today's conference, and I hope, I'm sure, I will learn a lot. I wish you all a very successful and very interesting conference. Thank you so much again, IPSITA. Thank you so much for your attention.
Thank you, Paul. One line about Paul, that IPSITA obviously mentioned everything about Paul, but Paul would rather be writing movie scripts than be at CAS. That's the one thing I've learned. But okay, for our keynote address, let me call Her Excellency May Ellen Stena. We already know she is the ambassador of Norway to India and Sri Lanka, but Ambassador May, for all of you who did not visit the Mahakumbh, can talk to her because she did. Ambassador May also would rather be running and doing yoga than be here. So to get her back to running, let's have you here for your keynote, Ambassador. The urgency of restoring the Equiverse, bridging gaps, and empowering futures. Ambassador.
Well, thank you very much. It's actually not true. I did my run this morning, so I'm very happy to be here now. I really think this is the best place to be. I'm so thrilled even by the title of this conference, Restoring the Equiverse from Vision to Action. This is exactly what we should discuss. So very happy to be here, and it's a great pleasure for me and an honor to speak to you here today, to try and bring some perspectives from Norway, also from me and my own personal life. Just to start by saying gender equality and women's empowerment is a priority in Norwegian foreign policy. It is to me as well, and therefore an opportunity like this to discuss these issues with you is great. A just world is a world where women and men, girls and boys have the same rights and the same opportunities. I am also starting to be at least among those who are getting quite old, but must say in my whole adult life we have seen progress in this area. Women's rights and gender equality has improved all over the world. Globally, there are more women in parliaments, more female heads of state than 30 years ago. We also see more women in other leadership and management positions. There is a growing number of girls and women in higher education all over the world, and women's access to health services has improved. But unfortunately, the change is happening at a too slow pace. If we don't speed up the change, full gender equality remains a distant goal. We need to act towards a society with just and equal distribution of power, influence and resources, irrespective of gender. Women are half of the world's population, and just like men, women have expertise, resources, and perspectives that benefit society. Women can also be leaders, entrepreneurs, politicians, and primary earners. We need to strengthen the roles of girls and women so that they can contribute. And why is this important? It was also said here earlier, we know that gender equal societies are likely to be more developed, have high economic growth, and experience lower rates of violence and conflict. Gender equality creates stability and harmony. I grew up with two brothers, one younger, one older. The older one has his birthday today, actually. But only as an adult did I discover that in other families there could be different expectations to boys and girls. In my family, it was not. My father, he was a teacher. He was as strict with me on doing homework and achieving at school as with my brothers. I think thereby he contributed to me believing I should have exactly the same ambitions and opportunities as the boys and as my brothers. Thereby I also think fathers and brothers, the men, I'm very happy that there are also a lot of men in this room today. Thereby you can also contribute to a gender equal society, and men's attitudes are important. We have come a long way on this in Norway. I have grown up in what I felt was a just world. I'm very proud to be a female ambassador from a country that has worked for decades to close the gender gap. The gender just country I come from became very visible to me when I came to India. Already on my second day here, it's now about 20 months ago, I was presenting my credentials to the Honorable President, Draupadi Murmu. When I entered the meeting hall with my all-women Norwegian team and all men at the Indian side, except for the President. But the President looked at us and she exclaimed in Hindi, Nari Shakti. Women power, that means. And yes, I really believe we have Nari Shakti in Norway. More and more women are becoming managers and leaders. At my workplace, the Norwegian Foreign Service, we have now a ratio of 48% women and 52% men posted as ambassadors worldwide. But this has taken time, and it has taken hard work to get there. It's only now the last couple of years that we have reached this almost 50-50 status. Even though in the ministry we've had more than 50% of the employees being women for a long, long time. This is something that we have to work on. It requires clear decisions from the leaders and also from the men. It does still require, even in Norway, longer and harder work for women to climb up the ladder. But let me say a bit about the benefits of bridging those gender gaps and the best practices that works. In Norway, we have experiences how closing the gender gap has given advantages, both for our society and for our economy. We are one of the most gender equal countries. Actually, the Global Gender Gap Index has continuously ranked Norway in the top 5 for more than the last 20 years. And how did we get there where we are today? I think by a clear acknowledgement that gender equality does not happen by itself. In Norway, we have worked towards a more equal society through policies and through laws. It's a result of choices that has been made about how we want to organize our society. Norway introduced its first legislation promoted gender equality more than 40 years ago. And it is a strong legal framework that is the foundation for the gender equal society we have today. Laws are made in parliament, and Norway has a long tradition of female representation in politics. Since the 1970s, we've had a slow but steady progress towards equality of men and women in governance. Norway has never introduced quotas by law for women in elections or in political parties. Yet today, political parties, most of them, have in their mandates to make sure men and women are equally represented. The push came from the women themselves, demanding space at the table. The first big breakthrough came in 1986. We got our first female prime minister actually already in 1981, but she was there only for a few months before the election. In 1986, she was elected back, Gro Harlem Brundtland. And she was the first, not only the first female prime minister, but the first prime minister to ensure gender balance in the cabinet. And she became world famous for her female government, as we called it, where 8 out of 18 ministers were women in 1986, so 40 years ago soon. And since then, no prime minister in Norway has dared to not have at least 40% women in the cabinet. Also, I'm proud to say, since 2008, Norway has had at least 40% women elected in parliament. It now stands at 46%. And recently, we have also reached equality in local governing bodies. We have seen firsthand that the representation of women in politics is important because it impacted the legislation and decisions taken. It was during Brundtland's female government that much of the foundation for Norway's gender equality laws and policies were established. It's about gender quotas, it's about maternity leave, it's about family-oriented work policies, it's about getting women into higher education, and all of that improved during this period. And then these laws and policies made it possible for women to participate in the workforce. Today, 75% women and 80% men are in the workforce in Norway, so almost the same for men and women. We have a right to parental leave up to 12 months, where the father and mother can share the time between them. And I think that is important when an employer employs a young woman, he can think that, oh, she will be on maternity leave, so I will rather choose the man. But if it's equal between men and women, he will not think like that and will employ the best qualified person. This meaning all parents have the right to affordable childcare, also by law, and employers have family-oriented policies to ensure that work can be combined with caring for your children. It's accepted for everyone to leave work to pick your children up at the nursery school. All these measures led to increase in women's labor force participation, and they have been crucial for my country's economic development. Ensuring equal opportunities for both men and women is smart economics. It is known that Norway is a rich country because of our natural resources. However, actually, women's participation in the workforce has contributed more to our economy than our oil and gas. It is estimated that Norway would have lost about $317 billion in income if laws and policies promoting gender equality had not been applied. For a small country with few people, this is crucial. We need that to have our economy going. Today, also, Norway has as I've mentioned, the highest female employment rates in the world. This means that we benefit from a broader talent pool, leading to increased innovation and productivity. Families with 2 incomes experience greater economic stability, which again reduces poverty and social inequality. Women in management and leadership positions is also important. We know that the road up for women is often more difficult than for men. Norway was one of the first countries to introduce mandatory gender quotas for corporate boards, requiring at least 40% female representation. This initiative has, to some extent, led to more women in leadership positions, breaking traditional gender barriers. The law applies today to both public and private limited companies. But even though the quotas have led to increase of women on boards, still only 1 in 3 women holds managing positions, and only 1 out of 4 women have top positions in Norway. So we still also have some challenges. And we know that if Norway's change towards equality continues in this speed, we are still 65 years away from equality in top position. So there is still a lot of work to be done. And unfortunately, no matter how young you are today, and there are a lot of young people now I see have come in this room, but we will still not, at this pace, achieve gender parity in your lifetime. Actually, we are not even likely to achieve it in your children's lifetime. With the speed of today's change, it will be our grandchildren and great-grandchildren raising the victory flag for gender equality. Ipsita mentioned in the beginning 144 years. We found the estimation of 133 years. It's a little less, but it's still a long time from now. This means that millions of women and girls still will not be able to determine if, when, and whom they marry. It means that still millions of women and girls will not have the opportunity to stay in school to achieve their ambitions. It means still that millions of women and girls will have no control over household finances to support their children's good nutrition, health, and education. But it also means a huge loss of untapped potential and talent. Potential and talent the world could use to help tackle big challenges, from combating epidemics like the COVID-19 to building new climate solutions. And I would like to say to you, we cannot wait for these 133 years, or if even they are 144. And we should not need to wait these 133 years. We, everyone in the world who has the power right now to make gender equality achievable in our lifetime, we must work for that. We must speed up. It does require, however, more than just good intentions. It requires action. And that is also the nice title of this conference here today. So very happy that you are here to make this action happen, and real change happens in everyday actions. Speaking up, mentoring, challenging bias. Small steps do add to the big ripples. To everyone participating here today, I would like to wish you good luck in your contribution towards your Equiverse, towards gender equity. I hope we can all succeed together. Companies, governing bodies, and the society needs to reflect its population. Both men and women must participate equally. We cannot afford to leave half of the world behind. I hope some of those thoughts from Norway could be helpful and inspiring in this journey. Thank you very much.
is Nari Shakti indeed, no doubt about it. And we were hoping that we would get to hear you speak in our language because Her Excellency Ambassador, we actually heard you speak in Hindi a couple of days ago on a very interesting YouTube video. I think everything that we've heard right now is extremely thought-provoking and inspiring for us. And whatever Ambassador Steiner has told us is definitely going to help us to bridge gaps and empower our future in India as well. And ma'am, I just feel so overwhelmed when you spoke about President Murmu saying Nari Shakti, because I'm hoping that someday India will have so many women right there with the president who will also be a woman in India. Thank you so much. And all I can say is shukriya for coming here. Namaste. As we move ahead, hold your heart, everyone. Our next session is about reimagining workplaces. And before I actually speak about what it is going to focus on, which is obviously going to be building gender-responsive employment practices, I have to tell you that the person who's going to moderate this is one of the happiest people I encountered yesterday. And what was amazing for me was that she remembered me from 18 months ago. So that really means that this person who's going to be taking the first panel of the day on how organizations can redesign work, environments can be more inclusive, is herself a champion of inclusivity. She has definitely seen many challenges throughout her career and her personal life, but despite that, you will see the kind of energy and the experience that she's going to bring onto the stage. It is my pleasure to introduce our moderator, Chris, and I'm only going to call her Chris because I don't think we should address her as Ms. Perez. She brings a wealth of experience in fostering inclusive workplaces that empower diverse talent. More important, she loves mangoes. And the reason she's in India is that over the next 48 hours or 36 hours that she's here, she can have as many as possible. And when I told her, why don't you carry some to Japan? She said, oh, they'll hold me in customs. So can you believe it? The mango in Japan is far more valuable than the gold in India. Chris, would love to have you here on stage, please. She is part of CAS. Yes, she's a hugger, and you can all take hugs from her throughout the day, and I'm telling you it's going to make a difference in your life. Chris also holds a master's degree in public policy and has a bachelor's degree in political science. So she'll be politically correct in everything she says, but I can tell you she'll bring all kinds of inclusivity in the room. Over to you, Chris. You'll have to come here.
Good morning, honored guests. Thank you, Lavang, for that kind introduction. Fellow panelists and moderators, participants, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the panel on reimagining workplaces, building gender-responsive employment practices. So, as Lavang said, I'm Chris, family name Perez, and I am the Senior Program Manager for Konrad Adenauer Stiftung's Regional Economic Program Asia. So, kindly allow me a few moments to introduce CAS to those unfamiliar with the organization. So, CAS is a German political foundation present in several countries worldwide. We mainly work in the areas of democracy building and political education, but also in increasingly important fields such as security, innovation, and sustainability. So our program, the Regional Economic Program Asia, which is based in Tokyo, is responsible for maintaining the CAS networks of policymakers, think tanks, expert scholars, and universities, which are working on developments in international trade, future of work, and women's economic empowerment. We do these through organizing events such as conferences and expert roundtables, and through publications like multi-country research reports, policy briefs, and analytical notes. So this is two of the major reasons why we find ourselves in New Delhi on this bright and early Thursday morning, co-hosting this vibrant conference on gender equity with IPSITA and TalentNomics India. So now, it's a great responsibility to moderate any panel. Oh, see? Pressure. But the pressure even becomes a bit stronger when you are doing the first one. So, however, we have a great lineup of panelists with us this morning whose career trajectories and, the advocacies that they represent offer us valuable insights into creating, developing, and most of all, sustaining gender-responsive workplaces. So all three of them have very long and highly decorated CVs, but I would try my best to summarize their bios. So first up, I would like to call on stage Sakshi Bajaj. So Sakshi Bajaj, ladies and gentlemen, a warm round of applause. Sakshi is a dynamic HR leader with more than 15 years of cross-industry experience. So she drives transformative people strategies at Compass Group India. As head of diversity and inclusion, talent management, and employee engagement, she shapes high-impact, people-first initiatives that foster thriving, inclusive workplaces. So she is an alumna of IMT Ghaziabad with a background in economics and has a sharp focus on designing and implementing forward-thinking, impactful HR solutions that build diverse and high-performing teams. So she is a results-driven leader with extensive borderless experience and expertise in people strategy and workforce transformation, and is passionate about leveraging transformational HR strategies, cross-functional collaborations, and employee-centric innovations to elevate organizations and unlock their full potential. So ladies and gentlemen, Sakshi Bajaj. Please. Our second panelist is Kanchan Chahal. Kanchan, please. So, Kanchan is a global leader and an international talent management and DEI advisor. Her almost 3-decade career in human resource management spans across business segments such as retail, technology, IT, manufacturing, sourcing, telecom, and services. So you've basically gone through all, no? She was global head of talent management at Bata Brands, covering India, Africa, Europe, Latin America, Asia, and the Pacific. So basically the world. So she was also executive director at Xerox India, leading HR operations for the entire Asia Pacific region. She is a multi-awarded leader with a long list of recognitions, the latest of which are the emerging L&D leader for 2024 and 2023 Chief HR Officer of the Year. So Kanchal has worked for a variety of multinational and national corporations in the areas of leadership development, careers and succession planning, designing and delivering HR policy frameworks, driving robust talent management and diversity, equity, and inclusion strategies. She is a mother of two who strives to continuously learn and innovate. So ladies and gentlemen, again, Kanchan Chahal. So our third panelist is Ritvik Lokose, a lawyer, entrepreneur, and founder of Vahura and Count Select. Ritvik, are you here with us? Yes. So Vahura, one of Ritvik's ventures, is a specialist executive search firm for strategic functions such as law, finance, compliance, and risk management. So Count Select, his other venture, helps select legal compliance departments implement modern delivery models using AI, specialist teams, and legal operations. His passion for innovation in areas related to talent, technology, and strategy makes him a trusted advisor to managing partners, general counsels, and boards. So after graduating from the National Law School in Bangalore, he worked as a corporate lawyer with India's largest firm and then went on to co-found ventures in talent management, online learning, and consulting. So Ritvik is also involved in mentoring programs such as the No Change Makers Left Behind program by the Agami and Citizen Innovation Lab at IIM Ahmedabad. Ashoka's 2021 report on mapping change-making in law and justice in India recognized his work and contributions. So he is also a qualified mediator, impaneled with the CAMP, and also serves on the Advisory Council of TalentNomics India. He is also very passionate about folk music in India. So he advises folk musicians on their legal rights and co-produces Umeed Express, a music collective of folk and indie musicians. So ladies and gentlemen, Ritvik Lokosi. So I will join you seated. Okay, so in my script, they first told me that you need to set the context. So I will do so, no? Workplace diversity and equity has become increasingly important in businesses today, and their impact on a company's bottom line can be really significant. So there's an entire gamut of research literature documenting and providing tangible evidence of how diversity, equity, and inclusion is positively correlated with business performance. First, diverse teams bring diverse perspectives, leading to enhanced innovation, creativity, and improved decision-making. Second, inclusive workplaces retain top talents, and employees are also most likely to stay in organizations where they feel, valued and included. Third, companies that actively engage in DEI initiatives often have a stronger reputation, and this reputation can lead to increased customer loyalty, improved brand image, and even higher sales. So in today's socially conscious world, consumers and investors increasingly care about a company's stance on social issues. So DEI initiatives are not just ethical imperatives. So they have tangible positive effects on a company's financial performance, talent retention, and brand reputation. However, I think everyone who reads the news can recognize that there is a pushback against DEI. So we see some discussions how companies are scaling back on their DEI initiatives, maybe because of economic challenges and sometimes shifting priorities. So this panel will center largely on how can organizations sustain progress in gender equity given current economic challenges? So, Sakshi, you're the nearest to me, so I will ask you first, no? Given that we are seeing some large corporations scaling back on their DEI efforts, can you tell us what impact this will have on workplace gender equity? Why and how should companies remain committed to diversity, equity, and inclusion strategies and programs?
Absolutely. That's a no pressure question. So I'll take one for the team and go first. But on the onset, I think I would like to say that Manika Avasthi, who is our CPO for Compass Group India, was supposed to be on the panel. She's not keeping well, and I got this honorable opportunity to sort of represent her and the organization. So apologies on her behalf. And my prep's only about 24 hours old. So if I may refer to my notes to articulate my passion and be respectful to everybody's time, I would sort of request that permission. Coming back to the question, Chris, I think there is an executive mandate this January that we all saw, where there are companies who are now quoting going back to core operations, business priorities, economic mandates. They're sort of looking at all of that when they say that we would like to scale back. And you can see some organizations have been very open about it. Google and PepsiCo have sort of retracted their steps on their hiring mandates. IBM has sort of also seen that they want to look at how they sort of call this space. Instead of DE and I, they're saying it's diverse, opportunity, and inclusive. So they're trying to sort of obviously move away from it. But how does it really India, how do we see it in India's context? We are modernizing at a very rapid pace, but our inclusion is very uneven and very deeply rooted in our socio-economic inequities. So if we sort of look at our numbers, which is our reality, our women are representative of the workforce, which is at 26%, which is Asia's lowest, against an average global of 47%. If you look at the board, only 8.9% women are represented in board, and the CXO level are much lesser. I won't even go to LGBTQ representation because that's almost negligible. But if you go to persons with disability, they are 2.2% of our population, but their representation in the workforce is 0.5 as per ILO India, in the structured workforce that we can actually measure. The numbers beyond would be obviously unimaginable for all of us and not something that we are really proud of. So our organization scaling back, yes. As a country, what do we really need to do? We need to really make sure that we are going in the right direction. We are making sure that we are not really we are sort of looking at these numbers, but we're also looking at organizations that are doing great stuff. If you look at why does it matter and what do D&I do? As per GPTW, 1.4x higher retention and 2.9x higher productivity is there if you are a diverse organization. Your investors, your clients, your future talent are more invested in you and see you as a more future-ready organization if you are invested in D&I. LinkedIn did a report, and they said 70% of candidates are more committed to joining an organization if they see their values are very inclusive and they see themselves aligning to it. So all of this really shows us that there is merit in sort of doing all of this. I don't think that's the question. I think what we're sort of looking at is what are organizations really doing here? So before I come to what Compass is really doing, Tata Steel has started this beautiful program called Women at Mines. They are taking women in unrepresented and underrepresented areas like mining and manufacturing. Infosys is driving an I Pride and more gender inclusive policies where they've driven their whole gender balance teams to be 40% and a growing representation in their LGBTQ population that they have in their workforce. At Compass, we believe in having policies that are fair, that are inclusive. We have a women leaders network that provides people the community to begin with. And we are heavily investing in women leadership development because these are the things that you really need to sort of, pick up and scale. And I don't want this to be a monologue anymore. So while I have a few more ideas, I would really, say if the panel wants to pitch in here, so I'll sort of pause.
So on that note, I think I'll go over to Kachan. I think you've jumped industries for, I don't know how many times already. I forgot how many industries you've had experience in. Maybe from that view, you've maybe seen some best practices and that can, give us some overview of what are the best practices in the areas of diversity, equity, and inclusion. And in spite of these best practices, what are the challenges that still remain?
Thank you, Chris. Firstly, compliments to Ipshita, Lavang, Ambassador May, for leading the journey outside some of the work that we do inside of the corporations, right? You're leaders that we all look upon and learn from. So today when I was listening to Ipshita, where she talked about the vision and the learnings of Norway, it just tells us that from a corporation lens and from the companies that I've worked with, we're on the path. Yeah, the path is sometimes a little slow, but change always takes time. There's no magic word to make this happen. And for us as HR directors and CHROs and members of board sitting on this side, the endeavor is always to push and nudge and get them to see the other side of the perspective on why this is important. what impact it has on the business, and an ROI. You talked about the US impact on the Norway economy. We have a similar conversation going all the time on bottom lines and what it means to have more of a diverse workforce inside. Sharply, Chris, to come back to the question that you asked, I think leadership walk the talk, and therefore the culture that the corporations have is a great enabler for having more women. Of course, it's when we talk about an equitable workforce, it's much larger than gender, but have more women in the workforce. Strong mentorship programs. So is it an anchorage that is required to millennial young women who are coming in at the senior most leadership levels and really have someone to talk to on a day-to-day basis in terms of what are the challenges they're facing, how can they overcome that? So mentorship. The third one in my mind is not DEI, but it's DEIB, and the sense of belongingness that we need to create for the women. Yeah, it's much larger, and women largely operate from the heart, and therefore how do you create that sense of belongingness that automatically leads to a level of a loyalty to the corporation and wanting to make that extra effort. So in my mind, it's not DEI. I think DEI is gone, dusted, and spoken of many, many times. But it's that last B element which is creating that sense of belongingness for them. Flexibility to operate, flexible work environments where you're not asked the question in terms of which part of the world are you operating for. In my career of 30 years and being a millennial mom today, one of the factors that kept me going was that flexibility. And people not asking me where I was operating out of, so long as I could get onto a flight, operate, finish my task late at night or early morning, still go for my run in the morning, and stuff like that. So flexibility, and societal norms, you talked about it briefly in terms of it's not the woman who has to manage the baby at home. If you have maternity benefits, paternal leave, etc., those kind of things being woven into your HR policies and programs, you're going to be able to hold on to women at a much, much larger level. Your numbers are going to be better. So Chris, does that kind of answer?
Yeah, so summarizing that, I think you've shared about 5 best practices, no? Starting from the top, creating a leadership culture that is inclusive, creating and sustaining strong mentorship programs, giving women and other sectors this sense of community and belongingness, flexible workplaces, and of course, changing social norms through maybe putting in maternity leave, integrating parental leave into your organizations or processes. So on that note, I think I would like to go to India's legislative and policy framework and maybe ask Ritvik now, from this legal and policy standpoint, are companies in India doing enough to promote gender equitable workplaces? Can you share what the biggest wins are? Are there gaps? Where do you see them, and how can these be addressed?
Thanks, Chris. So I'll focus on two bright spots which are, I think, well known. The first is really with boards, and I want to thank Shweta Rao, Avi, and Priyanka for this data. So like Norway had quotas for boards, this came into effect about 10 years ago in India, and we've seen a change. So today, if you look at, this is the National Stock Exchange data. So in terms of all board seats today, 21% of all board seats are occupied by women, and 97% of NSE companies have at least one woman director. So that's been some change. In terms of independent directors, we're at 28%. So 28% of all independent directors are women. However, there's a long way to go. If you look at all executive director roles, there's a big difference. So in terms of executive directors, we're only at 10%. And if you look at CEOs or managing directors of companies, we're only at 5%. Right? So there's a long way to go on that front. But certainly, board composition does influence policies. Today, when we talk to boards, the conversation doesn't stop at one woman director. The conversation now is about the percentage in terms of the overall composition of the board. So we're even seeing the tone of the conversation start to change. The other bright spot, and today I think it's something that we take for granted, which is a good thing. I think if you look at the prevention of sexual harassment implementation in terms of training, I think there's been a shift in terms of the norm, and it's really gone from what was a problem that an individual had to take care of, especially if you're a woman that's in an uncomfortable situation. It's now moved to a systemic response, and that safety at the workplace, while it's nowhere close to where it should be, at least I think it's a bright spot in terms of some normative changes happening at the corporate level. But that being said, there's a long way to go. If you look at, again, I think you quoted if you look at FLPR, right? So female labor, yeah. So if you look at that, I think India is still at that 25 to 30% mark, so there's a long way to go. And really the shift in policy approach needs to go from what is today a largely still welfare-driven policy approach to more, again, I loved Ambassador May's example of how women are contributing much more to the economy than natural resources, to look at it as an investment in human capital. So that shift from welfare to really investing in human capital. I think that's going to be very important. Like the example I think that Sakshi gave with Tata's, one example that from a policy point of view that stands out is HUL, I think about a decade ago or more, started a third eye program where the focus was on bringing intuition and softer skills much more into how you even describe roles. And then to look at roles where there was underrepresentation of women and built out those roles consciously and to show that it can succeed. Right? So I think that was a successful example of how it can be done well.
Thank you, Ritvik. I'd just like to maybe pick up on 2 points that you mentioned. Investing in human capital, a policy shift from very welfare-driven legislation to policies that make human capital, take human capital at its core. So human capital needs to be utilized, right? And human capital needs to be transformed into productive labor. So this is where hiring practices can come in, mentoring practices, retention practices, promotion and advancement practices. So now my question really is for Sakshi. What are the practical steps in these areas in the job cycle that would ensure that women enter the workforce, they remain in the workforce, and that they get promoted into roles that affect and influence decision-making in these organizations that they find themselves in?
Right. See, hiring women is only the start. You will have to ensure as an organization how do they grow, thrive, and lead teams then. Women don't leave your organization because of lack of ambition or sometimes resources. They leave your organization or the will to grow because they don't know where to go. They don't have a clear path defined for themselves in the organization that they are belonging to at the point in time. Promotions, extremely important, but how are they driven today? It is these unspoken rules and the informal network that really, tells you who to promote, who not to. When you start evaluating people on promotions, men are often considered to be great and assertive when they're aggressive, but women are considered to be, they are going to be difficult to manage if they're aggressive. I mean, we all know there's some bit of reality to that. If women is off, the men would mostly be sort of looked into the numbers, however, the women would be seen into their soft skills. So how do you ensure that, they get you will have to really have a very structured approach into be able to have policies in place. Women not only need some of these policies, but also mentors who can be advocates for them. They will have to be given the opportunity to build the same merit as men are making. The equal opportunity doesn't exist today, in all spaces at least. So to be able to really give them that, for example, what we do at Compass, we have a 30% high profile, cross-country, cross-organization mentorship program for women across the globe, where we feel that they will have the platform, community, and advocate to understand the resources they need. What they have is what they should gun for, and you don't really have to be 100% there to be able to apply for a position. And if I go around the room and ask how many of these women really applied for a position, or raise their hand up when there was one opportunity, you would always ask yourself, are you there yet? And you would always ask yourself, what am I missing, instead of, what do I have to really make it work? So, and on the other side, our men counterparts, even at the 60%, would be like, I'll give it a shot. So what they really need is the system to really support them in terms of great mentors to really be their advocates, and really back them up in terms of giving them a platform to build their merit, and then they'll be on their own. You don't really need to do anything much there.
You mentioned a really good point, Sakshi, when you said that women need to know how to define their own careers. So women should take career planning very seriously, trying to find it within themselves what their career goals are, what their objectives are, and try also to identify indicators that measure these types of success. And what companies can actually do is provide that framework for women to actually follow through with their defined career plans, right? Absolutely. So maybe I now go to Kanchan. Within this framework, performance management, leadership development, can you share with us some innovative policies and interventions that ensure that women are given key roles and are included in decision making?
So firstly, I'll take a little bit off from what Ritvik said. I think board representation. I think the journey starts right there, right? So most of the companies that I've had the pleasure and the honor of working with make sure that there's fair representation at the board, sometimes almost going between 33% to even 50%. And they're cutting across not just HR and policy and legislation, but also new age, the AI and the tech pieces, etc. So that's one aspect. So consciously work at that. Second one is what Sakshi kind of talked about. So there's something that in my career we've often used, which is called the balanced workforce strategy, which is right at the hiring stage. Provided that the skill level and the competence level is the same, you're making sure that you're putting up candidates for every role at a certain level and above. So BFS is something that leaders have, in most corporations, are now comfortable with, so that you're getting them at the ground root level. How do you hold on to them? I think great programs like global mentorship programs. So reaching out to your excos globally and telling them that they need to give some bit of their time to make sure that we are able to hold on to this population of women and really have that one-on-one connect with them. Leadership development is another area. Make sure that all the seats on the table are not just given to a certain gender. And I'm not going to say men or women here, but are balanced from the standpoint of your next level grooming that you're doing for your leadership roles. Whether it is a leaders program or it's a high flyers program, those are structured programs in which as HR, we definitely sit and look at numbers and say, is it skewed? Is it only men that we're taking in? Or is it only women? Are we seeing more of a representation from a certain region? So how is Africa doing as compared to Europe? and how's India doing as compared to rest of Asia Pacific. Those are conversations which are encouraged. Pay for parity, it's not about, and that kind of from an HR lens talks about calibration. So it's not limited to just your manager deciding between a Ritwik and a Sakshi. It's your next levels and they getting involved and their next levels and saying, okay, do they have a say in promotion? Do they have a say in how pay levels need to be kind of rolled out in organizations? Those are open, candid, transparent conversations which I encourage rather than just being left to one manager. So pay for parity. And the last one is very close to my heart, which is positive reformation. So it's really about encouraging and starting a conversation saying, hey, you did this on the floor. This is something that really worked well for us from a company standpoint. So these would be some examples, some very structured, but some really coming from the heart.
Yeah, I really like what you said about representation, giving women a seat at the table, because what gets represented is given an opportunity to participate, to engage in decision making. And once that participation is turned into a policy framework, it gets integrated in your work processes, it gets integrated in your workflows. And when it gets integrated into your workflows, it also gets measured, right? You try to identify indices, metrics, and it gets monitored. But I would just like to maybe ask, how can we make, this question is specifically addressed to Ritwik. Many organizations, they try to approach gender equity as more of a compliance issue rather than a culture building effort. So how can organizations move beyond this mentality of just ticking all of the check boxes to truly fostering an inclusive workplace?
So compliance has its place. It's a, I think, necessary precondition because there's oversight, but compliance is only going to be the lowest common denominator. And culture is really the key. I want to give a shout out to Mahalakshmi Ravishankar, who's the global head of compliance at WNS. And I spoke to her before this to say, I asked her this very question, because she's someone who really talks about compliance, beyond compliance, and really building culture. So her recommendation was to look at frameworks that have worked in other areas. For example, in safety, the Bradley curve, there are 4 stages of the Bradley curve. This was developed first at DuPont and then it's become industry standard. Stage 1 is really laissez-faire, right? You're hoping that individuals will do the right thing. Stage 2 is when you start to focus on the individual and, stage 2 is when you have control and observation. So you have compliance comes into place and you have rules, you have enforcement of rules. Stage 3 is when it moves to, if you take the safety kind of example, that every individual must believe that safety is important for them individually. It's important to be safe individually, right? So then culture and behavior starts to change. And stage 4 is when you move to teams looking at the same issue and you have a system of mutual consideration. So this inner belief plus mutual consideration plus teams, and then you have to add motivation, then you have to add the carrot as well. I think that combination can build culture, but then at the end of the day, culture comes to the top, right? It's the behavior that leaders model. That's when, as an employee in a company, you know whether, you know what the real culture is, right? What's the difference between what is stated and what is, what's in action. So I think I'd say that's one. I think that the deeper issue, and again, this was to me also like I thought, as a man, when Mahalakshmi was speaking, I think for me it was a kind of revelatory moment, because there are societal stereotypes, right? So for example, when we look at, I think for men it's pretty much a linear progression, but I think for women there's a greater chance that there will be some breaks.
We
right?
have an
So-
M curve.
Yeah, exactly, right? Now, the way that organizations respond to these breaks and how, for example, you take a performance management system, right? What assumptions do you make during that break period when you don't have a performance rating, right? Or conversations around role changes. At some level, there's a layer behind that in terms of societal norms. For example, if the assumption is that, hey, the job is not as important for you economically because you're contributing to another job in the family, that's actually the underlying issue, culturally. So the cultural point goes beyond the organization. The cultural point really starts from society, and then it feeds into this kind of decision making as well.
Yeah, it's pretty complex once behavior, structures, and society expectations interact together, no? I think before we add more insights, I'd really like to open now the panel to our audience. Yes, I see hands already. Great. I don't have to prompt you, sir. Please. And then, ma'am, you'll be the next, okay? I'll take 2 questions at a time, and then I will let our panelists answer them. Okay, sir, you go ahead first. Yes.
Hello, please. I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivahare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. So my question, what is meant by talent mindset, talent rotation, and talent life cycle in terms of artistic, intellectual, physical, and social?
Heavy. Okay. So what does it mean when you apply the talent life cycle to more artistic pursuits? Is this the question?
Yeah.
All right. Good. Can we have the next? Yes, ma'am. Can you please give her the microphone so that she can make the second question?
Yeah, hello everyone. My question is centered around the discussion points. While we all spoke about, creating the sense of belonging and maybe equal or more representation at the board. When we speak of DEI, as it was maybe a few years back, it was always that we have to do an equal representation of women, LGBTQ, whichever ways. And somewhere, any movement without the investment of the senior management is not possible. Now with this, backtracking global of this whole DEI thing, how do we ensure that our CEOs or our senior management or this thing, they continue to be invested? Like we say that they, nothing gets pushed without that. And we all know that the journey so far has also not been easy. So with the focus shifting, how are we going to ensure the same momentum, even if it is a baby step, that we continue doing our work?
It's an easy one. Let me take that on. If you're able to establish the link between what your business model is and your bottom lines are, then the challenge goes out of the hands of HR leaders into the hands of the business leaders. Because they're seeing the ROI. And let me give you a closer home example of how at Bata we talk about it. At Bata we talk about the fact that 80% of your shopper experiences by the lady who's going and shopping for shoes, not just for herself, but also for the family and her toddler. And how will you relate to that consumer if you don't have a gender balance within your workforce in terms of the naturalizer shoes that I'm wearing and what color would I like and is purple the queen of the month, etc. So if you're able to establish the link between the business model to the business outcomes and the ROIs, then the conversation and the challenge is not for HR anymore. Then it's a business discussion. Saying, why am I not seeing a better range of shoes? What are the latest colors in? And let me tell you, it's not a conversation at the junior level. It is a conversation at the board. Saying, what are the new flavors? And I've seen that in my career at PepsiCo. I've seen that at Xerox, where we were selling printers to a retailer like Bata. So it's about marrying it back into the business strategy and then business leaders owning it. That's where the true success for HR and management teams is going to be. The conversation is not to be limited to a good to have policy. He talked about sexual harassment and stuff like that. These are things to be taken seriously, and the conversations have to be driven with seriousness. And so therefore it's not just about another case happening in another region, or did it get reported out or whatever. What's the connotation of that case? What does it mean for our business? Yeah? Does that kind of answer your question?
Yeah, sort of. I'm still not very convinced, because I still feel that, the point which is getting missed is, where is that shift going to happen? I understand what you're saying is that it comes as a business decision where you see the ROI, but to reach that stage where people sit up and take notice of the ROI, what is it that is going to bring that? It's there right now also, and we are saying that it's going to be there, but still it has been it's not been a very easy journey.
In my understanding, if you're able to link it to business, the battle is 80% won. And it's not just on gender, it could be on anything. It could be on inclusivity programs. If you run an inclusivity program and just have women in the room, you're not doing justice to the program. Because it's business leaders who need to be educated around what does it mean to be inclusive. Male, female, both. So, and what's the impact? The impact when you're talking inclusion and gender, and it's much larger, because the economies are becoming, today we're dealing with a global economy. It's not just about one region, one continent, etc. And that's what we're seeing in terms of whatever is rolling out in the socio-economic arena. So if you're talking global citizenship and you're talking global economies, then inclusion needs to be part of that. And that's where you start the journey, rather than just say we're going to do another inclusion program. So that's just one example.
Thank you.
Thank you.
If I can.
Yes, please.
So I was curious about this current attack on diversity and the context of it. And recently, the Equal Employment Opportunity Commission sent 25 letters to the top law firms in the US. And because we work with a lot of law firms, we've been tracking that quite closely. So this tension between diversity and discrimination is kind of, so there's a part 7 of the Equal Employment Opportunity Act in the US. So the summary of this is essentially so it's not a ban on diversity or diversity programs. Essentially the effect is that there is what happened today is it's an information request that's come. There may be additional questions and investigations that may happen, but essentially I think the parts of interpretation, and there's been some recent case law, like with Harvard, in terms of race discrimination, etc. That essentially justification has to be given on certain criteria, right? In terms of are you undoing historical damage? Is it for a certain period of time? Will there be consequential harm to another protected segment? So there are some criteria, but one, it's one part of the world. Second, I think if we look at organizations, this has become now a value individually, and I think it's gone beyond just a compliance aspect. So one change is, I think organizations will do what they need to do to protect themselves legally. So we're seeing changes in terms of head of diversity to head of inclusion or belonging. So we'll see those tactical changes happen, but I think this is also a real time to stand up to values that you believe in, not just when it's convenient and fashionable, but when it's tested. This is the time to really stand up. So,
I mean, with the convenience, your agendas cannot be driven by mandates or budget constraints, right? Like, it has to be the business. Like, you can't treat DEIB as a separate entity or segment. It has to be business. Just to add as with an example of what Kanchan said, that
you have to sort of marry to what the business wants or needs. And if when they see the value, it really sort of, you don't have to push for it, then there'll be a pull. But how do you? For example, one of the things is that when you have a sexual harassment policy and committee and everything in place, but we all know how many people do really stand up and report if they go through an incident or if they see anybody going through an incident like this. If you don't create that psychological safety, it's just a lip service.
Yeah.
And there are pieces like these which will tell you if you're really doing justice to it, and if you do, then what kind of value will it bring back to the organization with the trust that people will have and the belonging that we really want the people to really have.
Yes.
To a case kind of a thing.
Yeah. So just to also give some thought to how this can be done, I agree that it has to be linked to business, which is the starting point, of course. So in terms of just probably it's framing of narrative. So instead of just talking about what it could, how every extra penny spent is going to add to your profit, all of us as individuals are extremely loss averse, right? So loss aversion, bringing the narrative to what you will lose out on could be actually more compelling than just saying that you could gain something by this, because as Her Excellency pointed out, right, that how much of GDP would be lost had it not been a gender inclusive policy that would have been in place. Probably that narrative is more compelling, is what I think.
Thank you for that insight. Maybe we can just take up the first question. How can the talent life cycle be applied to artistic pursuits? And maybe I would like Ritvik to answer. You have a really interesting background on folk music. That's something artistic, so maybe you can try to take a crack at that question?
This is the toughest question I've got on any panel anywhere. But interestingly enough, the thing with, in many ways, at least the way the music industry works is, it's almost like what the future of work is likely to be, which is that, for example, every musician is part of many different bands, right? Or their way of earning a livelihood is you will do your individual show as a sessions musician, then you're part of multiple bands, you're teaching, so it's and it's tough. It's not easy. So one of the things that with Umid Express that we're actually going to do in 2 weeks is we're working with a fantastic group of people called CollabX, and they work with teams, they work with us in terms of building winning teams. And we're asking that question, like, what does a winning team look like in this kind of scenario where, as an individual, you have many different work identities at the same time? So but how do you bring that orientation to that particular group for that project, right? Or maybe the movie industry is like that, because people come together for one project, you do it for like a year, and then you, I don't have the answer, it's a fascinating question, and I think something that's going to become more and more relevant, because the future of work is going to be more managed freelance, the career trajectories are going to be different as opposed to, it's a great question, and if someone has an answer, please let me know.
No, but I would say have a lot of fluidity when you are managing talent in artistic spaces, because you cannot give them a boundary to really perform, create, and do the business that they're there to do. But if you allow them to be who they are, and that's pretty much what inclusion is. And just going back to one of the quotes I read somewhere, that equality is having a party and inviting everybody to it. Equity is letting them choose the playlist, and inclusion is let them dance what they want to. I mean, so that's probably, one way to look at it, that just let them be who they are. Like, you don't really create a boundary around them. Kanchan?
Yeah, I think the question came from an ISRO scientist, right? Yeah. So I'm just correlating it to my time at PepsiCo and at Xerox. I think creative spaces are around, largely what I've seen is around the innovation centers. And when you're dealing with a lot of scientists all the time who are innovating the next big tech or the next big breakthrough, from an HR lens, what that requires is a very different type of what in parlance we call technical laddering, right? And they're kind of relate with what Sakshi kind of talked about and give them a longer gestation period that comes in from a P&L standpoint, their career standpoint, and not have a day-to-day, monthly kind of a questioning on what they're delivering, what's the ROI, what's the output, etc. Because they're talking next cloud and they're talking next tech and they're delivering to centers in the US, etc. So my answer back sharply on talent is that it requires a different handling. You need to think out of the box. You need to be creative with them. Their creative workspaces need to be different. Their policies a lot of times need to be different, right? And so being aware and having more robust conversations with them to really understand what is it that they want and then solving for that. The answer I'd give you.
Yeah. Thank you very much. I'm afraid, everyone, that we don't have time. As much as I'd like to take on your questions, our panel time is limited. So with this, I think I'll leave you with maybe one takeaway from this entire very insightful and interesting conversation. And this is that when organizations that recognize the value of diversity and inclusion are adapting to trends that prioritize accountability, global inclusion, and employee well-being, all of which contribute to long-term organizational success. So with that, I end this panel and I thank our panelists for their insightful contribution and you, our conference participants, for your active participation and engagement. So thank you, everyone, and have a nice morning.
Thank you so much, Chris, and thank you so much, panelists. It was extremely insightful, and I know that we're going to break for tea. So let's remember, building gender-responsive workplaces means everyone gets a seat at the table. And an equal shot at a cup of coffee and tea, and a samosa and a croissant if you want one during this break. But before we step out, a little bit of a note. It's important that we'll have tables later discussing on various points and issues that we've deliberated on today. Each table will be led by a senior leader. So please do pick your table later in the day, and we'd love to hear from you. But for me, more important is the two key takeaways that I took from this panel. Inclusive policies aren't just good ethics, they're good for business as well. So I hope that's a key takeaway that we're walking away with. And more important, equity is about giving more to some, but ensuring opportunities to all. So with this note, I'll say enjoy your break, grab a coffee, network a little, and make new friends. And please do come back in 20 minutes. We're stickler for time, and we'll start on time. See you all in a little while.
Everyone, can I request everyone to start settling down? Folks outside. Yeah. I'm not sure if my voice is audible outside. No? I have to physically push people? Literally. Yes, I can see some TalentNomics members to start pushing people in. The person with that bell is a savior. Ah, wonderful. Lava, can you shut the doors? Thank you. Any Ernest Hemingway fans in the room? For whom the bell tolls? I wonder if he wrote that book for this conference today. But anyway, it has been an interesting morning with some lovely keynotes. Of course, we've had our first panel and our first break. We'll change the format a bit from a panel to a fireside on walking the talk, fostering the Equiverse. My co-MC Lavang, who's, again, I will remind everybody in the room, for folks who were not here in the morning, is very, very scared to be on stage. So we did make a promise in the early parts of the morning to say that we'll give her a bigger round of applause every time she comes on stage. So with Lavang is Kishore Ajwani, who Lavang will introduce. And I will give you a tidbit on Kishore after we are done with this session.
Yeah. I'll give you 10 minutes of my session. I'm just hoping that people have been able to grab their teas and coffees and are ready to be back inside. You can bring your tea and coffee inside. We allow that. I think most of you understand Hindi in this room, but, and I will translate it into English for Paul, for sure. But before I go into a little bit of a poetic mode, it's my pleasure to introduce a game changer in journalism, Mr. Kishore Ajwani on my right. As managing editor of News 18 India and the face of 100 Baat Ki Ek Baat, 100 Baat Ki Ek Baat, he's not just reporting news, he's redefining it. When he took over in 2016, IBN 7 was struggling. Today, News 18 India leads Hindi news and talks about transformation. And TalentNomics is also about transformation, Kishore. So thank you so much for being here. He's got over 2 decades in journalism, from Z News to ABP. He's launched iconic shows, and if I go on reading, we'll only be here for the next 30 minutes talking about him. But beyond news, he champions diversity and inclusion, and that's what we are here for today. And he leads by example. You should ask his wife, business leader Shilpa Ajwani, please raise your hand. And of course, their son, who probably debate over dinner with him about headlines. Let's hear it for the journalist and a huge round of applause for Kishore. Kishore, please welcome. And I'm going to break into a little bit of a Hindi poem, so please come up before I do that. किशोर अजवानी जी की खबरों में जान, किशोर अजवानी जी की खबरों में जान, सच और हौसले की पहचान. I learnt it by watching all his news shows over the last 1 month. In English, Paul, it translates into Kishore Ajwani leads with grit and grace, redefining news, setting the pace. That's the man of the hour. Please have a seat. Filled with men and women, if I may say so.
It's like it's the usual for me. I'm working in the studio, and I have a teleprompter.
So you needed a teleprompter here? You needed a teleprompter here? This is a technical snack. Doesn't happen when he's on his show. I'm a novice. That's why it's happening.
Yeah, sorry. No, I have a teleprompter here. She's sitting there.
Like I was saying earlier, and I think there was an issue on volume. How does it feel to be live on a stage with so many men and women where you're not in control of what's going on in the studio?
As I said, see, it was scary when I was invited here. Scary in the sense that we're talking of fostering an Equiverse, and
They can't hear you. Is there a problem, people? You can't stop Kishore Rajwani from speaking.
can you? Is it okay? Yeah. So I work in Hindi news, and so our audience is the Hindi-speaking regions of this country. That's mainly small-town India, and Equiverse is we're very far from Equiverse in that region. So that's a challenge, and when you called me here, I thought about it. Are we actually fostering an Equiverse in the real India, or the India that? Sorry.
This is all being done by Adenauer, by the way, because he wants to steal the thunder. I will just give
This fine, yeah.
Are we okay now, Disha? Okay. Yes.
Yeah, that India is what really. Can you? It's okay. Yeah. Yeah. So that India is what really matters in terms of numbers also, and if we are actually to foster an Equiverse in this country, it's the tier 2, tier 3, and rural India where we should be actually working on, and being in Hindi media, that's one responsibility I think we have.
I agree so much with you, and I think it is the tier 2 and 3 India, which is the real India where we need to be working. Now down to some serious stuff that we want to discuss with you. You know, the media is such a powerful platform, and I've been in an industry where I deal with media on an ongoing basis, and I do see the power. What, according to you, is it that's helping shape narratives through media platforms?
Tier 3 towns. And the mental conditioning is so entrenched. See, there is this thing that this is a woman's work. And the second part of the flip side of that is that a woman's work is no work. Now that gets into all narratives, whether and it's not that people don't even realize what when they present any matter or any topic on media on that. We are into this trap of bad news comes as good news. I'll tell you how. For example, in COVID, What was the good news? That so many people are helping in oxygen cylinders. That's great news.
Yeah.
But it's actually bad news. Why should people be helping out in oxygen cylinders? Why shouldn't our system work on that? Similarly, you remember we had this stampede in the New Delhi station in Kumbh Mela. And we had this story of this lady constable who had her baby and doing her duty. That was presented as good news.
Yep.
And you're loading this, you're making women carry the burden of resilience and multitasking, and women also happily take that.
It's conditioning in our country.
Yeah, it's condition. So earlier it used to be women are supposed to be virtuous and silent. Now they're supposed to be resilient and multitasking.
Hypertasking.
Hypertasking.
Yeah.
And they happily take that on. At home they take it. They take on work which is supposed to be a woman's work, and when the man helps out, it's also helping out.
Yeah, I agree.
Still woman's work, okay, but I'm helping you out. And that goes on to work, and we shape narratives out when we, so as I said about this New Delhi railway station cop story, even the script writers who were writing that, people who were reporting that in our organization, in all organizations, they didn't realize that, you know, this is not how it should be, and nobody bothered about how was she carrying out this whole in that whole atmosphere. Her husband was posted in Jammu Kashmir, if I remember right. But she was supposed to carry the baby, and she was supposed to be Mother India. And that trope is that conditioning. When we talk of Equiverse, you know, as I said, this is supposed to be women's work, and women's work is no work. I remember a story, and which I am very passionate about. We keep on harping on that. Everyone knows about this midday meal scheme in Indian schools.
Yeah.
Most of us don't know, and this was a question in the parliament, this was a response to a question in the parliament, that who makes these midday meals? They are supposed to be cooked inside the school premises. Those women, I mean, we have stories on problems in food and it's contaminated, or children fall sick, and all those stories are there. But who makes those? Who makes those meals? You know, how much do they get?
I don't even want to guess. It must be like a really, really low number.
It's 1,000 rupees per month.
That's why I said I don't even want to guess. It's pathetic is the only word.
Because it's honorarium. When you classify it as honorary work, you can go below the minimum wage. Otherwise, they would have to give the minimum wage. So they give it as honorarium. Some states, so this is 1,000 rupees from the central government. State governments can add on to that. Some states do add on to that, but still it's 1,000 rupees. We have politicians in this country winning elections. We are giving 2,500 rupees per month to women. That's just for being a woman. And here, women are working, making meals. They get 1,000. And that's not even a story. That's not even news. That's something nobody is bothered about. So when this was one of the small questions in Parliament, and we decided to make a show on that. even girls working in the script writing, they said, ये तो लड़कियां है ना. I mean, they तो इन गाँव में आप जानते नहीं हैं वो, they get 1,000, this is fine, because it's women's work. It's not that only women can do that. Even men are cooks in schools, but most of them are women.
So, Kishore, can I interrupt and ask you, how do you address this? Because when you have women in your team who are saying, ye to ladkiyan hain, yeah, these are women, how are you working around this, and how do you look at this and work around this challenge, brief them? How are they going to change from a mindset perspective?
It's tough, it's difficult, it starts from home. It starts from home. I say, these millennials, I don't know about Gen Z because I lost track after the millennials. So these millennials, they are into this, I'm sorry, manifesting and new thought movement. I believe, one thing that if we can make the men do is
make the men do more?
Is just tell them that, whatever you do, however you work, however you are, your demeanor, your behavior, every moment you are manifesting your son-in-law.
I love that. I think a lot of people in the room love that. Yes.
Whatever you do is the son-in-law you're going to get. I think, and the universe will give you the son-in-law that you are, and then it will be an Equiverse.
Agreed. See how Ipsita's laughing away and smiling with satisfaction?
No, it's like, so as you said, how do you change that? You try to be or show what it could be to women, but it's difficult because that comes from home.
True. And also I think without realizing, you must be mentoring so many women and men that you work with. And I'm sure you have the opportunity to help in that mindset change with them as well. It's slow and gradual, but I think the path has started and that's the right road to be on. I wanted to move gears a little bit about your home, because I know that your wife's sitting here in the audience. He told me a little while ago, 2 दिन से she's been behaving very nicely with me, by the way. So अब पता नहीं आज के बाद क्या होगा, but it's an Equiverse. Shilpa, please continue treating him like that. You know what I wanted to actually ask you is, she was a very young CEO, right, when she became CEO the first time. And she's also a mother to a young son that you'll have. How did you support each other? And how did you make sure there was, that kind of equity at home, which obviously gets carried on to work as well?
I don't think we thought of it as supporting each other or equity. It's like she was working. So when I'll go back to my media thing. So like when we write scripts, I tell people, and they would like, she's a working woman. What is a working woman? Even the government has this nomenclature, working women's hostel. I mean, you don't have working men's hostel, like, or when we have stories on, like the woman cop I talked about, they'll say, "वो महिला पुलिस थी."
बिल्कुल, yeah.
You have to specify why. Why would you need to do that? Stereotyping was. Now coming back to home, no, I don't think so. We didn't have to do much, and that may be because it's easy to, you can have this trope of making the woman guilty. I think I used that.
To your advantage at times?
Yeah, if you just even so I used to bathe the child, I used to get him ready, because both of them used to go together. She used to drop him to school and she was getting ready herself. So I used to do all that, bathe the child, get him ready, make him have breakfast. वो इतना सा करने से हो जाता है.
And that made her really happy, right?
Yeah, and be happy and guilty.
What about your family members?
Huh?
What about your family members? Your
We've-
mother, your father?
No, they've never lived with us.
But the fact that you were bathing the child, getting the child ready, did you all face any sort of dissatisfaction from family members, or it was
Nothing.
okay?
No, I don't think.
That means you're very lucky.
Yeah, could be.
Yeah.
Huh.
Because I think some of us are privileged and some of us are not. Because we all have family members who just can't come to terms with the fact that men and women will equally bring up their children and look after their home. And
Yeah,
have
because as I
successful
said, it's
careers.
supposed to be women's work,
Yes,
and
yes.
women's work is no work. Yeah, maybe yes. In India, as I believe, and that's why women don't get time at home. They just don't get time at home.
So they either give up their careers or they bring up their children, or
Yeah, you can only get time at home if you don't have a career, as in you don't have a career working outside. There's data that says that 75% of women in India, 75% of women in India, non-pregnant, non-lactating women in India are anemic.
True. Yes.
And that's
The
because of
reasoning
this.
Because they don't care for themselves.
They don't care for
Yes,
themselves. And
yes.
even in homes like ours, it's and it's partly with the women also, because they've been conditioned so that they take on this burden of, for example, a small matter in our homes, leftover food. So she'll take it upon herself to finish it off.
Yeah.
Not the man. Why? Even if the man doesn't ask her to, which the food has not to be wasted, which is fine. But only she is supposed to take care of that.
How can we use media to influence people so that they start realizing that it's not the woman who needs to be taking the brunt of everything? And how are you using your media
Even
platform?
women
Is
don't
that
realize.
possible?
Even women don't realize they're taking the brunt of everything.
And I'll go back to what I said. It's conditioning. We've been brought up like that. And you're right. When you go deeper into the country, and I would say even in Delhi, you have homes like that, where the woman will eat last, or everything that's left over, it comes onto her plate. But I think it's for women and for the men to be able to get out of that kind of mindset. And do you think media as a platform, I know that there are lots of serials and lots of documentaries and films that are getting made, but personally for you as a media professional, I won't just say it's about the show that you run. What can be done, or is there some new way that the society can look at which will bring about a quicker change rather than the slow, gradual one? I've worked now for 3 decades, and last year I decided to take a sabbatical because I thought I was just doing so much. And I have an extremely supportive family and ecosystem. But if I could feel like that, there must be so many other women in this world, and they can't even take a decision of what to do and do something that they really want to do. Can we use media as a platform? Sorry for the long sort of rant.
It's still a long way to go, and I don't know whether there's a quicker way to do it. But you're talking of serials and films, true. But in everyday usage also, like we in news, I'm not talking of shows specially made for women
No, but I
or
think-
talking
yeah,
of equity, but
yeah.
even in everyday usage, we don't know, men also don't know, and women have to give that leeway to, give that space to men, that they too are conditioned like that. Like I don't know. For example, you were talking about home. So in much later, some time back, a news item got this into me that I didn't even ask my wife whether she wants to change her surname, or she's okay with changing the surname.
Yeah.
I didn't even. I thought, and that's also because in my community, after marriage, even the first name is changed.
Like a rebirth of a person.
Yeah, like a rebirth of a person. You get a horoscope at the time of the marriage and change the first name also.
So namkaran hota hai.
हाँ, नामकरण होता है. So, which I asked her, and she said, obviously, she said no, and I said, yeah, that's fine. Why should somebody change your name? So I thought I was being progressive, and my family was being progressive. We are not changing the first name. We are great, but we didn't think of this surname at all.
Yeah.
So, it's all going to be very gradual. Now I realize I should have asked that, and now I realize, yeah, we were wrong. And so it's going to be gradual, as I said. It'll take a long time in everyday usage. We get a lot of people from Lucknow, Eastern UP, and their language is hum. वो मैं नहीं बोलते हैं. And nobody realizes that how did this hum thing come about? That's from the Nawabs, and they think they're using the royal pronoun.
Yeah.
But it actually was meant to neutering the gender. कि वो महिला तो बांधी है.
Yeah.
वो कैसे बोलेगी कि मैं आ रही हूँ, हम आ रहे हैं. न्यूट्रल कर दो.
Wow. That's, I think, very enlightening for all of us.
Yeah, so she loses even that identity.
So she has no identity.
She has no identity.
Literally, yeah.
And that went from Lucknow to Eastern UP. In Bhojpuri has no मैं. It's hum, hamar gaon mein. It's all hum.
You know, Kishore, I really wish we had a lot more time, but I think what you've been telling us over the last...
Even the word aurat.
Haan ji.
So I tell all my colleagues never to use the word aurat. Once you find out the meaning of that, you don't want to use it.
Yeah.
Aurat comes from female genitalia in Arabic.
Oh.
So we always use mahilayen. Just, you know, it'll be gradual.
It'll be gradual, and I think it's also about wanting to understand and know more. Because like I started with, there's so much that happens all around us, and we involuntarily, without even realizing, hurt the other person's sentiment. And only when we are in that hot seat, or we experience it ourselves, is when we realize. Most people in this room, and most people I know, will always come up with the fact, oh, we are very progressive, there's equality, there's equity, but involuntarily, whether it's with your spouse, whether it's with your domestic help, it could be your friends, it could be your cousins, you just do things which actually you shouldn't be doing. But having said that, and like I was saying, I really wish we had much more time. It's been enlightening for me. I've had a discussion with you earlier, but I think the story about the name change, I take that back with me, and what you said about Mahila and Aurat. But before we end this, I have quick 2 questions that I need to ask you. Who makes tea at home when it's Shilpa and you and there's nobody else around?
Makes tea. I mean, she makes it and I make it.
So both of you take turns.
Whosoever gets up first.
Okay. And if you're watching television together and it's a program that one of you wants to watch, who has the final say? Who gets the remote?
Whosoever puts it on first.
I thought you would tell me I'm never there.
Yeah, you're right. She gets to watch it because
more than you, yeah.
More than me, because she gets to watch TV more than me, because I am on TV inside the box.
No, but Kishore, I can't even tell you. I just feel so happy and satisfied after having spoken to you. I've known Shilpa for many years, people, but seeing the other, not better half, but other part of her life, I can imagine the lovely, argumentative debates that they have over dinner tables and breakfast, and also a complete journey of partnership, which I think has come to the forefront today. So I hope there's no debate tonight about her treating you well. Otherwise, I will make a headline on it and put it out on Twitter for sure.
There are no dinner debates.
He's never home for dinner, by the way.
I am never home for dinner. I am on TV.
And that's the reason he was bringing up the child in the mornings, because she was getting ready for work at the end of the day.
Right.
But thank you so much, Kishore. And I think Anish will kick me off if I don't end this now. But I do hope that people have taken some great insights from the conversation that we were having with Kishore Advani. After all, it's 100 baat ki ek baat.
Yeah. So thank you so much.
Thanks, Lavang. Thanks, Kishore. You should all try to catch Kishore before he leaves, because he's also a veritable encyclopedia of travel in India. And he was talking about places in Madhya Pradesh that most of us would not have heard of. Islands in Madhya Pradesh to travel to and stay at. So catch Kishore for travel insight. Kishoropedia, as his wife called it. Thank you. Our next session is quite an interesting one. It's about financial empowerment, bridging the gender wealth gap. We have Shrikant Shastri, who's a huge fan of Bollywood masala. His favorite movie is Diwar. Hamare paas aaj Shrikant hai. And with him are on the panel Farzana, Neeti and Namrata. Farzana is joining us online, so we'll just set up. I will let Shrikant come up and introduce the rest of the panelists. While he does that, we should be technologically set up to have Farzana online. Are Neeti and Namrata here also? Yes. Disha, how much time do you need? Just a minute more? All right. So by the time you start with Neeti and Namrata, Farzana will be online.
Good morning, everyone. And so as it happens, this session is a good way to pick up from what Kishore and Lavang covered in the previous session. The title, I just want to spend 30 seconds talking about one aspect of the title, Bridging the Gender Wealth Gap. I just want to point out that there are plenty of panels, articles, debates about bridging the gender income gap. But today we're talking about bridging the gender wealth gap, and we want to make a distinction. Because in the discussion around income gap, there's conversation about pay parity for the same job, of men and women getting the same salary, and so on and so forth. But what is not often discussed is over a lifetime, women create a lot less wealth than men in terms of assets, property, etc. So that's the focus today. Now, this is important distinction because the wealth gap really hurts. Imagine there's a sudden economic shock that happens or a health impact that happens in the family. That's when wealth gets a lot more depleted and the woman is then left stranded. And therefore, this is an important topic to discuss. I'm going to set this up with 3 short stories. Kishore spoke about the Hindi heartland and small town India. So these are stories where 2 of the stories are about women I've met personally in the last 6 to 8 months, over the last few years, and 1 I have not met. So I want to start with the story, one story which is set in an urban setting in Noida. This is a founder of a startup called the Gourmet Jar, Apeksha Jain, and I haven't met her, but in September last year, she posted on LinkedIn. She's the founder of a startup. She applied for a loan from a non-banking financial company, NBFC, and they declined it because she did not have a male co-founder. And here was a situation where because the loan was denied, It did not give her a chance to invest in the business the way she'd have liked to and create wealth for herself, her team members, etc. Urban setting, educated woman, barrier to creating wealth. On the other hand, in October last year, at the invitation of the local MP in Devariya, UP, I was in Kushinagar in that constituency. Kushinagar, as many of you would know, is a well-known Buddhist pilgrimage city, a town. And so I met this lady called Mamta Kushwaha. She used to own a grocery store facing one of the well-known Buddhist pilgrimage sites in Kushinagar. As it happens, she started with the grocery store, but thanks to help from the local DM, district magistrate, she got access to government funding. She set up a souvenir shop, and she set up a AR/VR booth through which visitors could have vicarious experience of tourist destinations in that town and across India. Small town India, tier 3, tier 4 city, not a private sector funding, government funding come through because of an enlightened bureaucrat. 2018 and 19, I made several trips to Patna for startup conclaves, and I met Shazia. Shazia wanted to set up a small business, a leather boutique. It's called, now that leather boutique she wanted to do to repair leather jackets, shoes, clean them up, refurbish them, etc. Her family was very conservative, would not let her set up that business initially, but her husband fought for her. And finally the in-laws relented, and she set up that business, and she found a way to create wealth. So here are 3 examples where in an urban setting, an educated person, entrepreneur, had a barrier, but in small town India, you had the government helping in one case and family helping in another case, giving opportunities to create wealth over a period of time. So the point I'd like to make here is, I see green shoots, I feel optimism that in the places that you would least expect, the opportunities to create wealth are opening up, unlike a place like Noida or Delhi NCR where you would naturally expect it to. So today's topic, and we are fortunate to have 3 wonderful speakers, they'll delve into the barriers for creating wealth that women face, the kind of solutions that are possible, and what kind of policy interventions would make sense to facilitate this. So I'm going to start by introducing Farzana, who's joining us online from Bangladesh. She's the MD and CEO of Green Delta Insurance Company, diversified financial services company, excluding banking. They do everything else in financial services. I want to point out 2 specific things which are fascinating from her background. She runs the largest micro insurer in Bangladesh. She introduced the first women's insurance product in Bangladesh. To me, that was fascinating because that was so relevant to the topic we're discussing today. Welcome, Farzana. Would have been great to have you in person, but this is not any inferior at all.
Thank you.
Then I've got Namrata to my extreme right. Namrata is a columnist and journalist, and fascinating body of work in the area of gender and wealth creation. She runs a podcast for the real estate sector. She writes the Women Wise column for the Daily Guardian, and she writes and speaks about gender pay gap across a range of sectors, and you'll be fascinated to see the range. Corporate India to Bollywood to real estate sector. And welcome, Namrata. Great to have you here.
Thank you.
And finally, we have Neeti Katoj, a gender specialist, most recently ADB, Asian Development Bank in Southeast Asia, relocated to India recently. But prior to that, she's worked in an international NGO where she actually designed product for microfinance institution in Jordan, managed projects across 8 African countries to scale up women's small businesses actually. So we've got a fascinating panel today to get on to this topic, and without much ado, I'm going to get on to having this conversation. Welcome all of you once again. Thank you. Let's talk about first the barriers and challenges. And Farzana, I'm going to start with you. From the vantage point that you occupy, where you've seen a range of communities, women across Bangladesh and the businesses that you run, what are some of the barriers that you encounter in Bangladesh that women face with respect to wealth creation?
Thank you, Srikant. Am I audible?
Very much.
Oh, thank you so much. I apologize for not being able to attend physically, but I'm always encouraged and really energized to see, this power, see myself in front of all these powerful women and men as well. I just would like to before I start, I would just like to say I'm the CEO, MD and CEO of the largest non-life insurance company, not the micro-insurer. We have a micro-insurance segment which actually now contributing to 10% of our revenue. Talking about the systemic, barriers, I would say the first, and it's like an all-time barrier, it's the mindset. The mindset towards women's capability or what she can achieve or what she can, contribute towards economic development. That's the main, I would say, barrier. The next is like we always talk about, it's like the gender pay gap. It is, we always talk about that why it's because of the mindset, the pay, there's a pay gap always undermining the capability in Bangladesh also. It's no, I would say it's also very common. But I would say in the corporate sector now things are changing. Initially when men and women are being taken, it's actually all giving equal opportunity and all, but only there's another barrier is like when the career break comes, so then from then, the gender, I would say the pay gap, the issue starts, because of the career gap, the company or organization always thinks whether there will be a continuity from that, from women's perspective, whether she can continue. So that actually hinders a woman's, I would say, empowerment. The other one, I would say, the low, I would say, participation in their investments side. When you see our Bangladesh government has taken a lot of initiatives. The Bangladesh Security Exchange Commission is also, taking initiatives to encourage women investors to invest more. But since because of the pay gap, they have less fund to invest or less fund to even save. So even for the retirement savings plan, she has less savings. So and for that also, when you go to banks, although central bank has a policy where a woman can have take a bank loan for up to 25 lakhs taka without collateral. But even then the number is not increasing because the banks, they don't find her, sometimes, not sometimes, they have, I would say the mindset whether the entrepreneur can grow. Like you just mentioned the story about a lady, right? When you started. The other thing is, although we have a big SME sector where women are also, leading some of the, many enterprises, where we also see the substantial gap. Although there are a lot of, incentives or everything that if a woman takes a loan, she can get a lot of facilities, but getting a loan or getting recruited or being at the top, like we are very few at the top, and we have struggled enough, worked twice as harder than a man for this position, but still, after that, because of this gap when she gets married or gets a family, or because of the security issue, women cannot go to the CEO level or get to the top entrepreneurs level. They are into SMEs, but if you see in the big corporates, it's all male-dominated. And we do not also have financial products designed catering to the needs of the women. Even like I mean, for professional women, if there's it's not taken into consideration the career gaps. There are organizations who has a policy where the women who are, taking few years gap, they can always come back. There is a database where they can always come back with a low salary. It's a win-win situation, and after 6 months, if she can perform, she can, can be taken to that level. But the result is very, not that, I would say, lucrative. If you see micro, I would say, finance, you'll see most of the loans are given to 97% to the women. That's the segment that women are getting more loans, but that's the micro segment. But if you move on to the SMEs or MSMEs or even big, larger loans, you won't get entrepreneurs seen. If you see, now there's a lot of agent banking have started, microfinance, MFS accounts. You'll see 50% women are availing that, but not getting more benefits. So I think I'll stop here. Yeah. It's almost, we're saying the same things again and again.
Yeah. No, thanks, Farzana. So lower wages, career gap leading further to accentuate that. Not able to avail of the loans that you get. I think those are some of the reasons you spoke about. Great starting point. I'm going to move to...
And also the unpaid labor.
Absolutely, unpaid labor.
Thank you.
I'm going to move to Neeti. Neeti, you've got a perspective from Southeast Asia, Africa, and now India. What is your view? Is it similar to what we heard Farzana say? I'd also like you to touch upon two other aspects. One is, apart from all the reasons that she spoke about, what about inheritances? Is there a gender-related issue that comes up there? Does that contribute? And what else have you seen that may be different in those markets as compared to India and what you heard in Bangladesh, actually?
Is that working? Yeah. Yeah, so I think on your first question, whether this is something that we see in particular regions, or of course there are nuanced differences, right, which are so cultural to specific areas, but it's all pervasive, right? Globally, less than 2% of venture capital funding goes to women-owned businesses. Less than 1% of large companies procure from women-owned businesses, even though women constitute 50% of the population. These statistics are alarming, staggering. On your second point, I think, sorry, what was your second point?
Do inheritances, is that an issue? Does that contribute to the
so when we are thinking about wealth gap between men and women, right? Women are not a monolithic group. We need to think who we are specifically tailoring products, services, capacity building, etc. to. So if we think about wealth gap, let's think of it in maybe three ways, right? One, women who are traditional, like what we call homemakers, who are not in formal labor force, but of course actively contributing to the economy, right? So there are those who don't have a formal income streams, so to speak. The second would be women who are in the labor force, which is close to only 30% in India, right, which is a fairly small share, but yet they have a formal stream of income. And then the third would be those who are entrepreneurs or looking to start businesses, and of course they have very specific constraints. Their constraints are of course amplified by some of the challenges that Farzana mentioned, right? So depending on who we are speaking to, of course the inheritance related challenges come up. Yes, there's an initial endowment of wealth which comes with inheritance, and the challenges become, depending on what your initial endowment is, your future life decisions are influenced, right? So in India, for instance, in 2005, the women got equal access to their ancestral, their inherited property. Even though it's been, close to 15 years since the law changed. Very few women are aware or are availing their new rights. So there's also, yes, there are the laws, but there's also whether women are actively using, whether it's because of lack of legal literacy or because of just the cultural norms which limit their access, but it's not happening to the extent possible, right? Which is of course has long-term consequences.
Of all the countries that you've seen projects in, which country has impressed you the most in terms of having made the most progress with respect to gender wealth gap?
I find, so I was in the Philippines prior to moving to India last month, and I was impressed by what we saw in the Philippines, where close to, in fact, more than 60% of businesses are owned by women. Women are almost equally participating in decision-making roles in companies. And we also see that women are, Philippines, if some of you are aware, also contributes to the global pool of domestic workers, right? And most of them tend to be women who send back money which their families rely on. So just finding that women have active participation in different economic spheres just changes the entire ecosystem. So I think that just, and then you see women feeling safe in public spaces, then you see women having an equal role and their voices being heard on the table. So I think it's not just one thing, but the environment that it creates, having women in different roles, and also people are not surprised when they see women in these roles, because it's just so institutionalized in the way things are.
That's fascinating. Namrata, I had 3 short stories, but as a journalist, I'm sure you have hundreds of stories. Yeah. So wearing the journalist hat, what have you seen which is fascinating, different, worrisome with respect to how the gender wealth gap is playing out?
Yeah. So thank you, Shrikant, for this question. And of course, these statistics which Neeti enumerated in the beginning were alarming, to say the least, but I think Philippines is a nice departure from the trend, and if it's happening somewhere, clearly it will have a ripple impact elsewhere. You know, people say that, well, this is only just 1% or top echelons of society, but there's something called trickle-down impact, and if that happens somewhere, down the line, there is hope, right, for the rest of the countries. So Shrikant, coming specifically to the media narrative, I think before we go to media, let's also see what is media. What is media made up of? We are talking here of the traditional media, the print, the newspapers that we read, the magazines, the social media, the films that we see, which Bollywood produces, the OTT platforms. So it's a culmination of everything which bombards messages, including advertisements. So when we see a company like Dove, you know, talking about mothermonials, the beauty test stops with me, that you are not going to put out advertisements for your daughter saying, for your son saying, I want a tall, slim, elegant bride, fair-skinned, stuff like that, and that she's a national award, badminton player and plays violin, a holistic personality. Dove is sending out a message, right? So that's through advertising. I'm talking about disruptive forces within the media space, and I would admit that media is made up of people like, you know, you, me, all of us. So there would be people who would reinforce those stereotypes, and there would be ones who would break and make stereotypes. You want me to focus on which one? I'll be able to speak on both.
So let's start by talking about the negative first. People who are reinforcing the stereotypes. Okay. We'll move to the positives in a bit.
Yeah, happy to take that on. Well, you know, people who make those stereotypes, I will start with even the visual motifs in the advertising world and the taglines. When an SBI says, Mahila Savings Suraksha Account. So if the cornerstone of your conversation is suraksha, security, safety, and limiting it just to that, So you are actually then promoting women as, just being prudent savers rather than dynamic investors, whereas everyone knows that, to be out there making money, you have to play it in the equity market, you have to invest in stocks, in mutual fund, and that's the only and the fastest way to grow money. But if you are just Kalyan Jewelers or, Tanishq, what is their Golden Harvest scheme, or they are basically, if you see the messaging, what is that messaging? It is celebrate festivals and timeless traditions, or it is, ensure that marriages happen well. I mean, we are preparing, like some wedding planner that I was, interviewing, and she said very interesting thing that we are all preparing for the big fat Indian wedding day. We are preparing for a wedding. We are not preparing for the married life. We are not empowering our women. And in a recent, okay, I have to speak about the negative, and I'm going to also definitely talk about, since I track real estate, we listen to this Akshay Kumar buying couple of crores, this flat, Amitabh Bachchan is a known investor along with his son Abhishek, and how he made 130
crore is too small, hundreds of crores.
Hundreds of crores in a certain transaction only in Oshiwara. So, and where do we look at, let's say, Deepika Padukone, the conversation is about her child, or Malaika holidaying in Maldives, or the airport looks, but look at what they are doing. They are, Deepika Padukone has invested in Blue Smart Mobility, or Priyanka Chopra has invested in a Bumble dating app, or, Anushka is in the Slurp Farm, and so many of them. So they are entrepreneurs in their own right, they are investors in their own right, but that is not the focus of mainstream media. Well, apart from that, we also find a lot of, culture. There are embedded cultural norms within the society. I don't know if you can call it just media, but they are definitely part of the culture. So I think the buck stops not just with media, but nobody can help a woman other than she herself. So, this constant romanticizing burnout and self-sacrifice, burn like a candle syndrome at the cost of someone feeling, deprived, not nurtured, becomes an unhappy human being, is simply not worth it. And money, as, Neeti beautifully alluded to, is not just money. It is meaning. Paisa is purpose. Money is meaning. Paisa is power. So there are a lot of these messaging which needs to go out there in the media space. And then I can come to the positive ones.
No, I think you spoke about how they're not creating role models, instead focusing on stereotype. But I'm going to pick up on one particular aspect, SBI Life Mahila Suraksha Seva Scheme. Now, fortunately, the one thing they did right was they used the word Mahila and not Aurat. Otherwise, Kishore would have been very upset. So, but on that good segue to come to you, Farzana, she spoke about one of India's largest financial institution, and how wrong messaging for an insurance product can reinforce stereotypes. Now, you run a large financial services diversified conglomerate. So what are some of the good things or good practices that you followed which allow you not just to create products for women, but also from a messaging and communication standpoint? So tell us about both those things. What are some of the things you've done with your products and services, and also the way you communicate them to help overcome some of these barriers?
Shrikant, if I can just jump in with
one
thing about, I have to credit SBI with the Har Ghar campaign, which they also launched. And this was, nobody but the first chairperson in the last 200 history of SBI, Arundhati Bhattacharya ji, who should be credited with it. Har ka matlab H-E-R, Har Ghar. So they give 20 basis points extra to anyone who invests in the name of a woman. So SBI, it's not just about SBI or HDFC or ICICI. I think it's just that banks and media and everyone is part of the society.
Why do I feel you're getting worried about offending SBI?
No. Well, because, I'm in the media, the messages that we give out have to be correct and balanced.
Okay, over to you, Farzana. Yeah, we can't hear you. You're probably on mute. Just check.
Oh, so sorry. Thank you.
Go ahead.
I think, it's always the same story. Like I will go back to the main issue of women empowerment that hinders women empowerment is the mindset. Sometimes, these type of wrong messages, wrong communication tries to enforce that we are a different species. Like whatever, even message, or if it's finance or anything, you're sending a wrong message that a woman is very vulnerable, and they are always asking for security, nothing else. Not like that. They can be kind of hungry, shark tank in the country, earning a lot of money for their company and the economy as well. When we started, like you've asked for our experience, like I worked in the banking sector where the first women banking product was also actually launched by when I was there, the head of SME banking. Because everywhere when there's an issue or anything, like during the COVID also, if anything happens, people forget about women or other unimportant issues, right? So these things, it takes time to flourish. So women banking took a long time. When I was there 15 years ago, it didn't, it took time to set the tone, that women, it was not, it didn't, like 25 lakhs without, loan without collateral, it didn't just come in one day. We had to kind of work with central bank, and then 5 lakhs, 10 lakhs, and then 15 and 25, although the number is not growing that much. So when I came to the insurance sector, that's also, it's a less, we have a, less penetrated insurance industry in this country. And the women, people don't come and take insurance. So first we kind of got this, survey, what exactly women want, apart from why they're not getting the loan, the issues that hinders. So those we kind of added in our product as a value-added services, like access to loan. So we have partnered with banks who will give our, insurance policy holder an access to attractive lending rates and deposit rates. So these are the things that we try to kind of make it easy for women to get the loan, or to have access to funds and deposits. And then, access to information. So they didn't get proper information. They don't have information about, you mentioned about the, inheritance or anything, inheritance, they don't know what's their right. And banks, they don't know, how to manage funds or a larger amount of funds. So these are the things. And then access to healthcare, we have partnership with hospitals and others, so we kind of had those services in place. So that's how, they started having, this, interest in taking this insurance called Nibedita, which was recognized at the UN in 2016. Why? Because this was not an insurance policy, but also kind of strengthening women's, I would say, empowerment in terms of independent decision making, access to finance, access to healthcare, access to information, access to security. Because that app had also, those kind of panic button where she can, ask for help. And also law enforcement agencies, lawyers. So these are those issues that services helped. And then over the years, we started from 4,000, 1,000, and now we have we serve more than 100,000 women across Bangladesh. And that product we kind of segregated into segment-wise and customized from women from all walks of life. Starting from the micro segment and to the CEO level. So that's how we are growing. And the law, there's another part. It's called we have a panel of lawyers, which our policy holders can have access to that panel. Whenever she's having some difficulties with the business or with the spouse or with anything else, so they get these type of services. So it's like a kind of a more one-stop financial and social service platform for women. This innovative idea didn't come in one day. It's like working with them so that it was a kind of a more, I would say, participatory approach that we have taken out. And now we have incorporated in bank assurance and banks and other, we have partnered with other financial institutions and retail customers and corporates so that we can take more females into this fraternity. And the others is the worker, those garments workers. We have special products for them. And this is how we not only helping women financially, but also helping them in their livelihood and to go into the next level. And in our
so
office,
much good work seems so simple and obvious when you explain the way you did, but clearly some of the things require deep thinking. For example, the fact that you went and sought inputs and then created value-added products and services, creating a panel of lawyers, providing information channels, simple things, but collectively taken have a lot of power. Neeti, what have you seen at ADB and otherwise as some of the good moves that organizations like ADB have done or other not-for-profits have done, which have actually moved the needle in terms of helping to reduce the gender wealth disparity?
So I'm with you when you say paisa is power, right? So it's all about mobilizing financing towards products, towards interventions which are responsive to the needs of women, right? So I work in the private sector operations side, and we have seen there are now new financial mechanisms that are available that are going to push money to initiatives which are supporting women. To give you an example, we recently invested in a gender bond.
Okay.
So what a gender in Central Asia, and we are looking to do another one in India. What gender bond does is it mobilizes financing towards a particular initiative which is supporting women. For instance, the bank who would be the investee of ADB would commit to use the funding to support women entrepreneurs. So that could be an example. The other is that I think Farzana mentioned that there's, or perhaps it was you, that there is a perception that women are riskier, right? Like the first story that you mentioned, unless you have a male co-founder, you don't get this loan. So investors such as ADB can also come in as like the first investor and basically be the first investor in a bond or invest in such initiatives, demonstrating to the market that this is commercially viable, this is feasible, this is something we ought to do. And the third thing I would mention is, like, we have been talking about it in the past in a very unsystematic way, right? What does it even mean to invest in gender responsive products, gender responsive initiatives? What does it mean? Because we need to bridge the gap between the conversations which are happening in rooms like this and what is happening on the ground, right? So I think the industry is moving to setting standards which are globally recognized, but will also look at like more outcome-based approaches, right? Results. The results matter, right? Sure, we are going to change the narrative, we are going to do all this good outreach. Unless women have money in their hands, it's not going to make a difference.
Money's poor, money's power, green bonds, outcome orientation, three things. But green bonds is gender bonds is fascinating. We hear so much about green bonds. I haven't encountered this in the mainstream discourse. I'm glad you brought that up, and I hope it becomes mainstream. Namrata, what are some of the heartwarming stories that you encountered with respect to progress, actually?
Yeah, so recently, in social media, there was a hue and cry over Chiranjeevi saying that I I wish I have a grandson. I have almost an army of women, child. I have 2 daughters who have in turn 2 daughters, and my son Ramcharan has, had 1 daughter last year, and I hope the next one is a grandson. There was a backlash, and that just shows that how society is changing. And also Sania Mirza, this tennis superstar, she tells her son Izhan that, look, I can't do cooking, I can do the course, but I have a chef to do cooking. And that is how it is. Now that is changing the rules of parenting. That is changing the rules of how equality can start at home. Right? If you can, if you are not, you don't have gender-defined specific roles that finances men's domain, and that cooking or kitchen is women's domain. The best of cooks, by the way, globally are all men. The chefs are all men, most of them, in fact. So these are some of the interesting stories, and of course, look at the wide narrative that is out there in women. You recently must have seen the profile of Geetanjali Kirloskar, who lost her husband Vikram Kirloskar suddenly to a heart attack. And you know how Kirloskar is into the thick of things, heavy engineering, male-dominated, absolutely, he was an MIT engineer and the 4th generation entrepreneur. And within, within a week, this woman comes back and takes over the reins, and she has to reinstate the faith in all the stakeholders, right? So, and it was a beautiful interview, and this was about a woman who lost her husband and took over the reins, and the family business could continue. Then there was another story of Forest Essentials, Meera Kulkarni, and she's also written a book, by the way, Essentially Meera, which talks about, and there was, her interview is not there in one channel, it's there across CNBC, NDTV, you name it, right? And she talks about how she was a single mom with 2 children, and then she lost her parents. In her 20s, she was nearly orphaned, received some death threats, and then she overcomes everything and builds India's largest luxury Ayurvedic empire at the age of 45. Now, look at the diversity of content. One who's lost a husband, one who is, actually in the middle, what is known as a middle-aged woman taking over entrepreneurship. Look at how Nykaa's founder stories are all over in media. These are all positive narratives. Falguni Nayyar starting at 50 in a world which is obsessed with demographic dividend, 30 under 30, 40 under 40. Nobody talks of the 50 and beyond. They are all, dead and buried. So, but here is an example of someone who could start at 50 and make such a sort of go of things. Then of course Naina Lal Kidwai, Kiran Mazumdar Shah, they are the regular ones, yeah, who are kind of featured. But we have, lot of good things, such as even advertisements. So I don't know if you have seen the Change the Soch campaign by Franklin Templeton, which actually shows that the son has mistrust of his own mother when she's giving some financial advice. So she changes her voice and makes it like a male voice, tempers it with the male tone, and then he accepts the advice.
I should introduce you to 2 of my friends. In both cases, their wives started the business, and then the husbands joined them as team members.
Oh.
And both of them are MBAs from tier 1 institutions, and they had no issue for the husband to be reporting to his wife as the boss at work, actually. So topics for 2 good stories for you.
Well, that is also happening, and that's really nice. And Vidya Balan recently very publicly said this thing, and I really liked it. She said that when she took over her money, very recently when she got married, and she got married late in the day, and her father, who was managing her finances until now, said that, well, Siddharth will manage your finances. And she said, hello, what about me? When am I going to come into the picture? I'm going to manage, I'm going to mind my own money. So here is a father not trusting her daughter, literally. Right. So these are all stories of change, and the candidness with which women are coming out, sharing them, I think is really heartwarming. And I feel that even otherwise, you see Nisha Madhulika, the richest YouTuber, she was combating a empty nest syndrome, so to say. Both her children went away and she started making ghar ka khana, jaise lunch mein ye banaya, breakfast mein ye banaya. She made a YouTube video and she's like, net worth is more than 43 crores. Or Sushila Devi, from a farmer to an agri-entrepreneur. She read an article in Better India and, you know, got motivated about the practices of organic farming. Like that, I think there are quite a few examples of women who have been inspired or egged on by stories in media. And, you know, seeing is believing. When you see role models like that and when media highlights cases like that, of course, you know, there is always room for improvement, and we can also discuss what kind of more campaigns we can be, you know, doing.
So overall, we started this conversation by talking about barriers, and then we moved to some of the green shoots and positive trends.
Yeah.
Net, do you feel encouraged and positive that things are changing, or you're still feeling depressed and unhappy about the change? What high-level views from all of you?
Yeah.
Yes, no.
Well, my answer is yes and no.
Okay.
So there would be women who are doing it, and see, ultimately, like I said, nobody can help you other than you yourself. Now, historically, society has created this narrative that, well, men is the provider and woman is the nurturer, and the women have been disproportionately given the caregiving role in the sense whether it's child care, elderly care, or even when the child is from class 9 to 12th. She's supposed to be, you know, catering to the needs and ferry the child to the coaching institute back and forth, something which I have my own experience.
So, yes and no. What about you, Neeti?
Yeah.
You said it like in the politically correct manner, right? Like
Okay.
that's yes and no. It seems like the right
A
answer.
journalist saying in politically correct manner and a corporate person wanting to be politically incorrect. Go ahead.
I would say I am tending to yes, but not yes yet.
Okay.
Because I feel like while there have been a lot of initiatives, and we see a lot of those in media, so much more needs to be done. We still are at a point where, like I mentioned, they revised the statistics from 22 to 30%, but that's nothing, right?
Okay.
Still, women are we had the rape case in Kolkata of a doctor in her workplace. So I think there's a long way to go.
Long way to go.
Yeah.
Farzana?
Well, I would say yes, strongly, because I think because I've been here, I'm working in this financial industry for a long time, and after developing those, the first time women products, I have seen improvement. Because if you the no comes into those section where areas where women are not getting support, or that's why they get they don't go further, or people don't take them seriously in terms of they don't want to take any risk on women. So government have taken a lot of initiative in terms central bank has now made 20% green financing to women. It's mandatory, so Security Exchange Commission coming up with the orange band. You mentioned about the green bond. So these are actually coming up. A lot of initiatives have been taken and results have been seen. In the insurance sector, I forgot to mention, many women who were just professionals, or a woman having a small tea stall with there was a fire incident with the claim amount, she taken a bank loan with it started a business, and then with some partners, and then now she's got 2-3 more business. So that's a kind of wealth creation.
So therefore, yes, from your standpoint.
Of course, yes.
Yes and no,
But
Namrata. Yes, but lot more to be done, Neeti, and an emphatic yes from Farzana is what we hear.
Yeah, not a lot to be done. Because of, I feel women, we need to take our own decisions. People can help us. But if we don't have the confidence in ourselves, then we cannot, move ahead. That's why mentoring and other things are needed.
You touched upon what the central bank is doing, what the Securities Exchange Board is doing, the green bond. These are all policy-led initiatives. So quick thoughts from your side, leaving 10 minutes then for questions.
Sure.
From a policy standpoint, do either of you have any big recommendations? She did touch upon 2 or 3 of those. Yeah. Anything else that comes to your mind besides what a central bank can do, the SEBI can do, and things like green bonds? Anything else from a policy standpoint? Anyway, yeah, go ahead.
I think the number one thing I've seen work, right? And we are in an environment where we are seeing a backlash globally against some of these initiatives, right? Is if there are policies which institutionalize gender in a mainstream manner. For example, the gender frameworks which are in the way financing works for some of these multilaterals. The way we have the corporate, how there is this law on having women on the corporate boards in India, right? The more we can institutionalize it and make it mainstream, the more likely it is to be sustained.
Right.
Well, I feel, we could institutionalize work from home. We saw how it worked beautifully during the pandemic. And, at the end of the day, it's not that women are busy, they don't have time to breathe 9 to 5 and therefore they can't go out. It's just that 9 to 5 work hours means effectively 8 to 6 or 8 to 7 or 8 to 8 sometimes. Yeah, yeah. And they have to be just around physically to be, able to justify their multitasking roles. So if certain, I'm sure there would be certain roles, maybe not all, but certain roles in a company would lend themselves very easily to a remote working format, and see how beautifully it will sit with India. Because here is a country where, Delhi, Mumbai is where the whole, the rest of India heads towards for employment. But if we can create captive workforce, skilled workforce, from a Chandigarh or a Jaipur, and they are still advanced tier 2 cities. I don't even want to call them the extension of Delhi NCR, but even the greater hinterland, we will be mainstreaming a lot of women into the workforce, number one. Number two, having business parks which have a creche and a fitness center and a restaurant, and it's happening. It's not that we are talking in the air. So I've seen it myself. There's one D21 in Dwarka, I've seen single moms actually leaving their kids there and doing, gymming, coming to work and then picking them up. These are very important supportive infrastructure when it comes to the life of a woman. And finally, I feel, I did a story recently on migratory women, single women and their problems. And they told me some things like, never tell a man that you're living alone and stuff like that. And and every woman would know that these are things specific to our society, right? So maybe the HR or the real estate department of every company can have a kind of a corporate lease, a bank of apartments where it is rooted through them. Because it's a lot of credibility, stamp of credibility, and lot of, like a headache taken off the woman's back. Yeah. She's coming from an Agra or a Jodhpur or wherever and coming and staying in Delhi, and safety and security is such a big problem. And if the company can recommend something, I think that will be really big. And finally, flexibility and empathy, right. Because of the so many sabbaticals that she deserves, they could, during that time give a kind of a hybrid mode. I'm certainly not saying switch off from work for the, like 6 months, but they could be a very interesting mix of hybrid work formats that could be looked at.
Great suggestions from all three of you. We have some time for questions. We can throw this open to the audience. Yeah. Go ahead. Let's see if a microphone can be quickly passed on to you. There is one coming your way. And please, quickly, your name, question, and is there a specific speaker that you'd like to ask?
I'm Dr. Jagdish Shivhare, professor and ex-scientist ISRO. Sir, according to UN Secretary General Antonio Guterres, when women enjoy equal job opportunities, economies grow stronger. And when women and girls rise, everyone thrives. So now my question, how is the involvement of women in financial empowerment in India different than developed countries in terms of financial empowerment concept, priorities, strategies, and challenges.
So I guess Neeti, you're probably the only person who's worked multi-country experience. So I'm going to direct this question at you.
No, I think this requires a very long conversation, right? Like, but trying to maybe summarize it, I think we all spoke about the systemic barriers that prevent women for fully participating in the labor force, as well as having access to financial services. In the developed countries, of course, you see that this access is more equitable. The infrastructure is in a way that is accessible to everyone, right? We spoke about mobility constraints, other constraints. The way banking services also function, they are able to provide the offerings which are tailored to everyone. So I think it's more about equitable access. And unfortunately, for most of the developing world, it's not been the case. But happy to have a longer conversation, because I feel there's a lot more to share on this. Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Hello. Yeah, just a quick question. So we spoke a lot about empowerment of women financially, and I would like to understand what's happening in terms of education of women towards financial independence.
Namrata, would you like to take it, since you're playing a role in educating them as well?
Well, it's a very important question. First thing is, day one of your employment, you should start investing in money. How many of us know that? And you must engage a financial advisor. You see, you go to a doctor if you're not well. You go to different specialists in the course of your life. Financial investment is a very, very specialized job, and it's perfectly fine to engage a money medico, as I may call it, financial advisor, and you do it absolutely at no cost, because they get money in turn from their they get it from the funds, and they get it from the big companies. So it's absolutely free of cost, but it's very specialized advice, and they tell you that if you're, as they say, compounding is the 8th wonder of the world. Now, for women, if it's for the woman to figure out with this financial advisor, well, my risk appetite is very low. So at the minimum, like they always say, that investment, the best kind of investment is that which beats inflation. So on an average, let's say inflation is 6%, 8%, and FD, fixed deposit or PPF, that offers you roughly 6 to 8% rate of interest. So if you are only saving as a woman, if women, we are talking now that women are mostly savers than investors, then if you have invested 100 rupees, you are actually, the value is just 90 rupees. It is negative return if you are saving. Versus if you were to invest it in some financial instrument, and here is the thing, if you are, women in India are extremely prudent when it comes to investing in gold, right? I did an article recently, and World Gold Council says that Indian women surpass the investment in gold of 5 top gold producing countries put together. 24,000 tons is what is attributed to the Indian women. So this fixation with gold, istri dhan, again, this is also cultural, this is also what our heritage has taught us. So we are very sorted there when it comes to gold. What we need to know is that we cannot be working eternally in our lives, right? We can work 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. We can work for some time, but if we can invest correctly, the money will work for us. We will be buying assets, and they will just reap returns and make sure that we can have a similar standard of living for the rest of our lives. What should be done? Well, of course, it has to be a multi-pronged strategy from the influencers that we have in social media. They can give out those kind of narratives. They can basically be talking about www is not World Wide Web. It is wealth in women's wallet. Money is not Mr. and Mrs. It is gender agnostic, and everybody requires money to wear the clothes that you are wearing, to eat the food you are eating the house where you're staying. And even things like right to inheritance of property. Yeah, inheritance of property, that is also very, very important. Like she said, 15 years ho gaye hain, but still the story remains the same in many families. But then things are changing in certain others. People who are aware and want to do things. So it has to be, to answer your question specifically, multi-pronged strategy where Sam Dam Dand Bhed. It has to be the, the media, the policy making institutions, the financial institutions and their campaigns, and eventually the buck stops with each one of us in the country.
Wealth and women's wallet through Sam Dam Dand Bhed is a good way to end the session. Somehow the clock played a trick on us. It showed 4 minutes to go, suddenly said 1 minute to go. I think we're out of time, unfortunately. Oh, Farzana, go ahead. Sorry. Yeah.
Oh, I just wanted to just share my our country experience where this financial literacy the gentleman has mentioned in our country is only 28% for women. That's why individually, like the financial institutions, they have taken up these type of formal structure for their those women who have taken loans. Their different levels of trainings are given. And those who are investing, they're also given. I'm also involved in those type of trainings. I go to DSC and give special financial trainings for them. And also women are also given more education in STEM. So these are some of the structured steps have been taken up. And incubation, after the training, they have been set for an incubation for a period of 1 year. And then after that, what's the the outcome. So this is the small steps that all financial institutions, insurance and banks are taking. And you have also mentioned regarding the flexible time working hours. That has been very common in Dhaka. In our company, we have this policy not only for women but also for men. That has really improved the performance standards and also the productivity. Thank you.
Thanks everyone for a wonderful session. Farzana, Namrata, Neeti, good engaging conversation. I hope you enjoyed it.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shrikant, and thank you, panelists. This was definitely a very enlightening session for all of us. And for me, gender wealth gap is just not about pay. I think it's about wealth creation, and the systemic barriers will need to change over a period of time. And obviously, two things that need to happen are financial literacy and equal access. Anish was telling me something very interesting. If you go into a tier 2, tier 3 town, and you look at anybody who's a farmer, a man, a milkman, or anything else that he does, he never thinks of it as a perspective of what his wife is doing at home. And if you look traditionally at a farmer or a person who's selling milk, he picks up the milk and goes to sell the milk, right? But at the end of the day, his wife starts the morning by going and preparing things, milking the cow, later on cleaning up stuff, getting her kids ready, doing multiple things in the background. Does he ever think, if she didn't do all these things, how is he ever going to be able to make a living and financially support his family? So I think it's all about listening to it and being cognizant that there is something that we need to recognize and be able to understand and move ahead in life. But I won't take any more time, otherwise my co-MC will kill me. Our next session is about the Seva sisters. And I know we've got Mansi Ben here. Mansi Ben, came cho? Saruche? It's interesting, Seva sisters empower women one skill at a time. Financial independence starts with opportunity. Seva sisters are on a mission to bridge the gender wealth gap by equipping women with education, skills, and financial literacy. From tailoring classes to entrepreneurship, they are turning potential into prosperity. One empowered woman at a time is what they do really well. Seva sisters, I welcome you on stage. Mansi Ben will be leading this conversation. A big round of applause. We all need to hear it for them.
So, namaste everyone, and thank you so much for this wonderful introduction. My name is Mansi Shah, and I'm associated with Seva since past 14 years. Since morning, we have had very interesting panels, very interesting discussions, and we've heard a lot of, challenges and barriers to women's participation in labor force, women's economic empowerment, and, all of this we've heard from the context of urban sector women workers or formal sector women workers. Shrikant Bhai just mentioned about this, he just shared the story of how urban women wanted to access loans to scale up her business, her enterprise, and she was unable to access it because she did not have a male co-founder. And this is the story of an educated woman from an urban area. I would say women with far more privileges, like a lot of us here have. But let me just take you to a realm of workers that form 93% of our country's workforce, the poor informal sector workers, of which 50% are women. These women are the poorest of the poor. Their skills are old. They do not have tools which are modern, and they are continuously faced by the constantly changing market trends, the economic shocks, and moreover now the climate shocks also. The women I'm talking about are the members of Seva, the 3.2 million poor informal sector women workers who come from 18 states and over 125 different trades. So how does these poor women workers, they are the street vendors, the construction workers, the agricultural workers, the waste recyclers, how does these women navigate these barriers, these structural barriers, the socio-cultural barriers? So let me introduce you to two of my sisters from the 3.2 million women who would like to come and share how they have navigated these challenges and how they are helping other women in their communities, in their villages, districts, and states overcome these challenges. So I would like to invite my first sister, Bhavna Ben, from Arvalli district in Chotaudepur district in Gujarat. Bhavna Ben comes from a district where Seva has a membership of 85,000 women. She has been a member of Seva since past 14 years, and she has also been elected as the executive committee member of Seva in our election. Welcome, Bhavna Ben. And my other sister that I would like to call upon is Taureen Banu from Ladakh. Ladakh has a membership of 7,000 women. Taureen Banu comes from Kargil district, which we all are aware of. And I would, namaste, Taureen Ben. So, my sisters would, Bhavna Ben would talk in Gujarati, and Taureen Ben would speak in Hindi, Hindi, and I'll request them to stop in between so that I can translate for you. તો ભાવનાબેન, આપણે સવારથી ઘણી બધી ચર્ચા સાંભળી કે બહેનોને કામમાં ઘણી બધી એટલે જ્યારે કામ કરવા જાય છે બહેનો તો એક તો એમને એક કામદાર તરીકે એમની ઓળખ નથી હોતી અને એમને જ્યારે પોતાનો ધંધો છે કે પોતાનું કામ છે એને આગળ વધારવા માટે કોઈ પણ જાતના નાણાકીય સાધનોની જરૂર હોય છે તો એ મેળવવામાં એમને બહુ જ મુશ્કેલી પડે છે. તો તમે તમારા જીવનની વાર્તા કહીને સંભળાવશો કે તમે કઈ રીતે આ જે સમસ્યાઓ જે બહેનોને મોટાભાગના બહેનોની સામે આવે છે એને કઈ રીતે તમે સામનો કર્યો હતો?
નમસ્તે બધાને. તો મારું નામ ભાવના પરમાર છે અને હું છોટાઉદેપુર ડિસ્ટ્રિક્ટમાંથી આવું છું અને એક ટ્રાઇબલ વિસ્તારમાંથી આવું છું. તો હું એક મારી જર્ની કહેવા માગું છું કે હું સેવામાં નહોતી ત્યારે શું મારી પરિસ્થિતિ હતી અને એ જર્ની મારી શું હતી એ.
So I'm Bhavna Ben from Chotaudepur district, and I would like to share my own life journey. What was my situation before I joined Seva, how I joined Seva, and what is it that I have been able to achieve by becoming a member of Seva.
જ્યારે હું સેવા સાથે નથી ત્યારે હું એક 300ની વસ્તીમાંથી આવતી બેન છું અને એક ખેત મજૂર બેન છું અને હું ખેતરની અંદર મજૂરી કરતી અને મારા ઘરમાં કુલ 6 સભ્ય હતા અને 6 સભ્યમાં એટલે 2 મારા દીકરા હતા અને મારા સાસુ સસરા હતા. પણ મારે જે ઘર ચલાવવું એ મારા માટે બહુ મુશ્કેલીની વાત હતી કે મજૂરી મળે નહીં અને જે પૂરતું જમવાનું મળે એ પણ મળવા માટે નહોતું. તો જો માણસને ખાવા માટે જ કંઈ ના હોય તો ઘર ચલાવવું એ તો કેટલી મુશ્કેલીની વાત છે.
So, Bhavna Ben comes from a tribal community, and her tribe has 300 members. And when she was not a member of Seva, she wants to share her story that before I joined Seva, there were 6 members in my family, and we all worked. Me and she and her husband worked as agricultural laborers because the employment opportunities in agriculture sector is not very stable, and therefore several times there were situations when we didn't have anything to even feed our families, and I had to mortgage our land to sustain our lives.
તો ત્યારે મારે ઘર ચલાવવા માટે મારી જે પોતાની જમીન હતી થોડી 1 વીંઘા જેવી એ પણ મારે ગીરવે મૂકી અને અમે અમારું ગુજરાન ચલાવતા હતા.
So she had 1 bigha of land which they had mortgaged to just put food on the table.
ત્યાર પછી અમારા ગામમાં સેવાના એક બહેન આવ્યા અને એમની સાથે મેં ટ્રેનિંગ લીધી અને તાલીમ બાદ મને થયું કે મારે પણ મજૂરી તો હું કરું છું પણ મારા આગલા ભવિષ્ય અને આગળના ભવિષ્ય માટે નાની એવી થોડી બચત કરવી. તો શરૂઆતમાં મેં 50 રૂપિયાથી બચત શરૂ કરી હતી.
So that is when I came in touch with Seva. Seva's grassroots leaders used to come into our village, and in one of the meetings, I heard about savings and credit savings group, and I also started thinking that we are all living today we are living hand to mouth situation. But what about my future? I should have something saved for my future. Only then I'll be able to sustain myself when I grow old, and that is why I started a savings group, and I started saving with 50 rupees per month.
50 રૂપિયાથી જ્યારે શરૂઆત કરી તો મેં એમાં 25 બહેનોની જવાબદારી લઈ અને ઓફિસ સુધી એને ભરપાઈ કરવી, એને મંથલી મીટિંગ કરવી. ત્યારબાદ અલગ અલગ વિષયની મને જ્યારે તાલીમ મળી ત્યારે મને થયું કે હું પણ કંઈક કરી શકું અને ઘરની 4 દિવાલામાંથી હું પણ બહાર નીકળી શકું. ત્યારે હું સેવા સાથે જોડાવાનો નિર્ણય લીધો અને હું સેવા સાથે કામની શરૂઆત કરી.
So but the journey was not very easy. It was very difficult to convince women to start saving. But I started convincing women. I took up the role as a leader, and I convinced 25 women in my community to form a self-help group, and all of us started saving 50 rupees. But we come from a very conservative family, so we are not allowed to go out. But I took the leadership. I said that I will collect everyone's money, go to the Seva's office where we have to deposit the money every month, and we have to conduct the meeting of the self-help group. I have to keep the records of the accounts. I learned everything from Seva, and that's how I started the self-help group.
ત્યારે મને સેવામાંથી પણ થોડી એવી રોજગારી ઊભી થઈ અને હું રોજગારીમાંથી અને બીજું કે મારી જે સેવિંગ હતી એના ઉપર મને થોડી લોન મળી અને લોન દ્વારા મેં મારી જમીન ગીરવે મૂકેલી છોડવાઈ અને ત્યારબાદ મેં એમાં ઓર્ગેનિક खेती કરવાની શરૂઆત કરી.
So once I started saving regularly, I was able to take out a loan because we do not have, and I do not have any, because Bhavna Ben doesn't have land on her own name. She was not able to apply for loan from former financial system. But being a part of the savings group, she was able to take out a loan from the self-help group, and using that loan, she demortgaged her land. And she also underwent a lot of trainings on organic farming from Seva, and she started cultivating Makai. Yeah, she started cultivating corn on her field, and that's cotton and corn on her field, and that's how she started having a sustained livelihood.
તેના દ્વારા મારી સારી ખેતી થવાથી મેં મારી જે લોન લીધી એને પણ મેં થોડા પૈસામાં ભરપાઈ કરી, જેથી કરીને હું આગળના ભવિષ્ય માટે સારી એવી મારી જે લોન માટેની જે મારો સિવિલ છે એ સારો રહે એ માટે મેં ભરપાઈ ટાઈમે કરી. બીજું એ કે મને બહુ ઓછા ડોક્યુમેન્ટ, કોઈ ડોક્યુમેન્ટ નહીં, ખાલી આધાર કાર્ડથી મને લોન મળી. એ મારા માટે એક ગર્વની વાત હતી, કારણ કે જો બીજી જગ્યાએ લોન હોય છે પણ એમાં ડોક્યુમેન્ટ જ એટલા હોય કે જે અમે પૂરા કરી નથી શકતા, પણ એક સેવા એક અમને એવી રીતના મદદ કરી કે જે સહેલાઈથી કે નહીં કોઈ જામીન કોઈ નહીં, ડાયરેક્ટલી અમને લોન પાસ થઈ. એના માટે હું ગર્વ કરું છું.
So for women like me, it is very difficult to enter into any formal financial system. But it is only because of our self-help group and because of Seva that I was able to enter the formal financial system. Because I had taken out the loan from my self-help group, which I prepaid in a timely manner, it helped in building my CIBIL score, and because of which I was able to enter into formal financial system. I was able to take out a larger loan and educate my children and how build a good future for myself.
સેવામાં મને સારી રીતે કામ કરવાનો મોકો મળ્યો ને પછી હું એક અમારા બ્લોક લેવલે કામ કરી છું કે એમાં હું બ્લોક લેવલે જે કામ કર્યું એમાં હું પહેલાં તો ખાલી હું 25 બહેનોની સંભાળ લેતી હતી. હાલમાં હું 85,000 બહેનોની લઉં છું અને 85,000 બહેનો વતી 390 ગ્રુપ સેવિંગ એકાઉન્ટ છે.
So what started as a grassroots, my journey that started as a leader of 25 women has now grown to a leader of 85,000 women in my district, and we have organized women into over 300 self-help groups where women save monthly, and the savings amount has also increased from 50 rupees to 250 rupees.
અત્યારે હું મારા ઘરમાં જે ખેતીનો બિયારણ હોય કે ખાતર હું પોતે જાતે નિર્ણય લઈ શકું છું. મેં મારા દીકરાને અત્યારે 11 સાયન્સમાં ભણાવું છું અને સેવા સાથે રહી અને સેવાનો એટલો આભાર માનું કે મારા જેવા બહેનોને હું કઈ રીતના આગળ લાવું એ માટે મેં મારા જેવા બીજા 3 બહેનોની જિંદગીમાં પણ બદલાવ લાવી છું અને એ પણ અત્યારે સેવામાં કામ કરું.
So, but organizing with Seva has not just helped in building my financial empowerment, but it has also helped in building my agency. Because I was able to demortgage the land using my own savings, the land is now in my own name. I take all the decisions about what to cultivate on my land, what type of seeds, what type of fertilizers I have to put in. I've also been able to educate my son, and he's right now studying in 11th science stream. And at Seva, we always believe that bijane agal kare te agevan. One who leads others by example is a leader. And so I want other sisters from my community also to come forward. So I have been grooming 3 other young women from my community as grassroots leaders who will take forward our organizing.
મારી જે પાછલી જિંદગી માટે મારી જે પાછલી જિંદગી છે એના માટે મેં એફડી પણ કરાવી છે અને બીજું એ કે મેં ક્યારેય પ્લાન જોયું નહોતું. પ્લાન શું આવે એ જ નથી ખબર. અત્યારે હાલ સેવા દ્વારા જોડાઈ તો પ્લાનમાં હું આ જ વર્ષમાં 8 વાર જઈને આવી. એમાં 2 કન્ટ્રી અને 7 રાજ્યોમાં હું જઈને આવી અને ત્યાં પણ હું એ બહેનોના પણ જે મારી કહાણી છે એની હું મોટિવેશન કરી અને એમને પણ આગળ લાવવા માટે મદદ કરું છું.
I come from a very conservative, as I said, I come from a very conservative community, and so before joining Seva, I had never even seen an airplane. But just because I am a leader at Seva, I was able to travel to 2 countries and 7 different states in just this 1 year. And I have traveled several times in an airplane, and Seva has also taught me to plan for my future, and therefore I have also started investing in a fixed deposit so that it will be my future security.
એ તો બધું હવે સારું છે મારી જર્નીમાં, પણ અત્યારે વાતાવરણનો જે બદલાવ આવ્યો છે એનાથી અમે પાછા એક મુશ્કેલી તરફ જઈ રહ્યા હોય એવું અમને અત્યારે લાગે છે. તો એના લીધે અમે સેવાએ એક રોજગાર ભંડોળ અને રોજગાર સહાય વીમા યોજના શરૂ કરી છે.
હવે બસ કરજો તો રીનબાનુને આપણી પાસે 5 મિનિટ છે. Sorry, I had to cut her because we only have 5 minutes. So, but she says that whatever empowerment we have been able to achieve through organizing, we feel that we are all being pushed back because the climate shocks are increasing in both frequency and intensity, and it is disproportionately affecting women like me. But Seva has always stood by us, and we've also started the first ever parametric heat insurance product, which we piloted for 50,000 women last year, and also we have also started an innovative pool of blended finance called the Livelihood Recovery and Resilience Fund, which is helping us build our resilience against the climate shocks. Thank you.
नमस्ते सबको. जी मेरा नाम ताहिरा बानो है और मैं लद्दाख से बिलोंग करती हूँ. लद्दाख के कारगिल रीजन से मैं आई हूँ यहाँ पे. मैंने 2018 से ही सेवा ज्वाइन किया था बिफोर कोविड. वहाँ पे हमारी सेवा की कुछ मतलब हमारी प्रोजेक्ट कोऑर्डिनेटर नीता बिन और रिहाना बिन करके वहाँ पे आए थे, तभी हम उनसे मिले थे. फिर आफ्टर 2018 के बाद वहाँ पे कोविड 2019 में कोविड शुरू हो गया, तो फिर सेवा के साथ हम ज्वाइन नहीं हो पाए। वहाँ पे छोटी सी ही मीटिंग हुई थी, उसमें हम मिले थे वहाँ पे, तो उन्होंने मेरा नंबर रखा था अपने पास में। तो 2019 के बाद उन्होंने मुझे कांटेक्ट किया। उससे पहले, सेवा से जुड़ने से पहले मेरी लाइफ में बहुत सारे मैंने मुश्किलात देखे हैं, मैंने बहुत स्ट्रगल किया था, बिकॉज़ आई एम मैरिड। मेरी 4 बच्चे हैं, मैं 4 बच्चों की माँ हूँ, और इससे बड़ी बात ये है कि मैं एक सिंगल मदर हूँ, और मैं अपने बच्चों की पढ़ाई के लिए, उनकी गुजारे के लिए मैंने बहुत स्ट्रगल किए थे, और मैं कर भी रही हूँ अब भी, क्योंकि सेवा से जुड़ने से पहले मुझ में इतनी सलाहियत नहीं थी कि मैं कहीं भी जाऊँ, मतलब ऐसे या कहीं भी ट्रैवल अकेले करूँ या कुछ भी, मेरी ज़िंदगी के बारे में मुझे आगे क्या करना है मुझे कुछ नहीं पता था।
So Tarin Banu is from Ladakh, and she says that she's a single mother and she has 4 children. And before joining Seva, she says she had faced a lot of challenges in her life because she did not have the skills or the confidence or the agency to come out of her community, come out of her home, and work and earn a living for herself and her children. She came in touch with Seva before COVID in a meeting, but then due to COVID and lockdown, she was not able to organize with Seva. But after the COVID, Seva's organizers reached out to her, and that's how she came in touch with.
उससे पहले मेरे पास इतनी इनकम भी नहीं थी कि मैं अपने बच्चों को ठीक से उनकी मतलब पढ़ाई में मैं सपोर्ट कर सकूं या उनको वो ज़िंदगी दे सकूं मतलब जो वो जीना चाहते हैं। तो मैं काम करती थी, एक स्ट्रीट वेंडर पे काम करती थी, मेरा एक रेड़ा था, उस पर मैंने काम किया था। 1 लाख रुपए मुझे मेरे भाई ने मुझे स्पॉन्सर करके दिए थे, तो उसी से मैंने बिज़नेस शुरू किया। तो उसी से मेरे बच्चों का गुजारा और घर का फीस चलता था, क्यों बिकॉज़ मेरे पास घर नहीं थे। मैं एक मतलब रेंट में मैंने एक रूम लेके मैं बैठी थी बच्चों को लेके, क्योंकि उनकी बाप ने तो उनको छोड़ दिया था, मैं उनको नहीं छोड़ सकती थी। बच्चों के लिए मैं ये सब कुछ कर रही थी। उसने हमें तब छोड़ा जब हमें उसकी बहुत ज़रूरत थी जी। और उसके बाद जब सेवा के मेंबर्स आए 2018 के बाद 19-20 में हम फिर से मिले, और हमें अहमदाबाद लेके गया वहाँ पे फूड प्रोसेसिंग की ट्रेनिंग के लिए। तो वहाँ पे हमने फूड प्रोसेसिंग की ट्रेनिंग ली, बेकरी का काम सीखा, फिर उसके बाद गारमेंटिंग की ट्रेनिंग भी ले ली। करगिल वापस जाने के बाद उन्होंने मुझे वहाँ का कोऑर्डिनेटर बनाया। तो अभी हमारी सेवा के मेंबर्स जो है लद्दाख में टोटल मेंबरशिप हमने 7,000 का कर दिया है जी।
So before joining Seva, she was working as a street vendor, and she wanted to start her own business, but she did not have skills. When she came in touch with Seva, she traveled to Ahmedabad, where Seva is headquartered, and she underwent training on food processing and bakery. And after going back, her brother gave her a loan of 100,000 rupees, from which she started her own bakery, and she also became the center coordinator, where she trained other women like her, and they started their own food processing enterprise. And right now they have organized more than 7,000 women just like her in Ladakh and Kargil.
और जी उसके बाद सेवा ने हेल्प की हमारी। तो अभी तक जो है मतलब सेवा से जुड़ने के बाद बहुत सारी बहनें हैं जो सेवा में जुट के काम करते हैं। वहाँ पे ऑलमोस्ट 400 बहनों को काम मिल चुके हैं। वो लोग अपना इनकम अर्न कर रहे हैं, उससे अपना घर का गुजारा। मेरी जैसी बहुत सारी बहनें हैं जो सेवा से जुड़ने के बाद उनकी लाइफ में बहुत सारे सुधार आए हैं। और करगिल लद्दाख के क्लाइमेट के बारे में आप लोग जानते हो कि वहाँ पे सिर्फ 6 महीने ही हमें काम करने का मौका मिलता है। तो बहनें उसमें अपना काम करके ये सब कुछ कर रहे हैं, तो वो पॉसिबल सेवा की मदद से ही हुए हैं।
So she wants to say that because at her food processing and garmenting center, they have been able to provide employment to 400 women like her who have been able to earn a sustainable livelihood and sustain their families. In Ladakh and Kargil, because of the cold, extreme weather conditions, women are able to work only for 6 months in the fields and the farms. And because of this food processing center, women are able to have a livelihood for the entire year and sustain their families. Thank you. So, thank you so much. That was amazing. I'm sorry, I don't know whether we have time for question and answer, but if you don't have any questions, we would be outside. You can get us at lunch. Thank you. Namaste.
Thank you. So having done this a while ago, for many number of years, the Seva conversation, trying to stop the Seva conversation is the hardest conversation to always stop, because it continues to sort of tug at your heartstrings no matter how many times you hear about the Seva women coming and talking about their life stories and their experiences. It is always the hardest thing. Last evening when Lavang and I were talking about these sessions and we were trying to sort of see who will split what, I was very vociferous in saying I will not come and end the Seva session. But 2 minutes ago I decided, no, I think I should, which is fine. But thank you very much, Mansi Ben. Thank you very much. Really, really inspiring. Please connect with them during lunch and spend more time. Kargil is a region that I deeply sort of have fondness for. I've lived in Kashmir for many, many years. So I will also come and talk to you. But okay, I will also realize that I'm taking up more time. So there is a report launch that we have planned today, which is TalentNomics in partnership with KAS SOPAS Japan, has put out a report which we want to talk about. So Ipsita, Paul, and Shama, can I have you all come up? Thought Arbitrage Research Institute, they have done some great work. There is a presentation. Yeah? Sorry? Yes. Where are the reports? Yeah, okay. I'll just pass it on.
Hello, is that working? All right. So I know it's almost lunchtime, so, but you know, we are here because we have done this extensive, beautiful work in terms of identifying challenges for gender parity in 4 different areas: work, wealth, well-being, and welfare. I'm really, really honored and delighted to be here to release this report along with our partners, KAS, Japan, SOPAS, which has helped us, partners with us for the report, and the TARI outfit, which has actually done the research for this report. And how did this report, this idea come about? You know, in 2023, when we did our conference on gender gap, bridging gender gap in the 4 Ws, work, wealth, well-being, and welfare, we realized that we had enough information, data, enough best practices when panelists were talking around disparities in work. But there wasn't enough information around disparities in wealth, well-being, and welfare. And we felt, along with our KAS partners, that really we need to delve deeper into it to understand this much more so that we can come up with recommendation and policy recommendation that can help bridge gap in some of these areas. And that was the motivation of initiating this report. I'm very, very thankful to KAS and Paul, Chris, Rabia, who used to be there at that point when he initiated the report, for supporting us in doing this report. I'm very grateful to Shama here, who led the work on this report. And it's an extensive report, as you can see here. And there are copies on your table of the summary of the report on all the tables. So how do we do it before we release? You can present? Okay. Okay. So we would like to share a few insights of this report. Shama is going to make a presentation around it to share some key insights that has come up from this primary survey, secondaries report. The report covers 3 different countries: India, Sri Lanka, Bangladesh. The anchor country is Thailand, because Thailand is much ahead in terms of gender equity. And it has involved interviews with women in business, women entrepreneurs, focus groups discussion. So it's a very in-depth, solid report. And I hope you people will all of you here will take time to at least go through the summary and summary recommendation of this report. So we'd like to release the report. Paul, you want to say anything? No. Okay. I would request some of you there to stand up with the copies of the report so that we can, yeah. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Now, without taking more time, I'm going to hand it over to Shama to. They're going to run the PPT from there. And I can read it from here. You can read it from here, or you can go to the podium. Thank you.
So at the outset, thank you very much to CAS and to TalentNomics, Ipsita and her team for being such wonderful partners. So like we heard all morning, and this is a topic that concerns all of us, bridging the gender gap. So the presumption, of course, is that, of course, there is a gender gap, which we all know, but it is multifaceted. So it is not just in one sphere or the other, and these do not, operate in silos. They are all interlinked. There are interdependencies. One feeds the other, and it just becomes a huge, kind of a very large thing to deal with. So that's why we kind of sliced it into these 4 areas: work, wealth, well-being, and welfare. How do I do it? Yeah. So now I realize I'm standing between you and lunch, so I will not be, take up too much time. Also, this is a 300+ pages report, and it was very challenging to extract what, to give you a flavor. There is also a link to the study available on our websites, which I would urge some of you to, go and see whichever section interests you more. Just to give you a broad view of it, it is very data heavy in the sense we've got a lot of statistics, because as I think Milton Friedman said, you cannot control what you cannot measure. So we have kind of measured various aspects of these gaps. So can we just go into the thing? So this delves into the like I said, complexities of gender inequality and lack of economic empowerment. Again, it was, so I will not go through each of these bullet points, just to give you a broad overview of the thing. So we did this over 4 countries. Actually, 3 countries were the target thing, which is India, Sri Lanka, and Bangladesh. And then we chose an anchor country of Thailand, because Thailand, I think we can probably go, so these were why Thailand stands out is why it was chosen as an anchor country, because based on these key indicators, it works, it has far better indicators, and something to aspire to within this region of South and Southeast Asia, because we are culturally and economically fairly similar in our journeys and in our progress towards an equitable society. Can we go to the next slide, please? Yeah. So these are the dimensions. Most studies that you would have come across would focus a lot on work, and this was, of course, on the formal sector workplace. So how do we close the gender gaps in work? Then we also went into the wealth section. How do we, and we looked at financial well-being as a very important part of economic inequality, because like we heard in the morning, that there is a wealth disparity and there's a wealth gap. Then we have welfare. There are lots of government policies every country has on something or the other on gender. How do they look at economic empowerment? And are they just on paper? Do women actually get the benefit of those things? So those are some of the aspects of those policies. And then well-being. So in the entire scheme of things, like we talk about burnout, we talk about not having enough time to themselves, and women are constantly working several jobs in the course of a day and over their lifetime. So how does that impact their physical and emotional health? So that's also an aspect. So we believe that this kind of gives a good insight into the entire dimension of empowerment, women's empowerment. So this was the broad data triangulation that we did. We went into secondary data, did intense research on secondary data. We did a huge primary survey. We had a partner for doing that, Ipsos. And the target sample of 1,100 was there, which was also exceeded. We, I think, had a lot more than that in each country and also in each category of respondents. So we had women in employment as well as women in business. So we tried to cover holistically the target sample. Then we had focus group discussions in all the countries, and also case studies and interviews. So this was the broad thing, and then overall conclusions. We have country-wise conclusions and country-wise recommendations. We also have a broad thing where we found commonalities among all these countries. So I think I will probably not go through this slide because this goes to each country, Bangladesh, India, next slide please, Sri Lanka, and things. So you can find that in the report. So these are some of the actionable solutions that we had, but broadly I would like to talk about the headline, messages that we get, that there are entry barriers. There are entry barriers to women achieving parity. One, of course, is marriage, which leads to mobility and a break in career. Motherhood is it's a whole-time job. And women are expected to have a whole-time job outside a career, as well as raising children, because it is a physical and an emotional thing. So motherhood is a huge penalty factor. But however, no economic value is attached to these two things. So that is a common theme across all things. Then you also have in the work, as an entry barrier, you have a lot of unfair recruitment practices. You have very gender-specific or very male-specific advertising of jobs, job descriptions, and all of those. I will not dwell too much into that. It's there in the report. Training and mentoring. Like we talk about as a corollary, there is, if a woman is running 2 or 3 jobs, managing a household, raising children, and a full-time job, she's got very little time to spend to upskill and to reskill herself. So that's why training and mentoring really takes an important role, and that's one of the recommendations that we have. Then financial autonomy. This is again very important. We had just heard in the previous section how women need to have control of their money. They need to be taught how to manage money and how to invest wisely, not just save, like we heard earlier also. So it's all there, and there are statistics also to back that. Then you have access to credit was a huge issue. I think some panelists mentioned that you need to have a male partner in your business to be able to avail credit. A lot of our respondents found this a big challenge to access money through formal credit sources, because again, banks are also a product of the society, bank managers are a product of our society. They have stereotypes, they have their own biases, and so therefore access to credit is an issue. Safety and mobility came up as a huge factor across most countries. In fact, all the 4 countries that we studied.
That again then is a huge barrier to women's progress, because if you cannot safely travel to your workplace and back, she herself would be hesitant, families would be hesitant in letting them go out and to, in the name of safety. So mobility, and also these mobility transport solutions also need to be focused and actually designed for women. That was a thing. And then government programs and initiatives, there is very low utilization. Less than 10% is what we found across the countries. Now this is very distinct from what we have as a electorally prudent or whatever electoral promises that are given to women as handouts. So that's not what we're talking about. We're talking about specific initiatives that or programs that government announces from time to time. There's a certain budget which is allocated, but very little utilization happens out of those things. So you see, one of the big things that we found is that unpaid care work, which women are burdened with, whether it is child or elder care or general household responsibility, that is really not counted in a country's economic output. The other thing that based, I mean, at the risk of sounding like, I don't know what, see I would say the work of a man really is based on the backs of the work or unpaid work of women of his family. So that is one of the themes that was across everything, that across all countries and all respondents, regardless of the socio-economic status, that is a burden that women carry. And the one big, if I were to talk about one big theme or a headline thing, it is that equal input is not equal to equal output. That is the basic thing of this. So these are some of the areas of further research. There is a lot of insights and inputs that came through, but a lot more research needs to be taken. One is again the care ecosystem and delivery models. How do we do that in an institutionalized way so that there is more for everybody to share? Then designing a comprehensive gender sensitization curriculum for all education levels, because this begins at the basic level. Then gender sensitive urban planning and infrastructure, including mobility and transport solutions. Impact of automation and changing technology on women in the workforce, where they will probably find themselves out of a job or not suitable for a job that they're currently doing. So how do you upskill and reskill? How do they spend money upskilling and reskilling them? Role of male allies in promoting women's economic empowerment, that we need a little more research on that. And the impact of job mobility on pay gaps. So every time there is a break in a woman's career or she has to move out, so there is a break, and how does that impact her pay in the next subsequent job, and how does that gap increase over a period of her career? These are some of the things that we would like to research on further. So I'll, I think, leave you with these thoughts, and maybe the last slide? Yeah, I think that's it. So any questions, or Ipsita, how do you want to take this further? Okay, okay, I'm between you and them.
But I can't end it without thanking the whole team which has worked for last 18 months on this project and done a lot of hard work. And of course, Shama leading the team from TARI. And Rosanna, Bhavna, please stand up. Disha from our team, I'm not sure where she is. Ina, so please come. Oh, there she is, under the light. So, Ina. So all of them have put in lots of, where's Chris? Oh, there she is. Sorry, Chris. So these are the key players who have really brought this report into fruition. So thank you all very much.
Yeah, also from my side, I loved it. Thank you.
Thank you. Shama, by the way, I'm standing between lunch and everybody, but but anyway, I'm going to let you all leave for lunch. But just before you go, I just wanted to reiterate that after we come back, there are these roundtables that have been designed. So there are 4 topics, interesting topics on policy governance, corporate and the workplace, on building inclusive workspaces, financial and economic empowerment, and being allies to advocates. These are roundtables designed for all of you to speak up. We will take away key sort of highlights and present. Please do participate. Pick your tables as soon as you can. Enjoy your break. Have a great lunch, and see you all after lunch. Thank you.
The Equiverse. With a ripple of change, we can brighten our future. When together we work to create this wonderful Equiverse. Let's take a moment for us to immerse in all the beautiful things that make us diverse, a collective force towards a change for the better, an Equiverse that shows us working together.
As one, we overcome and move with a force of unity. In a liberated future, the world dances to music made from our synchronicity. Interdependence surpasses control. A working circuit is perfect when each component works towards the unified goal. With a ripple of change, we can brighten our future when together we work to create this wonderful Equiverse.
How do we differentiate and unpack the stereotypes that find themselves attached to what a human can or can't do? Who would have knew that there could be so many labels attached to our gender? How can we reassess the agenda so that no one is left to feel submerged underwater? Let's all stand taller, letting go of the labels and all their limitations so that these waves can empower future generations.
Start the ripple, spark the trickle. Together we can conquer our barriers and support each other. With our collective efforts, we can move the mountains of stereotypes and raise our minds beyond echo chambers. The beauty of our world exists through all of our efforts combined.
With a ripple of change, we can brighten our future when together we work to create this wonderful Equiverse, a world in which we are linked and not ranked, where each of our contributions are celebrated and thanked, that no efforts go unappreciated, where words become actions and actions demonstrated, where each and every voice is embraced and empowered, amplifying our liberation so that it can bloom and flower.
Our unique differences are a cause for celebration, bridging the gaps that have caused separation. Collective synchronization is the key to this equation, acknowledging our past oppression and moving towards liberation.
Because we're tired of burning. Is the key to this Equiverse unlearning? Is the key to this Equiverse some more smashing of ceilings, and not just a mindset to fight, but to find some collective healing? Because we've been breathing air that is filled with imbalance and neglect, but we're not too late for change to take effect.
A volcanic eruption is full of fire and destruction, but when the lava cools, new soil is fertile and ready for growth and construction. Building a new earth is about acknowledging resistance and being consistent with realizing we are all a part of this ecosystem. Empowerment comes from collective responsibility, recognizing our unique differences and intertwining them in unity, just like the elements.
Just like the earth, water, space, wind, and fire, we all have a role in how we elevate and inspire. With a ripple of change, we can brighten our future. When together we work to create this wonderful Equiverse.
Wherever you come from and wherever you're going, we are all branches, bark, leaves, and fruits of one tree collectively growing. We are all words, working together to create this story. Symphonies of elements orchestrating our universe. When we interact and harmoniously converge, grit and grace, transmute love from hate with a ripple of change, we can brighten our future.
When together we work to create this wonderful Equiverse.
Thank you.
কি খুঁজছিস তোরা?
নর্থ স্টার।
নর্থ স্টার? ওরে বাবা, তুই তো বড় হয়ে অ্যাস্ট্রোনট হবি।
সত্যি?
হ্যাঁ।
আমি কি হব?
তুই হবি স্টার, বড় ফিল্ম স্টার।
একদম ঠিক বলেছো, স্টার হবে।
आपके भाई या पापा कोई है?
बताओ क्या हुआ? वो भी आके मुझे ही बताएंगे।
राजू, दिस इज फैंटास्टिक वर्क। प्रिंसिपल मैडम को अच्छे से प्रेजेंट भी करना पड़ेगा। क्या बोलोगे?
This windmill is. This is actually a model of a wind turbine, and it's powered by a motor of this old toy car. And you know, we made this to emphasize that we must switch now to wind energy. How was the class today for you? It was so hot for me.
കോഡിംഗ് ഒക്കെ അറിയാമോ?
പിന്നെ കഴിഞ്ഞ വർഷം പഠിക്കാൻ തുടങ്ങി। ये देखो क्या हाल बनाते हैं।
वाओ मिया, ये सब तुमने बनाया है?
सबकी बेटियां प्रिंसेसेस और फेरीज बन के आएंगी और उनके बीच में मेरी बेटी डस्टबिन कैप पहन के रोबोट बन के खड़ी रहेगी। कैसे लगेगा बोल?
पापा मैं करूं? मुझे पता है मैं वो फोन पे
गोरे चेन को तुम्हारे कपड़े गंदे हो जाएंगे अंदर अच्छे। What's wrong? All okay?
कमल, do you realize कि आज क्या हुआ? आज मेरे पास सिर और अमन के घर जाने का बिल्कुल टाइम नहीं था। हाँ, मैं बस 5 मिनट में मेल भेज रही हूँ। मैं घर पहुंच ही रही हूँ। हाँ, बिल्कुल हो जाएगा।
नए लोग हैं, मिल लेते हैं ना।
I had so much to do. So, मैंने तुम्हें कहा भी, पर just acted like my time didn't matter.
Hi, I'm Kamal. My wife Seema. हम लोग ऊपर रहते हैं।
I'm Sid.
I'm Aman. Hi.
अंदर आइए ना।
हम बस नाश्ते की तैयारी कर रहे हैं। Please have some.
अमन फर्स्ट क्लास पोहा बनाता है। अंदर आइए ना।
Come.
Yeah, please, this way.
चाय लेंगे या कॉफी? चाय?
चाय.
Awesome.
तुम उनका घर देख रहे थे और
बाथरूम में रखा है एरिएट। ओके।
मैं उन्हें I suddenly realized that
यार चाय बना दे यार।
we don't have what they have. मैंने तुम्हें बताने की कोशिश भी की, पर देखो साथ में कैसे काम करते हैं? तुमने मेरी बात समझी नहीं।
इसमें क्या है? जब मैं और अविनाश कॉलेज में साथ रहते थे ना, तो हम भी सारा काम बांट के ही करते थे।
और जब चाय गिरी। Thank you.
Oh my God! I'm so sorry. It's okay. I'm really sorry.
Don't worry, we'll take care of it.
सिर्फ मुझे ही सब कुछ करना पड़ता है। Have we thinking कि अगर सिर और अमन एक साथ काम कर सकते हैं, तुम अविनाश के साथ एक साथ काम बांट के करते थे, तो मेरे साथ क्यों नहीं? मतलब तुमने मुझे अपने बराबर समझा नहीं ना? You ever see me as your equal?
Hi, Erin. Show me what it looks like to run like a girl.
My hair.
Show me what it looks like to fight like a girl. Now throw like a girl.
Aw.
So do you think you just insulted your sister?
No. I mean, yeah, insulted girls, but not my sister.
My name is Dakota, and I'm 10 years old.
Show me what it looks like to run like a girl. Throw like a girl. Fight like a girl. What does it mean to you when I say run like a girl?
It means run fast as you can.
On your marks, get set, go! Akash, faster, Akash! Faster, faster! Akash, faster! उधर जा, भाग जा! Faster! सही जा रहा लगा। Come on, Akash! Faster, faster! Yes! Go, 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 go! पहुंच गया बस! And the winner is Parvati! Kings of Come.
Yay!
Second, ना? पर लड़की से हार गए। कैसे? चल, अगली बार याद रखना।
One day, we won't need this day. We won't need a day to celebrate how far we've come. We won't need a day to prove we're just as fast or strong or skilled. We won't need a day to relive the comebacks, the firsts, or the titles we've won. We won't need a day to rally behind the ones fighting to change the rules. One day, we won't need this day at all, because one day, this day, will be our everyday.
ये हो गया. Complete and recommended promotion list.
Thank you. Kiran, recommended by Rajat. Obviously.
conversations. And we've got a lovely lady in the hall right now. I'm promising you a very, very insightful conversation in a minute or two from now. I can't even see the lights. No? I'm requesting everybody to come back inside the hall so we can start. Welcome back, everybody. People who are outside, I'm promising you, and I hope you can hear me, you're going to miss out something really, really useful and interesting for you. Can I request some of my colleagues at TalentNomics to please ask people to join us? Disha, Ina, can you ask people to come in? Okay. Welcome back. I know that you've all had a hearty lunch, and I don't want any of you to fall asleep, and I can promise you I can be really loud and energetic even after having lunch. We've got a lady in the room who's a visionary leader who pioneers change, restores balance, and inspires a more inclusive and equitable future. None other than Ms. Neelam Dhawan. Some of you in the room may already know her. She's a very, very, what may I say, a visionary leader who's played a pivotal role in shaping India's IT landscape with a career spanning decades. She has led global technology giants like Microsoft, HP, IBM, and driven business strategy. She's somebody who's believed in transformation and innovation, and beyond her corporate achievements, she's been a strong advocate for diversity and inclusion. Our panel and our special keynote address is on the path forward, visionary leadership for restoring the Equiverse. Ma'am, I'd like you to welcome you on stage on behalf of TalentNomics. And while she's coming here, I have to tell you all a little thing about her that Lata Singh told me. Ms. Dhawan has been her mentor for years. And when Lata found out that Ms. Dhawan is going to be here, I can't tell you the excitement of a little child and the glee and happiness. Lata tells me Ms. Dhawan is not just a leader. She's a friend and an advisor and a support who's frank, but at the same time gives you advice that goes on throughout your entire life. And with what a success Lata has been, I have no doubts. And I really wish that I'd met you earlier in my life as well. Welcome, ma'am.
Thank you.
And you can just sit there if you want. Whatever is comfortable.
I'll stand and
Okay,
speak.
sure.
That's better for me. So good afternoon, and thank you for being here. After lunch session is terrible, terrible. Everybody has a good meal and wants to snooze. And I'm going to talk about what we need to do and what will really help this world as well as our country to be more successful. Needless to say, everybody must have talked about today why equitable business environments, work environments are good for us. Everybody must have talked about it. And I used to hate it when I walk in a room full of men and I'm the only woman. And I used to hate it that, in those days we could smoke in the office. So you would see everybody smoking because they've got so much of work pressure on them. And I walk in and say, and I would wonder, why are they so stressed on something which is as simple as work sometimes? Or it's okay, it's very important, but then why should I walk into a room full of women and have no sympathy? Let me just start by saying the first time when I started working, and I can add years to many of you, was in the early 80s. And after being in the office for 2 hours, I asked, where is the women's washroom? And everybody looked at me as if I asked an alien question, because there wasn't a women's washroom. They'd never hired a woman in that office. And then the regional head just calls someone and says, why don't you clean that washroom and just put ladies outside it, so that becomes hers. So you can think, when I joined, how good was the diversity in offices? How good was it in tech, where you could count women, if they came into it, on your fingers. And today, I'm very happy to see the large percentage of women in tech. But then there is the other aspect of it. As you go up in the organization, the numbers drop, and they drop fairly rapidly. So when we hire, and no matter which company I've been in, we look at the hiring stage, can we have 40 to 45% women? But by the time you come to leadership, it's never a double-digit number. And somewhere over the years, that percentages have dropped. And every time you have people in the room and you say, why is it that the percentages dropped? The number one factor, I think all of you know it, everyone turns around and says, oh, she took a break because she had children. Or she took a break because she had social obligations. And that just puts me to think, are these the number of reasons why women are not on top? And I firmly believe, after working for 4 decades, that's not the reason at all. Have we enabled the best brains to work for us, is the question. For every organization, if you think about creating an equitable work environment, the question is, I want the best team to be with me. And if you think about best team, it's not about gender. It's not about backgrounds. It's not about education. It's about getting the right person in the right role. And many books have been written on how you can be successful if you have the right person in the right role. It's not about gender. And that's where I keep saying, don't look at women as, oh, I have to have 40% women in my team. It's not that. I have to have the right talent in my team. And if it's 100% women, so be it. But I will get most of the talent, which is right. And let me share a short story, which has not happened to me, but it was my husband. So many of you may know him or not know him. I met 2 people outside who said they know my husband. And he was the chair of Deloitte till last year. He grew in Deloitte. He worked in Deloitte in all the businesses you can think of. And one of the days when he was not the chair, I was coming back from Mumbai, and that time CEO was sitting next to me. And of course I knew him, and he was sitting next to me in the flight, and he kept on asking me questions. And I was a little worried about the diversity in the organization, which I was at that time supporting and working. So I asked him, I said, so how do you think about diversity? And he turned around and said, all the diversity in Deloitte is because of your husband, go ask him. Now I'm thinking, why would he say that, And he says, no, he's the one who spots the talent. If you look at all the women who are partners at that time in the company, they were all hired by him. So he knows how to spot talent, ask him. So I did ask him that question. And the first thing he said to me, he said, women don't waste time. They are multitasking all the time. They have responsibilities at home, they have social responsibilities towards family, etc. So they are very efficient in finishing their work, doing it in time, and then doing what they have to do next. And that multitasking sometimes helps putting them in multiple projects. And he says they don't waste time taking many of the breaks, which you see all of us trying to bond over and doing. And he looked at it as an efficiency, productivity improvement. And he says, if you think about productivity improvement, you may want to have more than 40% women in your team. And I thought that was very, very enlightening of him. Of course, I love him for saying that and supporting me all his life, right? So coming to the topic. The topic says, how do we build equitable work environment? How do we create that universe where men and women or anyone else working with us are equal? Human beings are equal, and they are appreciated for the work we do. I think many of you who are in HR already know the answer to the first one. It is having the enabling policies. I think a company which does not have enabling policies needs to think about what will enable my company to be an equal opportunity employer for men and women. Now, let's not go into DEI, because currently DEI is a bad word in US. I was in New York 2 weeks ago, and as you know, 66 out of the top 100 Fortune companies have dropped their DEI policy because that's what the government wants. And the government believes that there's been favoritism done to women who have gone up into leadership. So if we ignore that, and we ignore that, oh, we have a DEI policy, I think there is something even more basic which we need to do. The fundamental is we need to have policies which do not discriminate employees. I think it's important. The only discrimination should be performance. It should not be anything else. In my thinking, of course, there could be many more. It could be teamwork, it could be results, it could be whatever you may think. But having the same performance and same clear policy which you have for men and for women, it doesn't matter who they are, as long as you do not have discriminatory policies on how will you evaluate that person. I think everything comes down to, do you have transparent policies for promotion and salaries? And I think this is so important because studies have shown over the years, if you hire a man and a woman, over the years, suddenly the woman gets left behind. And this is not only true in India, it's globally true. And I can share the reasons I believe is possible. One, of course, is because the organization is looking at many other factors, and there is a tendency to say, favor some people whom you think have higher potential. You don't look at the women correctly. You say, oh, she's a woman, she's going to leave after some time, maybe go get married, move to a different city, have kids. So why should I give the increment to her? I'd rather give it to someone who's going to stay with me long term. And that happens in very many organizations. So here is one learning in my life. Whenever I did appraisals, and Lata will know this, the first question I always ask, whoever walked in, how do you think the last year was for you? It's a simple question. I want them to think. So I would have seen the performance results. I've got a rating in my mind. I've done the bell curve fitment. I've done all of it. So now I have to do one-on-one talks, correct the bell curve, look, the rating is right, and then go ahead. And my first question always used to be, how do you think the year went? And when you say, how do you think the year went, here comes the difference. The first thing, and sorry to say, many of the men would look at it and say, well, she's biased. It's not. That's what my experience showed. Many of the men would come and say, we had a great year. And I'm thinking, he's done 70% of his targets, and he's had a great year. And he'll tell you all about where the efforts were, what did he do, what was the, whatever efforts were, the outcome didn't matter because he's at 70%. But he had a great year, and you looked at a 70% performance and you've thought, okay, he doesn't deserve to be 1 or 2, he should be in 3. And then you start thinking, maybe I'm being biased, maybe he's done some work which will give results this year, maybe I don't know what, maybe there's something else, right? And the way they have portrayed the hard work, the thinking they have put behind it, you start thinking, maybe I'm wrong. And when you have a woman come in and you ask the same question, how do you think the last year was? The first thing she'll say is, I didn't meet my quota, I didn't meet my results, I'm at 70% performance. She will, perhaps it'll take you a little while for her you ask her, why is it, what did you do well, you goad her, and then you start thinking that maybe she's right, she doesn't deserve the rating I've given her, it should be lower down. And this happens in every year. I monitored it myself for maybe 22 years after I had this realization that I see this difference. For 22 years, I did this every year, and I realized that's a big difference between men and women. And suddenly you see salary compensations not being aligned, the gender gap increases, and so on and so forth. That happens. So how can you have transparent promotion and salary policies is extremely important. It is important not only to have the policy, but it should be known to everyone. And that itself creates a level playing field when you look at an organization, right? Now, the other factor which plays a big role, and many companies have this, is mentoring and sponsorship. Now, women find it very difficult to find mentors in the organization. I would say only in the enlightened organizations you will look at a person and say, she's a leader, she can be a leader, and we should have a mentor for her. Maybe a high potential person is there and a leader should be mentoring her. It's very rare. Until and unless we put up a hand and say, I think I need mentorship or sponsorship of a senior in the company, it doesn't happen easily. Because people are not looking at her as a leader. In my life, from the week one of my starting my career, I think there was one thing which was there. As many of you know, I'm too frank when I speak, I'm too blunt when I'm in a meeting too, and some of you worked with me sometimes think, you know, maybe she's too blunt. But that's what happened in week one, that I was so blunt on something which was not the right way to implement a policy which was shared with us when we were coming out of our college, that the CEO of the company noticed me. In fact, I didn't know he was the CEO. I had not met him, so I didn't know who he was. And I aired it, and of course it led to a policy change. But the fact is he noticed that here is a woman who has certain opinions, and believe me, his sponsorship helped me a lot in my career, a lot in my career. The fact that he believed I could drive change, the fact that he could believe that I'm focused on results in my career, gave me a lot of opportunities to grow. And that brings me to the second point, which, why do women not show that the most important thing in their life is their career? You talk to a man, he'll talk about his work. For him, the most important thing is that he has to earn a living. And hence, he has to get a salary, he has to do well in his job, he has to get promotions. And when you talk to a woman, especially if she's working, will she say, work is my first priority? Many will not say. They'll say, my children, my family, my husband, my kids, my parents, somebody else is the first priority, job comes next. And that's the question I always ask. If you are not giving it the priority which you should, do you think the work environment should reward you the way it rewards the person who says, this is my work priority? So that's something we need to do. That women have to do is to say, this is important. I think about my career. I think about my growth, and hence, go and look for it. Let's not just say, it'll happen to me because I'm a good worker. You know, maybe it was in late 90s, early 2000, I noticed it. I was working for a big company, really big company, globally widespread. And it was well known that it has a boys' club. In the sense, if you're in the old boys' club, you know everyone, you're networked well, you can succeed well. And I had just been working in India, I didn't know anyone overseas, and I was wanting to look at what should I be doing. And the second thing was known as 3 years in a row, if you don't change, then you're just repeating yourself, you're not learning, and maybe you're stagnating. And I had this whole fear, I'm going to stagnate, I'm going to just be wasting my career, and I'm not doing well. And it was a matter of fact, if you stayed in a role for more than 3 years, it was looked down upon, saying, end of life, end of career opportunity in this company. So I go and talk to my boss, and I say, listen, December I'll complete 3 years in the role, so what do you think I should be doing next? And he looked at me, he heard me. And he had come in from Australia. So he looked at me and he heard me and he says, I don't know what you'll do next. And then he tells me, I'm here for 3 years because emerging markets experience will look good on my resume. So I want to be successful. Why would I change your role? Because your group, your team is working well and you're getting the results. And I thought, for a minute, he's not even thinking about my success, he's thinking about his success. And then I thought, who knows me well to think about with me what I should be thinking about next? And I thought it's HR. Now, an organization which has some 20, 25,000 people, will they know what I aspire to do? Will they even know if there's a vacancy in another department? Maybe not. My HR partner only knows what my team is looking for, doesn't even know what the other team is looking for. And I had a realization in that particular year that your manager is not making your career, HR is not making your career. You are defining what you want to do and how you want to do it. And that ownership, that realization really made me think on what am I thinking about my career? What will I do next? How should I do it? And then, you know, everything else was, I control my career. I think that's so important. It's so important for us to think like that. And not just think about, what does my husband think I should be doing? What should my boss think what I should be doing? It's not about them, it's about you. It's about your life. And it's all about even men and women. Even men have to think about their career. Your managers don't have time to think about yours. Your HR doesn't have the bandwidth to think about yours. They're all thinking about their own. And hence, it comes to, what should you be doing to work it out well in an organization? So I sat down and I put down and says, what is the mantra of being successful in this corporate world, which has men and women? We struggle to get noticed. We want equitable culture. But what should we be doing about it? And I put down 3 or 4 points, which some of you may already know, so I'm sorry about that. One which I realized, and it's a book with this title, which says, what got you here will not get you there. What made you the best salesman will not make you the best sales manager. What made you the best programmer is not going to make you the best team leader. So you have to keep learning continuously and getting new skills. Otherwise, you will just be doing what you are doing. And how do you get to be relevant is so critical. Not only what you learn, but how to be relevant in one thing which is changing every quarter, every year, and that is the business environment. How do you adapt to that change in business environment? What should we be learning? Now, I'll give an example of tech. When I was growing up in technology, in IT, India had missed the mainframe era. And everybody talked about how backward was India. And we had jumped straight into mini computers and then to client-server architecture. We missed mini computers, which the world was using. And, well, we lived with it for a few years, and then Y2K happened, and then we had new technology, we got internet. After we got internet, we started talking about cloud. After we got cloud, it became hybrid cloud. And today, if you talk, it's AI, it's Gen AI, it's agentic AI, and we are talking about data warehouse, data lakes. We are talking about all the new technologies. Now, if you are in IT, no matter what you are, whether you're an engineer or not, it doesn't matter, and you don't live up with the times of change, well, you're going to be obsolete, and the organization is not going to see value in you. And hence, continuous learning and being relevant to the organization is one of the most important things. The second is results. Let's not expect that anyone will get a promotion or be on a fast track if you're not delivering results. Let's be very clear on it. It's not about who you know. If your results are great, nobody can overlook you. It is so important that we focus on what are we measured on and how do we deliver those results. And for me, one of the most important things which helped me in my career is knowing my customers. I was always leading from the front, meeting my clients, meeting my customers, and building a network which would help me. And I can give you an example, and of course it's few years old, so sorry about that, gives away my age. I had an issue, I joined a company, and this is 2008, 2009. I've been in that organization as the MD of the business since July, and September it happens. I'd gone to meet a partner organization in Noida, and I'm driving back, and I have a next meeting, and my finance CFO calls, and he says, "Where are you?" I said, "I'm just heading back to office." And he says, "I think you shouldn't come to office." So I said, "What's happened?" And I told him, "I have a very big client meeting. They're coming to our office." And he says, "Oh, we've had the DRI raid in every office." So I've never faced DRI. DRI is the tax authorities in India, in case you don't know. They are the Revenue Intelligence, Department of Revenue Intelligence. And if they think you've done something wrong, they'll raid your office. And I'm thinking, my CFO is telling me this, and I asked him, "What is it?" He says, "They haven't given us a show cause notice or nothing, I don't know, but they have gone into every office across the country. They don't know you, you're so new, don't come to office." And I have one of the biggest clients in the country coming to my office, the CIO and his team, for a discussion. Now from Noida to Gurgaon takes an hour, more than an hour. So I'm thinking, what do I do? So I ring up my office and I tell my secretary, why don't we book the meeting room in the hotel next to our office? And we had a small little boutique hotel next to our office, and I said, "You tell the client to move there. We'll meet there and we'll buy them lunch and all that stuff there. So it'll be easier. We won't waste time going back and forth, and tell the team to go there." And I go to that office, we do the meeting, and we end it there. Next day, we have a meeting with all the stakeholders, and they're all looking at me for what do we do next? And I'm thinking, I don't know what to do next. I've never faced this. But they're all looking at me. You are the leader in the business, but you don't know what to do. And I'm thinking, what do I tell them? Of course, wisdom tells, let's get in some lawyers and consultants and advisors of this matter. Who's been advising us? Let's ask them. So I did all that, saying, who has been advising us, get them in. They were one of the best lawyers on that subject in the country. They had been advising us since the 80s. So I said, bring them in. They'll know what we have to do, and so on and so forth. I said it. But the discomfort. Now I own the problem. And here I'm new in this company and nobody knows how to solve it. And you are the leader of the business, and if you tell the global guys, they'll say, what do we know? You are the MD, you should know, right? So, and I think, what do I do? Then 2-3 weeks later, I have a realization that everyone in IT company has got the same notice, the same problem, everyone, right? And everyone, it came out in the papers, all of us. And I realized that one of my clients, whom I'd never met, by the way, till then, he's been facing this for over a year. So I figure out who's the head of it. I called the chairman's office. He was kind enough to take my call. And I told him that this is the problem I'm facing, and I don't know how to solve it. So he heard me through, and then he says, okay, this is my team, which had his legal counsel, finance, etc. Create your similar team, let them interact and figure out among them. Believe me, that was the best decision I ever took in my life. We worked on it. It took us many years, but it got solved, right? And then I went and met him. And I suddenly realized if I didn't know people, if I didn't have the network to reach out to these people, I would be in a sheer mess. And that's, as you grow more senior, the problems are worse than you saw in your previous roles. Keep in mind, you'll never see a good meeting as you grow senior. So let's not get scared about it, right? And I used to think, why don't I see a good meeting? Why do I go in when a client says, I'm going to blacklist you? Or the client is saying, sorry, I'm going with your competition. Or the government is calling me and saying, you guys haven't done this. So why is it every meeting is like, I'm so sorry, we'll do it, or we'll see what we can do? And then it hit me. Everyone has tried to solve that problem. And when they have not been able to solve it, they come to you saying, maybe she knows something, and you don't know anything either, but you want to solve it, right? So you'll never see a good meeting. You're never going to see a good meeting the more senior you are, because if it was a good customer who loved you and said, I'm giving you business, or government said, fine, you're done everything right, nobody will even call you for a meeting, right? And that realization is so important for you to prepare for the worst and then go and see what can you do to improve. And leadership is all about managing this ambiguity, this not knowing what has to be done, but being able to think through on your feet and doing it. So I just went in a spiral on stories, sorry about that. But I think having the right network really helps. And I'll put down the last thing which I wanted to share is, what does success mean? And this question comes up every time. What does success mean? And frankly, I don't know. Success to each one of us is personal. Spending time with your daughters, your sons may be a personal goal. Having a holidays, spending more time learning is maybe your personal goal. Giving back to the community can be your personal goal. And I put it down as success varies for each person, but it's all about achieving your personal goals. And if you achieve that, I think it's success. Careers don't matter. It's the peace of mind which comes in when you meet your goals. Thank you. That's what I wanted to talk to you about.
Thank you.
To check if there are any questions.
Yeah, sure. I just want to be diverse, so I'll give it to the hand at the back. Sanjay, can we pass the mic across?
Thank you very much, Neelam. I have hello. Yeah. So you talked about several things that lead to an unconscious bias, maybe arising from self-doubts of women, during evaluations and generally, right? The question. Give me a different mic, please. Yeah. Thanks. So, so that's the unconscious bias. Then there is the conscious bias, which is arising from the gaps that women inevitably have to take, right? So which causes them to fall back, the pay gap because experience, number of years, etc. That's the tangible part, and there's the intangible part. So how do you, or how did you in your time as the leader?
Unconscious bias?
And the bias that arises from women naturally having to drop out for a few years at least over the career because of maternity care, etc., etc. Yeah.
So, this is a big issue in the tech industry because women do drop out and they work for some years, they may drop out, they may not. And as a company, and many organizations have done that especially where you have the development centers, the call centers, and big presence, and the big four have done it now also, is that they do have creches within 2 kilometers of the office. And that's, by the way, also the rule of the government, that you should have a creche for the employees within 2 kilometers of their office.
So my question is, you as a leader, personally, do you sort of have the reverse bias to take care of this natural bias that occurs?
Yeah, so I'll just share with you. And I think all policies have to ensure that there is no bias in the policies first when we define it. Now I'll give you one example on what happened. In one of the organizations, we had more than 100,000 employees. And I'm not talking very far away. It's in the late 2016, 17, 18, 19, 20 time frame. They had more than 100,000 employees. And I was focused on diversity and how do you improve and how is the leadership improving, where is this unconscious bias. And I discovered there were 35 teams which had no women. 35 teams which had no women. So I called a meeting of the leaders of those teams in Bangalore, and I flew down here, and they were all across various businesses, and they didn't even know each other because they were from different parts of the businesses. And they all were, and I asked a question, do you see something common among you? And they said, it's great, we never met, da, da, da. It was like a good conversation going on, getting to know each other. I said, but there's something common among all of you. And they couldn't figure out what, because they were from different parts of the business. And I said, you have no women in your team, and I want to understand why. And the answers were the same as what you said. They're going to take a break, They're not going to come back. Or she may get married in 2-3 years. She may go to a different location. Why am I wasting time on her? And I heard them all through. And then, but the fact they became conscious that they are the only 35 people in this room who don't have women in the team, it helped improve because we showed them that they had an unconscious bias against women, right? And I think that the organization has to repeatedly do to bring out that we should not have this unconscious bias. So what if she leaves? She prioritizes her family for 3 years, 5 years, 7 years. But if she's good talent, she'll come back. And in IT, we've started hiring working women back to work. We have enough courses going on. So make the effort, and believe you me, once the kids are in school, and an efficient woman sets up her ecosystem at home, just like she sets up her team in the office. You will feel that they are able to manage. It's just that we believe that they have kids they won't be able to manage. I have 2 daughters, by the way. There was another question here. Yeah.
No, actually, I'll cut it off because we're completely out of time, and I don't want to be running late for the next panel.
Okay, thank you.
So you can connect with Neelam offline. The one thing I will definitely say is, Neelam, to your point of not having good meetings as you become more senior, at least this group of people can say this was a good meeting. I'm terrible at these jokes, but thank you for being such a kind audience. But okay, our next panel is from allies to advocates, transforming the narrative around gender roles. I want to call Francois, who, while working art adjacent, also prefers to be doing painting and sculpting, even though Francois is in the art world in the sense that he's a brand person, but I think his true love lies in painting and sculpting. Something that Francois will start soon. Inshallah. Inshallah. Fair. Over to you.
Thank you. Well, first of all, thank you for having me here. And I have to confess, this is my first time in India, and I only arrived yesterday. So my knowledge of India is fairly limited. And on top of that, I sat here this morning and discovered, in the terms of gender equity, a diversity and a complexity of social and cultural environment that is so different from what I'm used to that I feel a little bit like a fish out of water, to be honest. And so, on the one hand, we heard a lot of the hurdles and difficulties that women are facing in achieving gender equity. On the other hand, I'm in front of a room full of high-achieving, highly successful women and high-achieving and highly successful men that are supporting them. On top of that, yesterday I took a stroll in the mall next door, and I came upon this inscription on the floor in the middle of a high footfall area of the mall, and it said, "Women are the architects of change and progress." Now, that went straight to my heart. I could not agree more, and I'm sure all the women here will agree, and all the men will agree. And so I thought, well, that's it. Gender equity is there. It's girl power here. But then this morning I find out that maybe it's a little bit more complicated than that. So I think that's why I'd love to hear the insights and the stories from our panelists, which I'd like to introduce. Anisha Motwani, if you can join us on the stage. Anisha is a highly accomplished business leader and a strategic thinker with over 35 years experience in brand building, in advertising, in auto manufacturing and finance. In 2015, she launched Storm the Norm, I love the name, a firm helping numerous top-level clients such as Nestlé, Unilever, Amex, and many others adapt to disruption by challenging the norm. And I think challenging the norm is something we should always do all the time. She serves as a board of director on several leading organizations, is been 3 consecutive times, voted as one of the 50 most powerful women in Indian business. And she has an MBA from Sophia College and lives in Delhi with her husband and children. Thank you for joining us. I would like to invite also Mansi Narasimhan. I'm sorry if I mispronounce. Mansi leads communication and strategic partnerships at the Center for Effective Governance of Indian States, CGIS, if I'm saying it right. Prior to this, Mansi spent over 2 decades working in the private sectors in roles in Hindustan Unilever, in the Time Warner Group, Godrej, and finally MasterCard, where she played a regional role in the marketing and communications. She's the mother of 2 boys and is a keen advocate of women in the workplace. She holds a BA in economics and an MBA from the Indian Institute of Management in Bangalore. I hope I'm getting this right. And finally, I'd like Ruhail Amin to join us. Ruhail is a seasoned journalist that probably many of you know of. Based in New Delhi, he's the senior editor at Business World and Exchange for Media Group. He is known for his incisive analysis and in-depth reporting, and he is a committed journalist whose integrity and storytelling has earned him recognition as a trusted voice in the industry. So dear panelists, thank you very much for being here. I'm not used to. Do I have to do anything? Yeah, no. Today we have a lot to cover. We're going to talk about the power of narratives in shaping gender role, and coincidentally, we're all in the business of generating narratives, which, if successful, whether intendedly or by default, will play a significant role in changing behaviors, attitudes, and mentalities and mindsets, whether it's in marketing, advertising, literature, or journalism. Also, we'll talk about why we need men and media to play a proactive role in fostering gender equity, and I think that's an interesting point, and the urgency of shifting cultural attitudes to make gender equity sustainable, because it has to be sustainable, otherwise it's a wasted exercise. So I turn the first question to any of you who wishes to answer it. Why should men be advocates of gender equity, and what's in it for them?
Is this on? Okay. How many of you have seen Adolescent on Netflix? Quite a few. Well, if you believe in this theme, people who haven't watched it should go and watch that series. It's just 4 episodes, and answer to that is so apparent in a series which has become a worldwide rage. It's all about how a 13-year-old, actually, a 13-year-old boy can intimidate an adult psychologist women, okay? And literally that woman, who's such a powerful woman, is shivering in the room. And you see the kid changing. The minute a macho police officer comes in the room, you see the kid generally just getting back to his coy, innocent teenage self. Now, just watch it for those who haven't watched it. But the point that is made here is that many of us, when we are talking about change, we are talking about changing our daughters, okay? We are, all of us, whether it is positive change or status quo change, we have a lot of advice to give to our daughters. Don't stay late, okay? Don't wear short clothes, or, don't answer back. There are all kinds of advices, or to say, money is important, become financially independent. There are so many conversations we are having with our daughters, but we just forget that we need to have those conversations with our sons too. They need protecting too. For years and for generations, they have believed that to be macho is to have control and power over women. And they can do that to adult women, they can do that to grandparents, they can do that to, you know, to the peer group. Men start believing as little kids that to be macho is to be powerful and to have control, okay, and to be intimidating. That, I think, is a conversation that needs to happen at that level. Before we do it in the public domains, are we as parents doing it? And when I watched that series, I started looking back and saying, did I, and I have two grown-up kids now. My daughter is a little elder to my son, but they're both in their, pretty grown up in the 20s, whatever. And I said, did I at all sit my son down, except for telling him, yeah, you need to just step into the kitchen and do your own table and do your own serving, and you know, you should know how to make food. That was more because, you know, I realized that if he has to go out and study, he needs, you know, he need not go hungry. But that was coming out of my selfish interest. But I wasn't having honest conversations with him as much as I did with my daughters. So for me, I mean, the whole narrative of men changing is so very important, Francois. And you see that because we are not doing that at homes, we are not doing that enough in schools, we are just assuming that men don't need to change, women need to change. We are forgetting that women today are changing faster than men. There was just a recent, I think, India Today survey I was just hearing 2 days back on financial income, financial independence of women. And there's a professor who was asked a question, who asked a question of 100 men, okay, saying that if both of you are earning, should your income be a household income? Should both your incomes be household incomes, or should they be individual incomes? 95% men said it should be household income, okay? The same question was asked of 100 women, and those women said, my income is my income, and my husband's income is my husband's income. Look at the difference. You know, in a household, you get married, women will say, my income is my income, and the husband is expected to have a household income. No, these are small things that are actually, we are not addressing the real issues. I think it is men who really need to start understanding, and the more financially independent the women are, the more this kind of disconnect has started happening. I was reading another data which was very scary, that in urban India, maximum divorces are initiated by women and not by men. Initiated. And if that is not a writing on the wall on why men should participate in these conversations, you know, or why, you know, we should have these conversations with men, I don't know what else is, you know.
Anyone else? Yeah.
Well, I think thank you for inviting Lavang and the team, and thanks and congratulations on curating this wonderful event, and welcome to India. And you know, we are on this side of a state, you know, that has a gender conversation. By the way, it's incidental. But coming to your point, what is in it for men? Why should men be interested in a conversation that's about gender equality? I would say the first point is it's very liberating for men. You know, men have been stereotyped for a long time. They have to be strong. They don't have to cry. They have to be providers. And if they accept this gender diversity, you know, it lifts a lot of emotional weight. They can be liberated. I think men they have caged themselves into a stereotype which is being enforced, which we'll talk subsequently, by the media, by the macho image that men carry. And that is not something true to the nature of what we are meant to be, where we have an emotional side, but that never comes out. Men don't cry. That's a very oft repeated, you know, line. So I think for men, the self-interest is that they can enjoy life in a better way if they have a more, accepting nature towards gender diversity. And these are my opening remarks on it, but I think this is the beginning of the point, that for men it's really good, and there's a lot of interest for them. It's not that it's only helping women. And it's not a women's issue anymore. It's a societal issue. It's everyone's issue, and it's good for men.
If I may, before I hand over to you, I would say that from what you say, one could say that maybe men are just as oppressed as women. And maybe this is a way to change the narrative on the discourse on gender equity. And it's a very valid point. And when it comes to education of boys, I think women will have a huge role to play in that because they're mostly the caregivers and the
I just
teachers
want to add
in
a
school.
quick point that I think you also meant, there was a question to it, that it can, where does it start? You know, where do we address it? As you also mentioned, I think it's the family. The initial for few years in the school, in your home, where this can be mentored, this can be tailored, this can be adjusted. And then it follows. Yes.
Nancy, any thoughts?
Yeah, I just add to what Rohit said. I think for men it is liberating. It is not a we are helping them issue at all. And I can say this from personal experience. My husband and I think, like many men of this generation, grew up in households when they were kids where their fathers were not active parents because they were just so busy earning and providing. But my husband's been an equal partner, and he actually went back to his father, to my father-in-law, and said, "You don't know what you missed," with the sheer joy of raising two boys. And I think to Ruhail's point, being able to express your emotive side, being a parent, because, well, you are a parent as much as your wife is, I think many, many men are realizing that, and that's a phenomenal position to be in.
That's great. Well, I came here thinking I was a privileged man, and I'm going to leave realizing I'm an oppressed one. Anisha, another question for you. In your experience working with branding and business narratives, how have traditional gender norms influenced marketing and business communications, and what shifts have you seen in recent years?
It's interesting that you asked that because my new book that I wrote, my first book was about Storm the Norm. I've always believed, whether it is business or in life or in any aspect of life, if you have to achieve disruptive change and growth, you need to challenge the norms, and that's how I came with the title Storm the Norm, which is about 20 businesses in India that managed to challenge the conventional norms of how businesses should be done, and that's the only reason why they endured and they're so successful. And I said, but that's such a prevalent theme. And during COVID, when I wanted to write another book, one had enough time, I said, and the whole starting point was about women started working from home, during COVID, and men were also working from home, kids also from home. And most of the time in these WhatsApp women chatter, that one kept hearing about, when it comes to the doorbell ringing, there are 3 people working in the house, all of them, but it is generally expected that the women, not even the kid, the women is expected to open the door, okay? Or we heard things about, I'm so fed up, the cook is all the time, working women will generally have some support staff to help them with cooking and all. Bhabhi ji, khane mein kya banaun? So there were so many of these conversations, which meant like, the house help is coming and asking you, what should I cook for lunch, And they were like, it was better when we were working from office because at least then we were able to concentrate. Here we are working, and why is it that men are also working, kids are also working, but I'm the one who's ended up doing that? So that brought me to saying that the gender stereotypes still persist, and I wrote the other book, She Storms the Norm. And when I started going back to research, I realized that the narrative actually, the stereotypes just get built through communication, okay? Now whether it is brand communication or whether it is movies, I mean, we talked about why men need to be, coached as much as women do. Movies like Animal and Kabir Singh and Kabira, whatever, when you see those movies becoming so successful in India, these are men where the women is actually, in that movie Animal, there's a woman who actually licks the man's shoes. He spits on his shoes and she licks it. I mean, and this movie is a blockbuster hit. It just makes me cringe. It's a blockbuster hit. When we talk about, India is very, very, very complex in many ways, it's very complex. And we keep, so this is a male stereotype that gets reiterated. Similarly, women's stereotypes. For years in advertising, a washing machine will have to show a woman putting in the clothes, and they will never show a man, Then gradually it moved to the other side where you had this symbolism of a man coming and hanging over her shoulder to say, okay, let me help you, this thing. Similarly in the kitchen, when the tea brands, they started showing a little bit of, this guy saying, even I know how to make a cup of tea. Or ready-made brands like soups and all, the soup, because they are ready to cook, so they will show a men because it's so simple, it's ready to cook, so it doesn't require anything complex, and therefore, I can do it too. But it is so much of symbolism. It is so much of symbolism. There are the real deeper change communication, has now started happening on OTT. The OTT has taken some few bold themes, where this subject is getting addressed head on upfront, but still it is few and far in between, because what reinforces stereotypes is a lot more. That narrative is still a lot more than what, the fresh new narrative that one is talking about. And the other fear that brands have is this active trolling that is happening on social media today. So a brand like Titan, created a very, very nice gender equity, equalization communication. But you see the activists, the trolls, the brands, when you spend billions of dollars, large brands, either you get into that fight and then you say, is it really worth my while? And you would quietly withdraw that communication. Okay, so the reason why some of this is not happening at the pace at which it could happen, and I remember Titan, Tanishq had to withdraw the campaign. So many of them have withdrawn the campaign because they don't want to get into the hassle of and the legality of all those, and facing the brand's reputation getting mud being slung at and stuff like that. So personally for me, a lot more can be done and should be done. The pace of change is slow when it comes to changing the stereotype narratives. I think if all of us as individuals can make that change, I think it all begins with us.
Well, thank you. I can't help noticing that, again, a difference between what I'm accustomed to and what seems to be happening in India. In the Western world, now that you mention it, I see that brand communication actually doesn't really focus on gender equity. It focuses on women and empowering women on their own and leaves men out of it. So again, there's discrepancies that are important, and different degrees of empowerment are quite significant. So for me, it's quite a learning curve. So thank you for this. Mansi, you're in the corporate communication business, and I wanted to ask you, how can corporate communication be used in normalizing equitable gender roles at work, but also at home?
Yeah, so I think as Anisha said, and all of us agree that changing the narrative is a key task of communications. And it's a hard one because we are fighting very inbuilt stereotypes and so on. And in fact, to Anisha's point, I was horrified recently. I saw someone had forwarded. There was an article in the Times of India, which is one of the biggest English publications in the country, where there was somebody who had written about why women should not have careers. And it leads to less conflict. You have clearly defined gender roles. And I was reading it and think, okay, if that's purely by choice, fair enough. But to have someone actually advocating that, having the woman being a stay-at-home homemaker leads to lesser conflict in marriages, I was like, and this is happening now in 2025. I was like, oops. But so there are forces, unfortunately. But I think the role of communications in corporates, there are many, many small but significant things. And I had an aha moment while talking to a very senior recruiter, a placement consultant, and we were just chatting, and I'm hoping inadvertently, the person said for an HR head role, they kept saying she. And that kind of stereotyping in reverse. So while maybe majority of HR heads or senior HR professionals are women, to kind of say that a CHRO has to be a she was kind of like, okay, that's maybe it's a bit of an unconscious bias, as Neelam Dhawan said earlier. But I think the role of communications is really to champion equality in its true sense, right? So whether it's a CEO or any C-suite executive or anybody, focus on the work, focus on enabling people, because if parenting is to become more equal, then let's face it, a father might have to take the day off because, you know, the child needs to be picked up early from daycare. Create those enabling environments, but at the end of the day, focus on the work, focus on what people bring to the table. Because every organization, whether it's a profit or a not-for-profit, has an outcome to deliver. And if we focus on that and people's contributions and don't glorify, like I've again heard people say, oh, the first female chief technology officer. And while that may be good in a certain context, so let's say you're trying to motivate engineers to say, you know, stay the course or whatever, I think we are past the stage where one can, you know, call out someone saying she's the first female so-and-so. Rather than that, if you would to just say, okay, here's the work that the person's doing, and oh, by the way, it just happens to be a woman. I think these are powerful things that communications needs to do. But yes, I think to Anisha's point, it is going to take time. India is complex. There's a lot of belief that our culture and, you know, most religious beliefs almost in India kind of direct us in a particular way. So change will come and it's coming, and I think all of us who shape narratives, whether it's through the media or through communications, have a crucial role. And therefore, I also think to communicators, they need to stay patient. It's not going to happen overnight. It is not a silver bullet that we are putting out there. So I think stay the course and things will change.
If I may add a point on this, I have a feeling, and we experienced this with a client in Saudi Arabia, more women at work, more women in the work environment will actually change the working outlook, because women work differently than men. First of all, because they have a lot more to do. So whatever they do it much more efficiently, which means they don't need as much time at work to do a task that a man would do. And what we saw in Saudi Arabia, when we introduced women at work from not working to working, that was a very sudden. It changed actually men's behavior, attitude at work, because their wives were working and said, well, why do you have to work so late? I can do the work in half the time and you could come home and help me. And so, you know, this is an interesting dynamic. I think more women coming into the workforce and in whatever role, and particularly in leadership, is going to actually change the culture of work as well, and that should influence the corporate communications too. But maybe that's just in Saudi. Ruhail, you're in the media, and this is a complex question for me, because media and entertainment include both local and international, global. You talked about Netflix earlier, Anisha. And so I don't know what is the ratio of consumption of local versus global media and entertainment in India. But from your experience, how do news, media, and entertainment industry impact societal perceptions of gender roles? And what responsibility do media organizations have in advocating for equity?
Wonderful question. You know, to your point, by the way, incidentally, Animal Watch also watched by a lot of women, and I really want to understand that what really drove women to watch it, and there was a significant kind of, you know, contribution to the revenues that the film made. So that's on the secondary level. Primarily, of course, we know that media reinforces the norm and what is acceptable, what is aspirational. I think it all comes from media in a subtle way. If you look at India, Bollywood is a cultural industry of sorts where your entire culture flows, even if in the era of Netflix and Amazon, but still it holds a certain gravitas. And look at our film songs. They also reflect our culture in a very close way. And there are a number of songs that depict our outlook towards women. Now, what can media do? Should media start imposing a new culture by addressing women in a certain way, or should it reflect what the society already wants to listen to? So it's a complex question. But what media and the larger media of entertainment industry can do is whatever is within their means, because it's business at the end of the day, which does not come at the cost of the business, but can be a subtle, mild change at the beginning, changing the narrative. For example, these small advertising, organizations, that we see, advertisers, the big advertisers, they all have these stereotypes of women in a certain role. For example, how many men in the room here really go out will go back and cook? I mean, we don't do this. I always wonder, why don't we do it? Or if you're in a cab, or if you're in a crowded, say, a space in a mall, it's very normal to see a woman taking out a mirror and setting her hair. But can you see a man doing it? Why? Who said a man cannot do it? So we are victims of the portrayal. The media is the victim of this portrayal, and somewhere they have to carry on the legacy because there's business involved. But there has to be subtle change, which is at the same time happening. You see news media, if you see the television media, the Hindi news media is dominated by female anchors. Okay? So if you want to see more women, if you want to find more women in media, go to the television side of it, you'll find plenty of them. So things are happening, but of course I think it's at a cultural crossroads also, that how much to impose. It cannot be one way. So the complexity has to be dealt with at the same time. But yes, subtle changes media houses can make. They can, they can use that more often. They can have the man in the household cooking for the women. They have the sunflower oil, the vegetable oils, and they can have men instead of women. So I think these changes take time. But as I said earlier also, India is a complex maze. The media is a complex maze. You have women who are kind of copying them. They are becoming more masculine, than men are at times. They are going that way. And there's media which is trying to course correct. So it's a complex space, but yes, the media can do whatever it can by taking subtle steps at this moment.
And what would be in it for the media? I mean, you don't want to alienate your audience?
So media, I think, a diverse newsroom brings in a diverse emotions. For example, the way a woman would look at news, a man would look at it differently. I think having more collaborators brings in a more wholesome aspect to the entire narrative. So that diversity, we are all different, in terms of how we look at things. And maybe if there's a very sensitive story and it's a male-dominated newsroom, I think we may not be able to do justice. So having that balanced perspective by having more women in the news organization will always bring out the right kind of way of approaching that news piece, so it helps.
Great.
Just one last thing. See, culture is always top-down, okay? If instead of Trump we had somebody else as the head of that country, the narrative would be very different, okay? We shape the cultures of our organization. It's a little scary to see, if you look at the world leaders today, whether it is Russia, whether it's China, whether it's India, whether it's US, or whether it's any other part of the world, you look at the world leaders today, you look at the corporate leaders today, okay? They are the dominance of men, okay, in positions of where they can influence change is so male dominated. I was going to Mumbai, and a lady sitting next to me happened to be a High Court judge. She was Mini Pushkarna, and we got talking, and I was going to launch my women's book, so we naturally got talking about gender stereotypes and stuff like that, and she was talking about the cases that she deals in are about more women, kind of cases, and how she takes a different lens to view those cases as compared to the male judges and all. It was, just a small anecdote. It was just so surprising. So when these bureaucrats in India, when they actually come out of flights, they have got people who come to receive them with a placard and a name card, okay? She is a High Court judge. There are only 50 women High Court judges in India. And the placard said, Sir Mini Pushkarna. Now, I mean, that just tells you, it begins there. You can't even expect, with a name like Mini, you can at least use common sense that it would be a whatever, you know. Or just be neutral about it. They just assume that it's a high court judge, so the person they're coming to receive is going to be a male. I mean, that's how deep-seated this is. Yeah.
Actually, I don't know in Hindi, but in many languages, the vocabulary is completely male-oriented, and there are no feminine equivalents or counterparts. It's an interesting point. So thank you for that. Well, Anisha, while we're with you, could you share an example of an advertising or media campaign that successfully reshaped gender perceptions and what made it effective?
No, I think genuinely, if you ask me, Tanishq is making some good efforts. Though it's a women's brand, it's a jewelry brand, so you know they are doing it the right way. The reverse of it was, in fact, I was just recently reading about Nike, you know, and how you know Nike was all about an athlete. In that there's a sports person inside every human being, you know, so everybody is an athlete. And when they signed up with that Kim Kardashian, whatever her name is, they actually, you know, forego that positioning to say that, you know, shoes is all about, you know, when the minute they get a women in, you know, they forget, if they had appropriated the same positioning about women excelling in sports and there is a sports women inside every human being, they would have actually, you know, found it a lot more successful. But there was a lot of backlash that Nike faced, you know, when they actually moved away from that space of that there is an athlete inside every human body, male or female. When they actually moved to, the minute they sign a women celebrity, they moved to showing as style and more style and less substance, you know. So I can't think of honestly too many, you know, where at least the brands, like I said, because the brands are very cautious, they play safe, billions of dollars, stock prices, investors, you know, shareholders. I've been part of that world, so I know that the minute you do something very disruptive, you do start feeling nervous about, you know, being attacked, and therefore you try and play safe and to a safe line. So to be honest, I can't think of. Can you, Mansi, think of?
No, in fact, I was going to add a point from my time at MasterCard. So we'd signed on MS Dhoni, who's the former Indian cricket captain and next only to God in India. And we did a lot of work on cricket sponsorship, and cricket is religion in this country. But it begs the question that our women's team, and we have some incredible women, and some of their stories are really, really inspiring because they had to fight incredible societal biases to even get to play for the country, you know, because there are parts of India where sadly, you know, girls just don't play cricket. So they had to fight that bias to even get to play. But just in terms of sponsorships, just in terms of getting the money, and nobody is saying a Dhoni or a Kohli should not get the millions of rupees that they do, but why not women, right? And I think it comes back to the same thing. I mean, all of us who've managed brands, it is ROI, it is bang for the buck, but that begs the larger question, why not? And from the little I know, it's probably true outside of India as well.
Yeah. I mean, in terms of women's sport, I think the challenge is they should get equal pay, but they don't generate equal revenue yet. And so that's a complex problem, and but it's getting sorted in many parts of the world. So, and I think in some fields, like in tennis, for example, women tennis is as successful, if not more successful, than men's tennis. So there is hope somewhere there. And again, I would say that thinking of some campaigns that you were talking about Nike, and I've looked at the Nike campaigns in Saudi that are so women-focused, where women are skateboarders and whatever. But again, that works very well in that market. But it's not gender equity. It's women on one side and men on the other. So that's quite interesting. And so, Mansi, what was a defining moment in your professional journey where you saw the importance of male allies advocating for gender equity, and how did it changed the way you think about engaging men in these conversations?
Yeah, thank you for that. And I will share sort of two experiences which have deeply shaped me. And I think I've been incredibly blessed and privileged to have largely had, the vast majority of my managers and bosses have been men, which is probably true, I guess, for many of us who've worked in the corporate sector. But I will appreciate sort of genuine sensitivity and intent. So one was when I actually joined MasterCard, and I was actually on maternity leave with my previous organization's second child. There was no need for MasterCard to take a bet on me. I mean, there was no shortage of good people who wanted to join them. But my manager at the point, and I was like, my son's 6 months old, I'm still feeding, how do I travel? And I live in Mumbai, but they have a huge Delhi presence. And he said, listen, don't worry, for the first 6 months, you don't need to travel. And not only did he stick to it, because anybody could say that to get the person to sign and accept the offer. But what was incredible was A, he lived up to it, and B, more importantly, not only was it not held against me, my responsibilities actually were increased within 6-7 months. And I've unfortunately heard of too many cases where both men and women, to be fair, will say, no, we don't discriminate and everything's equal and da-da-da. But then the corridor conversations are, you know what, yeah, she's got to leave at 5 to pick up her kid, and oh, she won't be able to travel, and oh, you know, should we give her this and that? And when I joined the not-for-profit sector with CGIS, where I currently work, similar experience very early on. I was completely new to this sector, and I had some health issues, so last minute I had to cancel on travel, and in the not-for-profit sector, you're far more cost-conscious, so these kind of things matter. But again, my boss and former bureaucrat, who is a man, again said, listen, it doesn't matter, we trust you. It's not about, you know, whether you show up at a particular place at a particular time. And again, my responsibilities were increased. So the fact that I have seen men up close who genuinely trust people, and they've trust people across, it's not about whether you're the man or the woman working for them. I think that bit is so important. If as a manager, whether you're the man or the woman, trust people for the value that they bring, not whether they have kids or elderly parents to look after or whatever. Because everyone's going to have something outside of work, right? Whether it's family, whether it's a personal hobby, everyone's going to fall sick at some point of time. I think if you can trust, and if you can say, you know what, I have your back, and when I see you deliver, I will give you more, I think that bit has meant a lot. Because a lot of people will do the first part, which is, yeah, don't worry, take care of things. But then it's that, you know, I'm not sure this person can deliver, and all too common for women. But to have seen that being broken for me personally twice, once in obviously an American multinational and once in a not-for-profit organization, has meant a lot. And that's something I try and bring to the teams and the people I manage.
Thank you. I actually, personally, I think that the experience of motherhood should really be an asset for any employee in any corporation, and companies should appreciate and value this more than shun it, actually. Now we're going to talk man talk. You and I, just
boy
the two
club.
of us. Research.
Boys have changed. There's different boys on the side. Yes.
Research shows that men are more likely to listen to other men when discussing gender issues. From your experience as a journalist, do you think male advocates can effectively engage other men in gender equity conversations?
Okay, let me put this in the Indian context. The way men talk about women in their close groups is very different from what it should be, and that can change. And how that can change. It's
not just in India.
Exactly. So. But there's hope. I think if we look at the larger picture, I think the problem is with the brief. I think men don't know the benefits of a gender equal, a gender respectful society. Maybe the briefing is missing. That's why they don't know. They're just told that respect women. That's one line. But why? What will happen? They have not been given this brief at any level of their upbringing. That's the major crisis, why they don't respect the culture that we are aspiring to build. So one is, I think, what men can do is to normalize it. It should not be a panel discussion for them once in a while, like for us, we come and we talk. I think in my close groups, I should go back and talk like that, you know. If men can do that and normalize talking respectfully of the gender equality, I think that can be the beginning. Somebody has to take that step. I think a lot of men are doing, a lot of men are very respectful. I think they may be absolute minority, but there are. Also, when there are men dominated with the boys club, I think they have to be respectful of the genders in the absence of women as well. I think somewhere this consciousness comes down to, again, explaining. There has to be a real good explanation to men and the boys that this is the whole picture, this is the larger picture, this is what will happen when you respect. I think they have not been given that picture by anyone. They've just been told a line that respect women, and they don't really comprehend it. So it has to happen at all levels of the society, organization, corporate media, and men themselves, and it's as simple. But of course, somebody has to do that briefing, the initial briefing of it.
You know, I was, again, in context to adolescence, I just wanted to add, if we just write with our own children, and then in school, teachers, and then, in corporates, HR, if we just start talking to men and say, what does being a man mean to you? What does it mean? I don't know if I ask my son, and I've been thinking about it, and he's now abroad and he's not in India. And I was just saying, I want to ask him, what does being a man mean to you? Let me hear what he has to say. And we'll be surprised that how confused they are. How confused their answers will turn out to be. They themselves are going through identity transformations in many, many ways. Many things around them are changing. And how are we able to, just sit and have these conversations very honestly? Very, very authentic, genuine conversations. I think these things, little things will help.
I think there's also, one quick point, in India, we men call mard, we say, it's a very often repeated line, where's mardangi, where's mard? Even women say that to men. So I think it's a cultural thing. We have to maybe address it in a nice way rather than impose it. We have to see things as collaborations rather than one way down. So I think that's the only way to change it.
Yeah, I just think a small thing like in the workplace, we need to get to a stage where, so if a woman's rushing out saying, I've got to pick my child from daycare, that's normal now. If a man does it saying, I think that should be celebrated, but the eventual goal has to be, it's a matter of routine, right? Somebody's going to go pick up that kid. Now, I think if that becomes normal for an office situation, then we've made real progress. And I think as people who lead teams and those who lead organizations need to set that expectation, right? That it's about your work. We know you have other responsibilities. And as long as you deliver on those, it's all good.
I would add, and this is maybe not often discussed, but I feel, especially in the corporate space, a lot of men feel very threatened by women. And so there's a defense mechanism, which is to belittle them, keep them in their place, because there's serious competition. And if on top of that you add parity quotas and whatever, then it becomes, it builds up some resentment amongst men. So it's fear and resentment, and I think it makes things very complicated. So again, it's a matter of educating young boys to understand that girls are their equal and they're also different. And it will take time. It will take time. But it's definitely a very complex issue. And so, where are we at? As any of you, many men want to support gender equity but don't always know how to start. I'm a strong advocate of gender balance. I wouldn't call it equity personally, but gender balance. And it's a very difficult stance to take as a man with men, as a father of 3 boys and no girls. It's a very difficult, it can be very difficult to sustain this discussion. So, what is one simple yet powerful action that any man, whether in leadership, media, or everyday life, can take to become an active advocate without being struck by the wrath of the gender, the male gender?
So I think, I mean, the first one I'd say is, and I think all of us have said this, it starts with the family. So, and all of us who are parents know that our kids will not do what we tell them to do, but they will follow what we do and show. And so in my own case, again, mother of 2 boys, no girls. So I've had, I mean, my husband does step up, do a lot of stuff. But here's the interesting thing. There was an occasion where domestic help was a little late. So my husband was actually washing the dishes. And everyone was fine with it, but then the domestic help comes and says, and she said it in Hindi, but I'll say, it's like, why are you doing this? It's like, you know, oh my God, how could you wash the dishes? And I think it's about converting one person at a time. It's about those little changes. Hopefully my sons will see the fact that both parents work, both parents run the house. And I think that conversation and showing that behavior on a day-to-day basis, and as Ruhail said, it's about what the boys talk when they're with other boys. I think the true test is when the women are not in the room. So
we don't want to be there.
And what the women talk when they're with women.
Sure.
Great.
Okay, can I add to it just a point? I think to this
Yes, of
question,
course.
it's open question, right?
Yeah, please.
A quick answer would be, what can men do at this stage and this stage of complexity and the world it is right now? I think simple. One is respect women in the sense the way you address them, okay? Hire more women. Genuinely help them, listen to them, take their advice, not just because it appears that you're respecting them, not the appearance of it. The intent has to be, okay, I want to listen to this perspective because she has a different perspective. I think these are very minor. Maybe praising a younger intern or mentoring a person, giving genuine advice. I think these are small things that can happen in this, at this stage of this gender equality, which is still in its infant stage, in a way. So I think these are small steps we can take at this time still. We don't have to wait for a grand gesture to come in. These are small everyday, we can be practiced on a daily basis.
I think just being respectful, because in India especially, because most of our house staff is women, and if we just start at home and we tell our children, whether it is a house help or whether it is any women, anybody, just have that certain level of hygiene, respect. You have to address them in a certain way. You have to conduct yourself in a certain way. Just being respectful, I'm telling you, that's a small, if there's one step, I think that will help.
And men should visit kitchen more often and really help, not to eat, but to really participate. I think that the kitchen can change the game, to go. And tonight, if you go back, please do make a cup of tea, make a sabzi, if not the rice, whatever, do something. Let the change begin from some side, I think these are under control. These are under our control, these behaviors. And maybe we can implement and apply them, right?
Nancy, any comments?
No, I mean, I think
that's it. Well, maybe we can invite any questions from the audience.
Oh.
So we can, yes.
Where is Anish?
We can give them the mics, yeah.
I can't see, the projector is in my eyes.
Hi, am I audible? Okay, so my question is, I think to Miss Anisha and Ruhail, like we spoke about like Bollywood and movies like Animal and Kabir Singh, though I just see them as media entertainers, but like what about, I agree the change has to be top down, right? But what about leaders like our own finance minister, Nirmala Sitharaman and Smriti Irani? And our finance minister went on to say that patriarchy is a concept which is induced by the left, and it is an excuse women use because they cannot excel, right? You stand somewhere and you can talk and people listen. And then Smriti Irani went and said, what is menstrual leave? It's not a handicap that you're facing because they're not making working places more inclusive. So my first question would be to Ms. Anisha, what is your take on this? And to then Mr. Ruhail, it would be if supporting, that men need to support women when women are also not around, then what about men who are leaders of the country, including our Prime Minister Narendra Modi and our Home Minister? What are these men doing about having these women in the cabinet?
No, see, that's a complex one in many ways, and it's a very good question. I don't think I have all the answers, but to be honest, you know, when you look at the general refrain from society and from the own peer group of cabinet ministers, in many ways, you believe that both these women have reached where they have reached and they've had to pay a price for it. You see, both of them are single women, okay? Our finance minister is married, but you know, as we, from what I've understood or whatever, you know, now, achieving a certain kind and caliber of success has come at the cost of something else, and that cost could be a very, very dear cost that you pay, okay, is where the challenge starts happening, okay, and which is why I think when movies like, you know, these also become successful, you know, Animal and all, you wonder whether, you know, it is, lots of women would want to preserve the harmony and equilibrium of a family ecosystem. And for that, they are willing to put up with a lot. Okay. Now, is that what is preserving the status quo? Because the minute you break out of the status quo, there's a price to be paid. Okay. And if people like those, you know, if women like those who have reached there, you know, can actually, you know, say that or communicate very, very clearly that the price is certainly worth paying for, okay? Or there was a genuine, logical, whatever, and that narrative can convince many people, then I think change is possible. But currently, because it becomes more like an exception than a rule, and that exception's coming at a cost, that it becomes more difficult. You know, there was one data that was released in terms of picking up all these women across the world, you know, who have been extremely successful. People like Indra Nooyi and all, you know, when they give the interviews and they said, you know, she was where she was, but she came home and cooked all the time. Okay, it was expected of her, you know, to this thing, and then, you know, she had to. I mean, there were a lot of social media activism that happens around many of those things. Now, there are women who do these things out of choice, not because it is expected of them. You know, I mean, I enjoy doing it. I enjoy going to the kitchen and I'm cooking and whatever. So there are all kinds of conversations like these which make it a little more difficult, according to me. I don't know if I've answered your question or.
If I understood your question correctly, is can the top leaders do something about it to make it more diverse and equal, right?
No. Movies like Animal and Producing are very myopic and small because that's one side of media, but when we have leaders like our finance minister going on saying, quote unquote, what is patriarchy?
Right.
It is something by the left. And then, you know, they go on to say, it's basically like the blind leading the blind, right? The Bollywood leading them, and then our leaders also leading them. It's you scratch my back, I scratch yours.
But I think
no. So the feeding the narrative, feeding the existing status quo narrative. See, that's the point that I was getting to, because in any case they have been singled out in their positions of power. They have been isolated and singled out by a many people that they've, you know, they are where they are because of XYZ reasons, you know, and it has come at a price. So what they have to do is to get their acceptance back. They have to feed the popular narrative.
And I just want to add quickly, let's take more questions, you know. I think it's a complex, like we're having this conversation here, there's an enabling atmosphere which has been created in this country to host this. So I think the leaders, the complexities, the industries, the culture industries, they might be doing whatever they're doing, but there are other people who are enablers as well. So of course it's a difficult journey, but we have to look at the smaller positive stories that are out there, maybe on our own, which are not coming from top down. Maybe we celebrate them at the moment. You cut a cake, okay, today we did that, and that's it. You know, we can celebrate it, yes.
Yeah, good evening. First of all, thank you for having this discussion. I was just looking at the transforming the narrative around gender roles. So when we talk about this, basically, I am looking at, from my point of view, I am looking at that the media has a responsibility to change the or transform the narrative. And I have seen the advertisers and media can do it. If you see that Fair and Lovely ad, after that now they are not doing it for the skin color and all that. If you see M&S is also doing the ads in which they are taking all size models and all that. So media can play a very important role in the gender stereotypes changing. I think some of the washing machine ads also, they have been doing it, that we will not let her
Adding
bend
to
down
what you
and
said,
all that.
the Raymond man came and changed, the narrative around men. Years back, the Raymond man,
Yes.
I remember that as one of those very strong, gender changing narratives.
You see, means media should not see only looking at profit. They can, in a very subtle way, change the narrative. And it does change. People are accepting that narrative. It is not accepting. Coming to the picture of your Animal and Kabir Singh and all, I had to go to watch Animal and I literally hated that movie. I mean, I'm saying it openly because I didn't find any entertainment in that, and I find it vulgar at some places, most of the places. It's different, but it's a personal choice. See, somebody is making it and somebody is watching it. It can be a different thing, but if the media changes the narrative, people will demand something else. That is the reason nowadays people are watching Netflix and all those short woman-oriented films which keep coming 10 minutes, 5 minutes. I have seen number of them, and they actually are bringing the real issues. And they're very important. When you talk about that, when the women are joining the workforce and you have this thing that she will leave the job and all, I would like to tell you one real incident. I was working in Kerala, I think, for 6 years or so. And we were having a very big issue of the people leaving very early. Early in the sense, means resigning after 1 year or 2 years. So I looked at the data. Women were staying on and men were leaving after 2 years. So I purposely introduced more women into the force.
There's a question at the back end.
And that is the reason the change happened, and now there are more women. It is just the narrative I am telling. That's it, I think. Yeah, thank you.
One more question at the back. Question, yeah. Yeah, the lady in red.
Hi, good evening. My question is addressed to all and open for all. So when we examine this political campaigns like Beti Bachao, Beti Padhao, and initiatives like Mahindra Shakti Kendra, it's clear that the messaging often places women in a passive, dependent state, needing to be saved or empowered. Don't you think such slogans, though well-intentional, reinforce subtle sexism by upholding traditional hierarchies rather than challenging them? And how can media, corporate, agencies, or political discourse evolve to reflect equality rather than protectionism and pity?
So, I'll start and then I'd request Anisha and Ruhail to add to it. So, I think whether it's media or corporate advertising, it's got to lead the narrative, but it can't be so far ahead, much as one may want it, that it's not relevant at all to people. It's like today a lot of women themselves, and may not be the people in this room, but of a different socioeconomic strata, may find it a little odd if they are suddenly put, on par with men. It's a journey, so it's something that one has to handhold them with. And to your point on political campaigns, let's face it, they are put out there to enable a party to win elections and get back to power. So they've got to talk to what works here and now. So while I agree with you that they may subtly, inadvertently, reinforce stereotypes, the fact is they've got to lead, but lead slowly. You can't suddenly say, I will move from generations of deep conditioning to complete equality overnight. Unfortunately, it just won't work. So I think it's about how media and corporates drive that slowly.
I think you really raised a very, very good point. Personally, it made me think. The same thing could have been Beti Chade to Desh Bade. The same thing. You don't have to say Beti Bachao. I mean, it just made me think. Thank you for that question, because for years, I have looked at these places, Sada Sohagan Raho. I mean, why can't the women also, the women is blessed like that. Why can't the guy also be blessed that may your life live, for many, many years? So yeah, these are subtle, but absolutely correct, very, very good insight.
I just want to add a quick line to it. So who is this campaign addressed to? Right now, where we are sitting is somewhere, I would call it, in a certain evolution of sorts. You understand nuances better. You are also going to somebody who is going out and making 50 rupees a day and in the evening coming home. He might not understand a very refined language at the same time, So somewhere you have to address his tone in his way, how he speaks. So of course, to us, it is like, what is God? We're shocked when we see at the back of the truck, every second truck and car has this. And it really is like sometimes, cringy. So, but at the same time, down inside, somewhere remote, they might just understand this language. So it has both pros and cons.
Have to break eventually.
That's what I'm saying. That's the first step. At least they got to know that aisa karna hai. Then, of course, once they know, you can refine it.
I'm letting Francois close the panel.
Well, thank you very much for the panelists and for the audience. And I think our time's up. That's what it says.
So, but I think we needed you here earlier in the day as well. Thank you so much. I think everybody in the room really enjoyed all the examples and anecdotes that you all said. And Anisha, good to see you.
Yeah, same here.
Thank you, Rohit. I'll see you in a bit. Okay. I think very clearly what's come out of this panel is we need to have allyship in action, challenge biases, amplify voices, and advocate for real change. And whether it's Bollywood or cricket or our normal homes, we all have to make that change and take a small step. Before we take a tea break, something important that I wanted to announce. We have our own dear Deepika Dabke. If you will all look at the woman on my left. She's our TalentNomics sister, if I may say so. Deepika Dabke has written a book called Inclusive Leadership, Blueprint Through Her Eyes. It's recently got listed on Amazon, and I would urge all of you to go there and look at the book. We also have a very short video that we'd like to play. Come here, Deepika.
Leading organizations is tough, and leading as a woman is tougher. But what happens when a woman is given the opportunity to lead? How does she find her voice and become the voice for others in the workplace? What does true allyship really mean? Meet Indra. Follow her journey to leadership and explore the 4C model in The Inclusive Leadership Blueprint Through Her Eyes. Available now on Amazon. Get your copy today.
So like I said, Deepika is our TalentNomics sister, so she needs a big hug. And you must go check out her book. It's just recently gone online. It's called The Inclusive Leadership Blueprint Through Her Eyes. And of course, I know now it's time for a tea break, but before you go out there and grab your teas, it's very important for you to remember that we are going to have some roundtable discussions. So please do pick a table. I'm going to announce what the tables are all about. The moderator will introduce session objectives when you get to your table as well. The breakout discussions will be in 3 roundtable groups, each led by a table lead. And though the table lead will be there, we would urge you to also have a kind of a spokesperson, because after you've had your discussions, we'll give you a little time to come and voice your thoughts as well. Table 1 to 3 will be policy and governance, which will be strengthening legal frameworks for gender equity. Table 4 to 6 will be corporate and workplace, building inclusive work environments. Table 7 to 9, financial and economic empowerment, breaking barriers to wealth and entrepreneurship. And table 10 to 12 will be allies to advocates, engaging men, media, and institutions in gender equity. And I'm hoping we'll have Ruhail join that table as well for all the nice insights that we got. Of course, when it's almost the 3/4 of the day is gone, we have lesser people in the room. But all that I can say is, I think everybody here is relevant, and we love the fact that you're listening and participating, so continue to do so. So enjoy your little tea break. We'll be back after around 20 minutes. And we'll ring a bell, so please just keep rushing back into the room. Thank you. See you all in a bit.
To keep the energy levels a little higher, I will also request the table. We should start merging tables. I don't think we have. Yeah. One each. Pretty much one each is where we should land. Pick your tables. I will advocate for Geeta's table. Geeta seems to have higher energy, so I will advocate for Geeta's table. Geeta is on a sugar high. You're on the last one with Rajat. All right. So Rajat and you can combine. So table 10 to 12, allies to advocates is sitting near the camera person. While everybody is settling down, let me ask a question. Why do you think change is so hard? I'm just curious. No, because have you ever tried to bend a coin? Ten to 12, they're sitting near the camera person. All right, people are settling onto tables. That is really good to see. Yeah, Shweta, Lata, and Sudha. I can speak to Shweta Rao, not very interesting. Shweta and I worked for a decade together, so I take pot shots with Shweta. Yeah, you can't sit with Shweta. You can't sit with Shweta, you work with her. You go to another table. No, she works with Shweta. Go to another table. Seven, 8, 9 is sitting here. Table number 7, 8, and 9 is sitting here already. Yeah, economic empowerment is here. Allies and advocates are sitting next to the camera people. Legal framework is sitting here up front. Lata, I love the energy. Absolutely love the energy. You should join a table. Where is table 4, 5, 6? That's it. That's table 4, 5, 6. And it's also the lady who asked the hardest question of the last panel, joining that table. for the fact that we had merged all these tables together. It's incredible to see the discussions. Is any table ready to present? This table wants 2 minutes. 5. So 1, 2. We'll present from there only. Give this table a mic. They're ready to present.
While it is done with good intent, it does not take into the complexity of the gender.
It does not address the gender equality.
So who's presenting?
बहुत अच्छा बुलाया आपने.
हम खुद से करते हैं, फूलों के साथ काम किया है तो हम उसका तो पता चलेगा. अभी हम उसके बारे में
ये पीछे से क्यों सुन रही थी? क्या नाम है आपका?
बताइए.
क्या नाम है आपका?
खेती झुंबेश नहीं करे थे ना.
Youngest member क्या?
This is almost like an exam. When I said, "Are you ready to present?" the discussion has become faster.
हो गया? इतने छोटे से लग रहे हो. और क्या पढ़ाई की?
Anyways, being an engineer, 35 is my highest benchmark. पास होना मानता था.
Graduation.
See, I studied law.
अब आगे क्या करना है?
33.
Very good यार.
33.
पहले तो ऐसा था कि हम जब पढ़ाई करें तो हमारे गांव में ऐसा था कि 12 तक पढ़ी, फिर आगे नहीं जाने का. फिर हमारे गांव में ऐसी सेवा की बहनें बहुत आती थी, हमें समझाती थी कि नहीं तुम आगे पढ़ोगे तो हमारे जैसे जॉब करोगे और आगे बढ़ पाओगे. फिर मैंने कॉलेज के फर्स्ट ईयर में ही सेवा ज्वाइन की.
2-3 फ्रेंड्स पौड़ी के इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज.
इसलिए मुझे और
गुड़दौड़ी.
वो क्या
पौड़ी गढ़वाल और उसके बगल में पौड़ी के साइड में है.
किधर हुआ? अपना नाम बताइए ना जगह का.
Do you know
कटली?
खटली is one area. उसमें हमारा है रसिया महादेव जो एक जिम कॉर्बेट से
समझ गया. मोहन होके.
आप अगर
वहाँ पर जहाँ पर अभी
मनीला सुना है?
जहाँ पर अभी
मनीला सुना है?
मनीला सुना है.
मनीला की बात आता है हमारा, तो इस साइड से जाओगे
समझ गया मैं.
तो कुछ पूछो कि कहाँ पे जाना है, फॉर्म कैसे भरते हैं, जिसको भी पूछो वो पैसे मांगता है. ऐसे नहीं, पैसे एक जब हमारे पूरे डॉक्यूमेंट मांगते, वो डॉक्यूमेंट को कराने के लिए अलग अलग पैसे होते हैं, जिसको वैसा होता है कि डिस्ट्रिक्ट को so much for this documentation, so much for this.
ये तो हाँ, ये इंडिया का है ना. कुछ भी डॉक्यूमेंट आपको बनाना है, इंडिया का कॉमन सिस्टम है कि पार्टनर. हाँ, yes, we can bring it up. हाँ.
No, but it is not gender issue. It is issue at
जेनेरिक है. हाँ, जेनेरिक है. That's what I was saying कि आप पासपोर्ट बनाओ तो पासपोर्ट जल्दी बनाना है तो भी उसमें ये करना है. ड्राइविंग लाइसेंस में भी यही है, आधार कार्ड में भी यही है.
पासपोर्ट में तो पैसा नहीं देना.
Ma'am, we are living in Delhi. Delhi is capital.
नहीं, बट पासपोर्ट में तो आपको नहीं देना पड़ता, कहीं भी नहीं.
नहीं पासपोर्ट में देना पड़ता है ना, मैंने दिया वेरिफिकेशन का योगी जी की पुलिस को दिया, जबकि
देखो 25,000 देना पड़ता है किसको। मैं एक बात बोलती हूँ, हमारे यहाँ गामड़े में किसी बहन के पास पान कार्ड नहीं होता था, पान कार्ड का उनको आइडिया ही नहीं होता पान कार्ड का क्या जरूरी है। अब तो सभी जगह पान कार्ड की जरूरी है, बैंक में और अदर डॉक्यूमेंट में पान कार्ड जुड़े तो ही KYC हो सकता है। इसलिए हमने क्या किया कि गाँव में तालीम करते हैं, जम के बहन के साथ मिलते हैं, फिर बाद में अभी ये निकला था ना KYC वाला, तो सब जैसे पान कार्ड होगा तो ये होगा, पान कार्ड होगा तो हम हमारी सेवा में जो भी सखी है वो पान कार्ड निकालती है, और बाहर जाके आप जब पान कार्ड निकालते हैं तो 250 हम कम पैसे में सेवा में से काटिए। She said 250. 250. She said $500 for a photo, 25,000 for the police verification.
2,500. So that's what I was saying. Despite living in Ghaziabad, मेरे को भी मैं जब भी
यूपी में तो
नहीं
हमने तो स्टूपिड चीज के लिए दिया है ना।
हमारे योगी जी तो ये कहते हैं कि पुलिस वाला एक पैसा नहीं ले सकता। उसने बोला सर आपका कोई क्रिमिनल रिकॉर्ड नहीं है, सब कुछ सही है, लेकिन मेरा खर्चा तो देना पड़ेगा, चाय तो पीऊंगा। मैंने बोला भाई 500 मैंने बोला भाई 500 रुपए की चाय।
You know how much मैंने कितना दिया है। मेरी डॉटर तो बैंगलोर पढ़ती है, राइट, तो उसका पासपोर्ट रिन्यू होना था, तो पुलिस से फोन गया उसके नंबर पे, तो उसने कह दिया मैं घर पे नहीं हूँ,
तो बस वो
मैं बैंगलोर में हूँ,
बस हो गया, वो रिजेक्ट कर दिया
They sent it back. उसको लकीली मैं पासपोर्ट ऑफिस में जानती थी, मैंने कहा उसको दोबारा ट्रिगर करूँ, वहाँ पे उन्होंने पुलिस वालों ने लिख दिया। इट वॉज सो ईजी यार, वो बैंगलोर काम पे गई है, नौकरी कर रही है, घर का एड्रेस यही है, उसको करवाने में मुझे 1 महीना लग गया कि वहाँ से ट्रिगर करवाया, वो भी मैं जानती थी किसी को वहाँ पे। फिर वो पुलिस वाला, माय हस्बैंड वेंट टू द पुलिस स्टेशन पहले कि नहीं, वो उन्होंने कहा हमने वापस भेज दिया, देन वो दोबारा आया और मेरी डॉटर ने कहा पैसे देने ही क्यों हैं, हमने कहा तू पहले ही बोल देती घर जाओ, मैं आ रही हूँ, आपने ये क्यों बोला मैं बैंगलोर में हूँ। तो नहीं, छुट्टी लेके दिल्ली, बैंगलोर से दिल्ली आई, तो वो हुआ एंड वापस गई, 17,000 का टिकट। फिर घर पे वर्क फ्रॉम होम अप्रूवल लिया, पहले 1 हफ्ते छुट्टी ली, फिर वर्क थी, भाई जब पुलिस आई तो मैं घर पे रहूँगी, फिर भी 500 रुपये पुलिस वाले का आई थे यार, तूने फिर हमारे 12-15 हज़ार रुपये आने जाने का दिया, उससे अच्छा पहले ही दिन बोल देते घर चले जाओ, हम वहीं पे पैसे देंगे, उससे ले लो।
वहीं सिर्फ पासपोर्ट ऑफिस का इशू नहीं होता है, मतलब बहुत सारे ऑफिस में जहाँ भी जाओ,
कहीं पे भी
पानी के लिए
सरकारी दस्तावेज
जैसे कारगिल में अगर क्या बात करें तो वहाँ पे जैसे पानी की बहुत सारी प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं हमारे लद्दाख में, तो लेह में PHE वाले टैंकर आपको बताए टैंकर्स आते हैं, लेह में वो फ्री में प्रोवाइड करते हैं पानी 200 लीटर या 500 लीटर, जिसको जितनी ज़रूरत हो। तो जैसे हमारे कारगिल में है उसको हमें मंथली 100 रुपीज़ उसका पे करना पड़ता है, तो वो भी एक इशू हो जाता है। तो हमने बहुत सारे
हवा का पानी का सबका पैसा देना पड़ेगा,
मतलब जो बजट होता है वो सेम 2 डिस्ट्रिक्ट में डिस्ट्रीब्यूट होता है, एक ही
I hope you got the essence of it. We can pay.
I'm not a very big fan. I don't care if you say 1 paisa per unit or whatever it is, but ये जो streets पे खोल के छोड़ के चले जाते हैं. I stop the car so many times just to switch off. It's okay. Just if you don't have to pay for it, you don't pay.
और अभी जो दिल्ली में
Okay, policy. Legal frameworks. Please, let's start with you. You're also ready, so you're next. 3 policies from this team.
Okay, so namaste everyone. We had a lot of discussions on various existing policies and what kind of policies are needed for to bring in gender equality. And okay. Okay, so we had a lot of discussion on both what type of policies as well as what type of governance aspects we need to bring in. So from the policy perspective, because a lot of us here come from the rural areas and agriculture is one of the major occupation there. So there are a lot of policies which are there related to agriculture, and what we are seeing is that women are taking up more and more responsibilities in agriculture as men are moving out, migrating to the cities. But because women's name is not in the land entitlement, they are not able to access majority of the government schemes and policies. So one of the first policy asked to increase gender equality is that agriculture policies need to be disassociated from land entitlement. There are certain ways like e-shram and all that which we can use instead of linking it to land entitlement, but there needs a lot more research in that aspect. The second aspect in context of policy is that, you know, a lot of women are not able to enter labor force because they do not have access to good education, and that leads to we take it back to the midday meals. So if midday meals are used as a mode of encouraging, motivating more girl child participation in education, but the midday meal policies, they need to be local, they need to have local procurement because most of the food provided in the midday meal is not appropriate to the region, and that discourages girls from participating in school. So, and then in bringing in local procurement in midday meal and PDS related policies, that will also lead to strengthening of local decentralized economies, which will then have more emphasis on role of women in economy, strengthen role of women in workforce. So that is our second policy ask. And the third is that if we want to increase women's labor force participation, majority of the women, as we said in our presentation earlier, is that 93% of the workforce is informal, and of that 50% are women. These women are at the bottom of the value chain. So how do you help them, how do you make their work less precarious? You can do that by integrating them higher up in the value chain. How do you integrate women higher up in the value chain? By organizing them into their own economic enterprises. But most of the women who are at the bottom of the value chain, they are semi-literate or illiterate. So when you want to organize them into their own economic enterprises, you need to you need to bring in ease of doing business, the complex taxation laws, the laws around different forms of organizing. These need to be simplified and made adaptable, accessible to the women. So these were the three policy asks that we discussed. And when we come to governance aspect, the first and foremost thing is majority of the women in our country, in the workforce, they are not aware of the type of policies that are available for them. So lack of awareness on policies is one of the big thing which we need to address. There are, when we look at any of the existing policies, there are two types of gaps. One is gap in the policy itself, and the second is gap in implementation of the policy. And both these type of gaps exist because there is absolute absence of women in the policy making framework. So therefore, the second ask from governance perspective is that there is a need for bringing women on the table in decision making, in design, development and implementation of the policies. And sorry, for the first one, which I said lack of awareness, there is a need for governments to participate, to partner with civil society organizations, grassroots organizations, women's organizations, so that we can improve the outreach of the policies, awareness, education, as well as linkages of the policies. And I think, yeah, the third important aspect which links back to the ease of doing business was that a lot of policies require a lot of documentation, and women do not generally have that kind of documentation. So there needs to be there needs to be reduction in the complex documentation process for each and every policy, accessing policies. Thank you. If there are any questions.
Thank you very much. If I think to your point, if you are put in charge of the policy as briefly as you've been able to put it, documentation will also automatically reduce. But fair. For corporate and workplace, I think who's presenting? Can we pass the mic on?
Thanks. Hi everyone, I'm Kiran Chabra. So we had a very inclusive and diverse table, right? So we acknowledged the topic, corporate and workplace, building inclusive work environments. And the specific challenge the table also highlighted was, how do we prevent leakage, right, in corporate or workplace, especially at career breaks because of maternity or marriage, or let's say relocation of your husband, or for family reasons, right? So our, this was one of the points at the back of our mind. So one more acknowledgement or specific thing that we all agreed on was, first of all, we need to let women be women. In corporate or workplace, do not expect women to act like men, right? Because the real strength or the reason why we want women in our workplace is because they are different. They bring in the different perspective, they bring in that culture that we want really to come in. And that's a great points, especially because Frank mentioned that he hires only women. So we got a lot of insights from there. So 2 solutions that we are proposing from the table in broad categories. Number 1, visibility, right? While we say let women be women, the idea is microfeminism, right? Accept and expect this to be in your group, right? Let women come in. Women want to bring their kids in, they want to breastfeed, we should have that facility. Women want to come in and act in a certain way, we should accept that. And definitely, as 50% of the population on the planet, us being women, we should appreciate and stop getting surprised when even men show microfeminism. So visibility, another great point that Devapriya mentioned was, senior leaders have to start showing. A very simple example she gave was, I have the study plan of my child on my notice board in my office. People should accept and respect and be okay that we are doing things that we need to do as women. So this visibility, if it comes from senior leadership, for example, someone mentioned that senior leaders themselves order food, not male senior leaders, not expecting women or females to do, right? So this visibility, if brought in our corporate and workplace, is one thing that we feel will bring the biggest change. The second, of course, is the policy. And the policies would be very formal ones also, like quality sexual and reproductive health services. Something as simple as making sure every washroom in your corporate office has sanitary napkins, right? So these kind of things can be enforced by Ministry of Corporate Affairs also. They are giving us a lot of audits to do around finances. This is a very simple thing that they can enforce to ensure that, you know, women feel inclusive. It will in long term definitely help. Also policies around, like we said, having place for breastfeeding. Daycares are obviously here, so we acknowledge that this is a good thing, but more policies to support. So 2 things in summarizing that we feel will help bring more inclusive in work environments. The policy one, and the bigger one that we all definitely can do is bring in the visibility and accepting this thing. Thank you.
That was fantastic. I think you have one agenda topic for next year, let women be women. Right? The next table on financial and economic empowerment.
Yeah, good evening all. Financial and economic empowerment, I decided to be part of this because I am a finance professional. And our group had variations in the sense we had a Gen Z, and then we have Sanjay Kathuria, who's an economist, and I'm a finance professional, and other people also had different kind of exposure, and that's what we discussed. We had a very lively discussions. So we were told that we have to think of 3 issues and then 3 what is the advocacy, policy advocacy which we should suggest. So the first issue which we have discussed was the lack of decision making in the wealth creation by women. While we were discussing this issue, we discussed about that Paytm ad in which we have seen that women mostly are not taking the decision with respect to the wealth creation. It is true that women are not taking the decision in a large majority of things, but as we discussed, we came to understand that even men are not aware about the wealth creation. We actually misunderstand savings with respect to investment, but savings are not investment, and investments create wealth. So this particular issue, I think we discussed that it should be taught in the school level. So we need to advise the policy makers that we should have a curriculum in which till 12th standard, we should have a game-based curriculum in which we tell them how to create wealth by giving equal amount of token money or digital money to them, and then let them invest into various ways of wealth creation, all kinds of streams. And then we see at the end so that they practically understand as to how to create wealth. So that is one suggestion which came. The second issue which we discussed is whenever there is a catastrophic incident into any family, which we are talking about the middle class and lower middle class people, what happens in case the breadwinner of the house has met with an accident, or there is a illness, serious illness in the family dips into the below poverty line. So for that, there is a lack of awareness among people. There are certain schemes available by the government, like Pradhan Mantri Jeevan Jyoti Bima Yojana, and there is a Ayushman Bharat, all those things. But most of the people, though aware, are either are not aware, or they are not able to take the benefit of it because of the procedural things. So some kind of a awareness program needs to be there for them. So that can be a policy advocacy by the government. That is the second issue which we have, as a group we have decided. And the third issue which we discussed is, there is a lot of talk about the gig workers these days. So gig workers are basically not employees, they are the business associates. So the company can remove them at any time. In case they meet with an accident, the company has no liability. So all those issues are there, but they are all normally the below poverty line people. So there should be some kind of a policy advocacy. Like in our days, we used to have this compulsory deduction of PF, so that some kind of a wealth was created or some corpus was there. In case a person dies or he retires, he will have some small corpus. So some kind of a rule should come for the gig workers also, though they are not the employees in the typical sense, but government can think of making a policy for them. So this is the 3 issues which we discussed. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. And last but not the least, I think our last table, which is allies to advocates.
Thank you. I think I'll be here. This is okay? Yeah, hi. So we had this topic, allies to advocates, engaging men, media, and institutions in gender equity. And we had a very interesting discussion. We started with, men listen. We have, right now we all understand men has to be part of this conversation, which is, of course, we all are there. And then there was this thought that men listen to men better around this narrative. How about, especially, it can start from there are no clear-cut solutions, but when we are addressing to men, the media can talk to men about these conversations and slowly start building that change. And then from there, it can all over go to the institutions. But again, I'll unravel it more. And there was one very interesting share by one of the our table members. She's like, their companies actually, or the workplace, they have more women than men. They had to employ men for the diversity. So they were like, they had more men. But the interesting thing is when the men came, and they all had under 25, the workforce was all under 25 years. But when these men came, again, younger one, sometimes they will, a lot of times actually, so a lot of times these younger men, they will do the mansplaining to their senior women, colleague. so they had to take care of that. They had to tell one of their already senior men there, again, senior is not by age-wise, but senior who's been working with them, to sensitize this newcomer to, not do this mansplaining, which, has been there forever. We all have felt that. Then talking about the media, Rajat shared this, that the sports, lot of journalism has been male-dominated. Sports more so, because sports has been traditionally very, very adrenaline, all that. So more women there will definitely change the whole conversation about it. Women playing will feel more comfortable. They will feel their point of view being heard. So like Anjum Chopra now, she's now giving commentary for the men cricket, which is like a great, great presence. So that was about institutions, and then, then there was a discussion about, some time back or some years back, our finance minister of then times, Mr. Chidambaram, he talked about that there should be a bank which has all the women, it's like they're all women employees, it's run by women, right? Whereas the idea was good, but it doesn't have to be like that way. When we're talking about a more Equiverse, we don't have to separate everything like men bank or women bank. It doesn't have to go that way. I think it never got implemented, but yeah, okay. And then there was a very, very, when we talk about institutions, we talked about informal institutions. So marriage is an institution, it's an informal institution, it's a very strong institution. So let's start talking about changes there. There are so many, there was very good points, I'm sorry. Sanjay, again, there was a very good point by Sanjay. He mentioned that, in the marriages, there are always roles. There have been roles, and there have been power attached to the roles. Like the power attached to the breadwinner role or the power at the home role. Traditionally now these powers have been misplaced. There's more power to the breadwinner than to the someone who's managing the home. If we detach these powers from the roles, all the roles are equal, then there'll be more harmony, more balance in that very big institution, at least in India, the marriage. And last but not the least, we had this conversation about, for the sake of clarity, I would say Gen Z and millennials, which is like a big percentage of our population right now. So we had one comment like, okay, this generation now, they value their career, financial independence more than the relationships. But when we had little more conversation about it, we kind of agreed on that, no, it's not like that. Everyone wants to be in a meaningful relationship, except some people, which is fine. But this generation is not willing to compromise on their, voice, on their economic sustainability. I won't even say independence, economic, freedom. So they don't want to be in a compromising relationship. So they are willing to be in a relationship, but it doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to come at the cost of doing what they want to do in their life, right? So that was one conversation. And the last, but not the least, related to marriage only, let's start having, these conversations have been happening, but let's start having more conversation about, not about the ritual of Kanyadan, and maybe there was one more, there was something more on the similar thing. I'm forgetting one. So yeah, or so these were all the conversations we had. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you. No, that was great. And as much as I would like to make a funny anecdote about marriage, someone who's not married, I don't think I should make that comment. But yeah, those are some good sessions. I'm glad that we collapsed sort of multiple tables onto what we did. Our last session today, as much as the time that we've spent discussing the Equiverse, is with Kanta Singh, who's the Deputy Country Representative for the UN for Women in India. She was supposed to have a valedictory session and speak. Very interestingly, Kanta, when she came out and she said, I hate coming on the podium and speaking to an audience. I would rather make this an interesting conversation. So what the flip we have done, and I'm going to request the last table to move to the front. This is a much more interesting and an intimate question-answer session. I will kick it off with a couple of questions to Kanta, and then all of you can ask her questions for all of 30 minutes. So let's hear about what she has to say and all the stories that she has to share. Kanta, I will start with a few questions. Let's put a mic in every table here. And the last table, just move, huddle up. There is an open table here. Huddle up, let's make it an intimate conversation. Kanta has had a very interesting career. She was a sports person. She's been with the UN for a while. She was with the UNDP for a while. So, yeah, I will, of course, all of this is peppered around gender equality and the Equiverse. My first question is an absolutely open-ended question. Kick us off with one interesting or funny anecdote on gender equality or inequality that you have seen.
Okay, thank you. In fact, yesterday, by chance, you generally don't get good afternoon, everyone. I was just looking at some of them. People keep talking about these reels, and I just happened to reach one where a very celebrated woman who's been marketing and brand manager for many global brands. And she was in conversation with a man and was saying, she's so-and-so, she's so-and-so, she's so-and-so. She was PepsiCo, she was with this group, she was with this group. And she said, tell me something I don't know, right? So you are nothing actually when it comes to achievements. Individual achievements don't matter. What you do with those achievements for others is what matters actually, right? I don't know how good I am with these achievements. And seriously, these are personal goals. I'm sitting here because I had a dream to be in the UN, and I'm one of the more fortunate ones, I would say, that I could achieve that dream, right? And it was a small dream for many of you young people here particularly. You will think that, what is the big deal about being in the UN? But if you'll know where I'm coming from, it was a huge thing. And why I'm saying is that day when I joined UN on 9th July 2009, I stopped having all dreams for myself. Because what I did with following that, chasing that dream to, I want to be in UN. And yesterday somebody reminded me that I applied for a driver's post in UN one time. Because I was so desperate to get there from the age of 8 that I applied for 200 jobs in 10 years. Never heard back because I wanted to be there. So when finally my interview happened, and I was really overjoyed, and usually 2 interviews happen. In my case, 4 happened. And the RC who was supposed to be signing my contract, it was with him. It never goes to him, but because I had told these stories to many people in the interview, everybody conveyed that to the RC. Said, I want you to meet the person who wanted to drive, or wanted to even join as a driver and a guard in the UN office. So he said, tell me why I should sign your contract. What is it that you would do here that you will make us achieve that? But tell me why do I sign? I said, because I'm very keen, this is my dream, da, 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 da. But he said, it is not, I can't be forced to sign. Tell me something that really should force me. And I said, if you'll not sign today, and I know RCs keep coming and going like vice chancellors, I said, if you'll not sign it today, somebody else will. You are not going to stop me. So he said, if you are so determined, who can stop you then? I should not be the one stopping you. So, see, in life, I feel that there has to be a limit to how much you want to achieve and where you want to stop there. Because beyond that, you should be using that achievement to help others. So on 9th July, as I'm saying, I promise to myself that every day that I live from now onwards, I'm going to help other women realize their dreams. And I can say safely, I have stayed true to that. Many people say you can go there, you can do that, you can do, I get huge offers from corporate sector to join their CSR and stuff. No, the platform that I've got now is unparalleled. And why I'm saying UN is that I don't have to prove my credentials beyond this. If I go and just knock at a secretary's door and say, sir, I need to meet you, generally I get a positive response. And more depends on your credibility, how you deliver. I think that is what is more important. And I work for the most marginalized women. I don't work for women who are privileged, unfortunately, and they also have problems. But I look at the last woman in Raigada or in Dankanal and those districts where women, nobody is reaching out to them. So that's my target group. And luckily, I have the best platform that I could have thought of. I come from a village, by the way, and I studied in a rural school till 10th class. It was really an impossible dream for me.
No, it's wonderful.
So.
You were also a national level volleyball player. Anything on gender-related sort of issues while you were a sports person? Mm-hmm. Because that's always an interesting sort of intersection in India for sports people and around issues facing gender. We've actually had a conversation today about cricket and how women's cricket and men's cricket, there is a big gap. So
yeah, it's always been there. And we belong to a different era. Now I'm at an age where I can reflect and feel, just make fun of that as to what happened. It must have been serious that time. I was a volleyball player, and I come from Haryana, so it wasn't the best state in terms of gender equality. But somehow, and luckily for all of us, sports has always been a priority for Haryana. And so one of the reasons I took sports was also because I wanted to learn more. I wanted to qualify to be able to get a scholarship for study, because I didn't have a father. He died when I was 4 years old, and I knew my mother will not be able to send me to the university. So if I do sports in school, probably I'll get admission on sports quota. So it was from a small mind perspective, it was a planned move. So, and then I started enjoying the freedom and the leadership and the decision making that it brought along. My mother didn't even know which state I was in, actually. There was no phone, and my mother was not literate. So if I'm in Kerala for 2 months, my mother didn't know where I was, right? So there was no place where I could ask her for a permission or give her updates on where I was. Luckily, I think times were different. The male team that traveled with us was more protective about us. Today, it is not the same. The pay parity is always different. The daily allowance that we got was half of what men got. Wow. Always.
Wow.
But somehow it didn't look like discrimination. For me personally, I used to think I'm so fortunate I'm getting this much money every day. It wasn't possible from my personal life. But it struck after leaving sports for 10 years, and after 10 years, in 2001, Chautala Saab used to be the CM that time, and he invited the former players to his village for giving us some honor and some say, I want to honor all sports persons from Haryana who represented in volleyball from so much time to so much time. So I said, okay. And there was a match there, the friendly match as they call it. After that, Chautala Saab said, okay, 1 lakh prize money for boys, 1 lakh and 50,000 for girls. without any preemptive planning or anything, all the girls got up. And they said, what the hell is happening here? CM Saab, you can't do this. Girls have fought doubly hard to be playing. They have faced all kinds of discrimination, all kinds of barriers to even start playing and come at this stage, who have played nationals. How can you discriminate? So, and there was uproar in the stadium. Everybody also started supporting, somebody started clapping, and CM didn't know what to do. And he said, okay, at the spur of the moment, he said, okay, 1 lakh for girls also. But what happened in the evening for dinner, at dinner time, he said, beta, can you come and help me write a policy for sports? So what you see in Haryana today and many other states, the cash awards, the government jobs, it came from that day.
So it is now closer to equal?
It is equal prize money. Even for para-Olympians, even for para-athletes, it is equal prize money. There's no discrimination in daily allowance. There's no discrimination in the kit that we used to get. It is all equal. And no in jobs, all also. And you see how most of the medals are being won by Haryana girls. So 50% of the total medals, more than that, are from Haryana.
Yeah.
Haryana, right? So you need, and sometimes you don't need very thought out planning in policy. Many a times you do. But sometimes if at the right occasion, if the right thing is said and the right person is sitting who can make that happen, one should not leave that chance also. And it didn't come from a planning perspective. It just came because we had experienced by then the inequalities and also the world we had seen. We had started working in the development sector. We saw what gender was. We didn't know what gender was, right? And I was going for an interview and one of my seniors, and asking, what is gender? Because I'm getting an interview for a gender training institute. And in a very simple term, as she understood, I'm talking about 90s, and she said, the changeable part in human beings is gender, right? And you know, I said, okay, it somehow stuck. It still didn't go to the proper definition of gender that time. But I said the same thing in the interview. And I got the job, but not because of that particular answer, but I'm saying it was that simple. Before that, we didn't realize any difference in gender relations, gender norms, and these things. Now, of course, after 10 years, we understood those things and we could speak up. That's what I'm saying. So it does make a difference if you say the right thing at right time as well.
So I think it's the target for you is to have a policy maker in the room, and then we should all just be like, this is the policy change we want.
No, I don't leave a single chance, and I'm requesting all of you also, if you are on a golf course, because all of us don't have access to golf courses, but if you are in a party, if you are in a conference and you are talking to the person next to you, you come to know later that he was Secretary WCD, who knows? Do talk to him or do talk to her about things that need to change in this country. Who knows who you meet? Take your chances everywhere. Don't shy away from speaking how you feel. And the most bizarre incidents have happened with me in casual conversations. Seriously, I'm telling you. So don't reserve yourself in saying, मुझे क्यों कहना है, मुझे क्या फर्क पड़ता है? कहिए please if it bothers you. On anything that is making you feel that injustice is happening, please speak about it. It should be raised everywhere. I don't leave any chance, anywhere.
And my last question for you, Kantha, is going to be, you've also worked with electoral systems, and that's also another place where the lack of sort of gender parity plays massive difference. As much as we're proud of the fact that our constitution gave equal rights to women to vote as earlier as it did, but it's not true. On ground, that is not the reality.
Yeah.
And you worked with electoral systems.
Yeah.
Could you just sort of speak to it?
So there are two things here. Globally, there are about 26% women in the parliament. So it's not just India specific, I want to say.
Yeah.
In India, we should be fortunate, and we are fortunate to have got these rights with our constitution. So we didn't have to, as women, we didn't have to fight for equal rights in politics. Right. Having said that, it is not, it has never been equal playing field. But there are two aspects of it, political participation and political representation. More women are voting in our elections for past 10 years now, Mitali, I think. More women are voting in the electoral processes. However, that is not actually being reflected in the representation at the highest level. Grassroots level, India is also the leader in having grassroots democracy, and very vibrant one at that. 60% of all elected women representatives in the world at grassroots level are in India, not just in sheer numbers, but also the percentage of the country. Parliament, we are about 13% odd, 13 plus something. Last time we were 14%. State assemblies are even poorer, 9% women. Because electoral politics is not that easy. It requires, in a country like India and anywhere in South Asia, unless you have reservation, unless you have quotas, it is very difficult for women to contest elections here. Money, mafia, media, you name it, and everything is against women, including families. Somebody was talking about financial assets. You know how much money you need to contest an MLA election? There's no limit. People spend from anywhere between 9 crores, 10 crores to 100 crores, where women don't even have a house in their name, right? So I'm also saying we should start encouraging women to have assets, not just wealth. Wealth, I can have savings, my husband tomorrow can emotionally blackmail me and can take it, and men are very good at that. So, sorry. But if I have a house, it is not easy to patao me ki ghar bech dete hain, main nahi bechne dungi, right? Because I know this is the only source of strength for me. So we should encourage our daughters, our families, our women in our group to have assets in their name, starting from a scooter, chotu scooter, to a house. You know, the whole world will change if women have property in their name. What is the difference between a man on the street and me after working 30 years is that I don't have anything in my name. He still has a rickshaw in his name. And it's so uneven, I can't tell you what else we are fighting is not going to have an impact unless we have land and assets in our name. Only 13% of the world's land is in name of women. Only 13%. 87% is with men, and 80% of them are useless men. Sorry, who don't want to share. Seriously, I'm not shying away from, because they don't want to share the power. Real power is that money. Real power is that asset. So instead of dowry, give your daughters, your friends, your sisters a house, a property. That will make the world of difference, as they say it. That's what we should be focusing on. So, but I wanted to share I forgot to share a very, very interesting reflection. Very recently, I was in Egypt. मुझे बहुत घूमने का बहुत शौक है. I've been to 70 countries. गाँव से आके. So, I was in Egypt, and everybody, and I had half a day of window to see around the city, but I went to pyramids. I'm not exaggerating, about 700 to 800 people, young people, literally घेरावed me from wherever I moved. And I didn't know what was happening. Maybe मेरे face पे कुछ हुआ, एक तो face इतना चमकने वाला है, ऊपर से मतलब मुझे कोई घेरे तो आप समझ सकते हो कितना आश्चर्य हो रहा होगा मुझे. I was really surprised to what was happening. So young children said, which country? Which country? And I said, India. Shah Rukh Khan. You know, and why I'm talking about Shah Rukh Khan is that it happened to me in earlier 2003 also in Italy, same thing. One person has the power to bring create so much love around him. The man, I haven't seen him, has created so much love for India because of who he is. So each one of us has the power if we, and he's as ordinary as we are, because of how he communicates with people, because of how he talks about things and how people identify with him, how he doesn't carry his arrogance around him, how he doesn't think about achievements. I think there's no bigger achievement than winning people's hearts. And he has really won it for himself, but also for all of us. Just people like me are being showered with love. In Italy, 4 girls, 4 daughters of a man, danced for 4 hours. Kuch kuch hota hai. Main gaa rahi thi, they didn't allow me to go. They'll fall in my feet. Who say, do you know Shah Rukh Khan? And I just said, I don't know why. I said yes. They made me sit in their father's carpet shop. From 1 o'clock to 5 o'clock, I was singing Kuch Kuch Hota Hai, and they were dancing. I want to leave this thought with you. Anything that you do, please leave love for people, and for poor people particularly. You know, across the world, kabhi Amitabh Bachchan, kabhi Raj Kapoor, people have found love like this. They haven't done anything for anyone, but at least the arrogance, the degree, the position could be put aside, right? We all can be human beings. I think I am carrying that message everywhere, that I am really grateful to Shah Rukh Khan for making those people love me. Meri kya auqat hai otherwise, right?
Very humble. Thank you. Can I take any questions for Kanta? Yeah?
Hello, ma'am. I'm so happy and privileged to know you, to meet you. Thank you so much for coming. Thank you so much, Team TalentNomics, for getting here. Like, kudos to you guys for all the panelists you had today. My question is a personal one. Like, what you have achieved in life comes from a lot of mental strength. What has been your inner dialogue? Like, what are your 3 life principles that you live by that you can share with all of us so we can take home and, try to be like 10% like you?
Thank you. Just before I entered this room, I was talking to Mitali. I cried in office today. The world is not very bad if you think about that, but people don't think twice before hurting each other, right? There's no recipe for protecting yourself. One colleague, the junior most in the office, came to me today. I'm heartbroken because you were breaking down. But can I tell you, you should start meditation. What, not medication. Sorry. Meditation. And I said, kaise karte hain? So she told me the method. And I'm saying, mujhe se nahi hoga. So I'm saying, there's no foolproof way of keeping yourself protected all the time in all the situations. We have to be able to absorb some shocks and see, dukh to aayenge hi kabhi na kabhi. Problems will happen to all of us, right? That's a generic thing I'm saying. But 2 things that I do regularly without fail, that I love my job, and he was asking me, what if you were not doing this, what would you do? Seriously, there are not very many people in the world who can say, I'm doing what I was meant to do. I can't think of doing anything else. I'm literally living my dream. So find something that, and if you are not getting it from your job, find something that you really love that can give you a reason to live, right? So more than my daughters, I really think, oh my God, if I don't go to job, what will happen? Or it doesn't look like a job actually to me. I'm being paid so much for this. On 8th March every year, I get about 10 to 15, and Mitali is a witness to that, award offers. We want to give you an award. And I'm saying, why are you giving me an award? For what? I have never taken any award in my life. Basically because I'm supposed to, you are very honest, you are very hardworking, but I said, do you not expect a UN staff to be hardworking? Do you accept anybody who is not even honest? So what is the additional work that I'm doing that for which you are giving me award? I'm getting salary for the work that I'm doing. what I'm saying is find something that you really love that doesn't feel like work. You feel excited about doing that thing. I'm really excited about what I'm doing, and that keeps me happy, even though there are daily setbacks. People let you down. We promised something to the government, we could not deliver. It's embarrassing when the government officers calls you and say your team hasn't delivered. It's embarrassing, but you have to say, I'm responsible, sir, not my team, right? And I take accountability for that. And we will correct it. And that is the second point. But the third point is that I have never left in the most difficult, and there were many difficult circumstances in life, I have not left my friends because they have kept me sane. I have friends from class 1 to I come from an army family, my husband is an army officer, our army friends to the neighbors. I really invest in my friends. I have 200 birthdays in my head. I make it a point to remember those wish people, reach out to them. If I forgot, I say sorry, but I still make up. Invest in people. If 10 people let you down, doesn't mean 200 others will not. And that's really a survival trick, actually. There are 10 people to tell me every day, you are doing amazing work. I know I'm doing shit show, but somebody is saying, oh, Kanta, you are amazing. And I walk into a room and many people say, oh, I'm connected to you on LinkedIn and you are very responsive. Aaj shaam kat gayi meri achhi, right? So these are the small things, and I do respond to every LinkedIn post that comes to me. I get about 100, and I spend an hour in the evening before I sleep to respond to everyone. Even though people are asking same question, how can I get into UN? Can you guide me? Can you speak to me? Can you find? And many people guided me, seriously. Many people did. So it's my responsibility to make people feel that UN responds. I don't want people to feel that it's going in a black hole like it happened to me. I'm saying now I'm here, I have to make that change. So keep investing in people. It's really important. It gives you happiness. Khushi deta hai bahut.
Thank you. Thank you very much. And thank you for coming and suggesting that we convert this into a Q&A. And I'm hopeful that you found it interactive and interesting. With that, 10 minutes over time, I will say thank you for being a very gracious audience throughout the day. Thank you for all your time. Can I call Ina to deliver the formal vote of thanks, because I don't think they trust me to do that at all.
Hi everyone, thank you Anish so much. As we bring this conference to a close, I have no words to express my gratitude to all the people who have gathered here and contributed to the success of the conference. This is our 9th annual conference. I just want to give a special thanks to Ambassador Stenner, Ms. Neelam Dhawan, our keynote speakers, and Ms. Kanta Singh, valedictory speaker, who have joined us today. It shows their commitment to our vision of the Equiverse. Now I would like to thank to all our other speakers and moderators, table leads, and our 2 outstanding MCs who made this day, conference rich and exciting for us. I also want to thank SOPAS, our conference partner. I think we should give a big round of applause to them. My sincere gratitude to our sponsors, Aprava Energy, HPCL, Bahura, and InfoEdge, who made this event possible. Thanks are also due to our outreach partners who have helped us reach out to you and brought us in our journey. Also, thanks to our gifting partner, Swiss Image, who have sponsored the gifts for our speakers. I especially want to thank Francois, who has developed this beautiful Equiverse logo. I would like to thank our organizers, Ipshita Kathuria and Paul Linars. We want to thank our advisory board and council members who have provided us guidance and support. A big thanks to our volunteers also for their support throughout the day. A huge thanks to our team and CAS team who worked tirelessly to deliver the conference. Last but not the least, our deep gratitude to all of you who attended the conference today. This could not have been done without you. Each and every one, yes, a big round of applause for everybody. Each and every one of you is a partner for the change we want to see in this world. Together, we can move forward towards our dream of building an equitable world and thereby a more sustainable world. We believe each one of us can play our part to make this world more sustainable, and creating an Equiverse is an essential element of building that collaborative, just and sustainable world. So thank you once again to each one of you. Start doing just 2 things differently to build gender parity in your environment, whether it's your workplace, your home, or the society at large. We would start a wave and many ripples of change. Thank you so much.